scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked. In lack of other words, I'd say you're fucked. You are, as they say in Japanese, fucked from the head down to the knees. I am sorry to inform you, you're mentally fucked.
I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited.
Cool vape.
I'm getting excited. Also, congratulations to Thomas Cunningham. Just want to say, I like him a lot. He's very funny. And I think people are very hard on him. I think he's actually a pretty solid communist, socialist, anti-Zionists. It's crazy. Genuine political commentary. They just won my love, affection, admiration. And I'm just very brain broken. I like it.
Right now,
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's showtime.
this is what it's all about.
Let's take it from here.
The boy is here. Yo. Hey, oh, hey there, Kate. All the comrades are here. The whole fam. Good to see ya. This is here. I feel you need to put the light on. Too much of a dark vibe going on. You know, we want a light vibe. We got dark subjects, so let's, you know, maybe lighten it up. I don't know. I was gonna get a different bulb for the light, and then I forgot because I have ADHD, as you all do, of course. Of course, we know that. We know that. It's a given. Twitch.tv, the place for ADHD. That could be their new slogan. Run it by Jeff. All right, hold on. Let me quick turn on the light. Carlos will keep you entertained, or either that, or he'll run away as soon as I get up. Best boy in the world, Carlos B. Dog. Yeah, that's better. Maybe too bright. I don't know. I gotta, yeah. You know, this is. You guys know this is the hardest job in the world. All right, let me give this a. Hopefully, our good friend Woke doesn't just drop into the void. You know, those things happen when you're a woke CIA drone pilot. But, you know, luckily he knows like some Mr. and Mrs. Smith born identity, like spy self-defense shit. At least that's what I'm told. All right, hold on. This is all washed out now that I turn the light on. There we go. Contrast down a little, and then brightness. No, brightness, we'll leave it there. Nope, too much. Okay. You can't fuck with the, honestly, fuck with the brightness. It just looks bad. Turn down the saturation a little. See, the problem is I've got a really shitty camera. That's the real problem. The real problem is it's a goddamn shitty woke saying what? Okay. It's a shitty webcam. Originally, they said it was going to be 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. with no power. Okay. We're going to send the battery back up to what we... Well, goddamn, man. Yeah, well, lady would have been an interesting take. All right, so I don't know. I kind of want to say something regarding drama without going into drama. You know what I mean? Like just drama adjacent discussion. So you guys all know, or some of you know. I know Woke knows. There was some bickering and drama, and some of it was, completely understandable, some of it not so much, and blah, blah, blah. Not here to relitigate any of that shit, okay? But there was some drama, and there was kind of fallout from that, because everything was like kind of put a bad spin on the fun, Who? I don't know who you're talking about, Woke. No, it's nothing new. It's just like it kind of, it kind of put a damper on things for a couple days, especially that particular day where tensions were high and emotions were high, and all that. Listen, so that's not the point. The point is, it made me contemplate a lot of things, some of which is what kind of community and what kind of stream do I want this to be and all of that, right? I didn't make the list. The unforgivable sin of enjoying Hasanabi, aka Hassan Piker. What can you do? I'm a bad commie. But all jokes aside, let's pivot off that point, right? I'm no fucking scholar of Marxism or Lenin. Nothing. I'm here to learn. I know what I believe morally. Me and Woke had a nice little conversation in the DMs about what we look for and what we're here for, as far as like the revolution of the mind. You know what I'm saying? Look, Woke, you can say a lot of things about me, but when you call me a lib, that's a little low. You can call me an idiot, a moron, stupid, all of that, like a phony, a poser, whatever you want. But lib, come on, that's a little much. It's a little below the belt there, buddy. It's true that Hassan has a wide variety of interests and people on the political spectrum, and some of them are libs, of course. But some people move on further left from him, and some people move on further left from him, but still hang out there and still enjoy his content. That's all. So there you go. But the point being, okay, is like, I'm here to learn. I want everyone here to be cool and chill and not, if I say something that you guys think is wrong or off base or out of pocket, feel free to let me know. I'm far from infallible. It took me a while, in fact, to adapt to not assuming people's genders, because I'm, 100 years old, and my heart was in the right place. But it took some, conscious, what? Conscious what? What? What are you trying to say? I don't know. Yeah, conscious. subconscious things. Yeah. Clearly, I'm not an expert in even speaking. That's why I prefer to write. I'm much more coherent and, what's the other word? Articulate when I write. But anywho, let's all hang out. I don't want any cattiness. If everyone's like here in good faith to learn and have fun and whatever and discuss shit, that's all that matters, right? And you know, disagreements or all that's all fine. Just be cool and respectful. And you know, also if I play something, I do not pre-watch videos. I could not pre-watch 6 hours of videos that I usually play. If I play something and it's like, you know, problematic in some way, I will, if I catch it, I will say, well, I don't agree with that. That's fucked up. Oh my God, I'm sorry I played this. I didn't know. I didn't know it was a piece of shit, you know, lib, propaganda, whatever video. And you guys can do the same. 'Cause I may be playing something that I want to learn more about. And, you know, we're all here to help each other, right? In fact, the whole thing that set off this, well, not the whole, part of the drama that involved me was a person who was in the chat. We were talking about how China deals with Africa. And this person said they're exploiting them, they're imperialists just like every other country, whatever, something along those lines. I'm not trying to represent their views, okay? I don't know. But it was something along the lines of like, oh, China's just as bad, or China's almost as bad, or China's just bad. They're not, you know, altruistic in their dealings with Africa. They're exploiting them and everything else. To which I said, really? That's not how I understood it. And the reason I didn't say, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about, is because I thought, hey, I'm new to a lot of these subjects. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. I don't know. So I said, that's not how I understood it. And Woke and Blatt came up the rear. Wait a minute. No. You know, in the military sense, don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that. See, we have fun here, guys. Anyway, they backed me up and said, yes, it's not like that at all. I believe Woke came with some receipts, and it was great. It was like, I thought, oh, awesome, everyone learned something. I mean, that's what I thought, and some of us did. Some of us pretended to. However, that's not the point. The point is that's the kind of environment that I'm fine with. People having discussions and you know, contributing and everyone learning something. Hopefully, right? Also, I really got to chill out more, you know? Like, I feel like I got to fucking talk all the time and like get through the, you know, I got a big playlist to get to, and like, fuck, dude, I gotta chill. Like, I watch other streamers and they're just chilling, they're fucking playing music, they play a nice video, then they smoke some weed, and then they play some music, and, you know, that could be any number of streamers, obviously. Maybe watching TV shows, all of that, that's fucking cool, man. Like, not that I want to, you know, do it exactly like that, but I could take a page out of that book and, you know, learn to take a breath, you know, take a breath, chill out. Like, you know, this doesn't have to all be tense. Not on stage, you know, in front of 100,000 people. Like, it's just me and my homies, okay? So I got to remember that. Thoughts? Thoughts, guys? Contributions? Pushback? Any of that? No? Yeah? You guys still there? Whoa, did they get you? Did the CIA, the other CIA get you? Cool. Yeah, because, I mean, you know, people come in and out of here, and there's people in the general community of comrades, of us, that all have different levels of knowledge in different, you know, and different opinions and coming from different angles. And that can be very useful, informative, right? We can all learn and grow from that. But so let's, you know, let's keep that in mind. I am no fucking professor. I wouldn't even say I'm particularly smart. I used to be, but I think in my old age, you know, the anxiety scrambled my brain a little bit. But it's fine, it's fine. Look, I get there. It just sometimes I get a little lost along the way. It's your stream. You should do it however you want to. Yeah. Well, that's true. It's also sort of a work in progress, you know what I mean? I don't have some particular vision mapped out of how I want it to be. I'm kind of like, you know, and there could be a little give and take along the way where I go, hey, you know what? This person brought up an interesting point or a valid suggestion. Let's try that out. See how that goes. So, yeah. Yeah. So, you know, I'm at the end of the day, I'm actually very much an introvert. So, this is a bit of you know, me out of my comfort zone. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I'm a work in progress. As we all are. As we all are. Carlos, where'd you go? See, Carlos ran away. Again. Anyway. That's cool. Just wanted to, you know, kind of throw that out there. Put that on the record. Also, not interested if somebody is talking shit about me in particular. Or, you know, petty kind of high school shit. I don't want to know. I mean, if they're outright lying about something I said or misrepresenting me as a person, like, yeah, okay, sure. But, I'd like to avoid that kind of thing, you know? It's kind of cringe, as we Gen Zers say. That's a joke. That's a joke, guys. Come on. All right, let's go over to the React screen. There we are. Anyway, if I learn to chill out and be a little more, you know, laid back with the whole streaming thing, perhaps, you know, then I can do longer streams and people can go in and out as they feel fit, you know, see fit, and then it'll be cool. You can take breaks, you know, imagine that. I could stop wearing this diaper, you know, that I wear so I don't have to go to the bathroom during the stream. Guys, that's a joke. That's a joke. Anyway, so Israel sucks, right? That's where the news always kind of starts, right? Israel's kind of a piece of shit, right? Gamer pants for the win. Oh, God. You know, my gaming phase, I think, the last game I got really into was Myst. Not Myst. Well, Myst, but more so Myst 2 Riven. And that was like 2002, 2001 or something, so... yeah. Not a big gamer. You know, I might one day, like, play fucking Mario or something like that for a goof. Who knows, but... no need for the gamer pants. Hey there, Kate. Converted from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you. That is awesome. I guess there's no alert for that. Either that or my alert's not working. I appreciate it. So there's that alert. All right, so hold on. Yeah, what's up with Amazon? The thing with the Prime is like there's like a whole day where the Prime will expire, and then like there's a couple hours where like, oh, your Prime expired, and then for whatever reason it takes forever to reset for you to use it again. So it's kind of annoying. It's good for like if you want to use it for someone that you only, you know, visit once, the stream once in a while, because then you won't like be sitting there going, why can't it? Well, it said it expired, and then but why can't I reset it? Why can't I use it again? And then like 6 hours later, it's like, oh, there it is. It's available again. Get your shit together, Jeff. You little rinky-dink. Your little rinky-dink bookstore. Oh my God. Jeff's gonna have me killed. I'm kidding, Jeff. I'm kidding. Nah, I'm small beans. Jeff wouldn't fuck with me. All right, let's see what's going on in the news, and then maybe later, there's a longer video down somewhere in here. Yeah, a little longer video. Maybe I'll take Carlos for a walk, and then I'll be listening on the headphones, and I'll be able to type. But you know, I won't be on camera, obviously. I don't know. It's my stream, I guess, allegedly.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy.
Why is Amy so slow?
In Lebanon, at least 12
it's
people
on normal
were killed,
speed.
nearly 3,000 people injured Tuesday afternoon when electronic pagers used by members of Hezbollah exploded at the same time at 3:30 in the afternoon. The simultaneous blast set off fear and panic in Beirut and across southern Lebanon and left hospitals overwhelmed.
Oh, you mean like a terrorist attack? Okay, yeah.
Hezbollah blamed Israel, vowed to retaliate, raising fears of a broader regional war. Reuters reports Israel's Mossad spy agency managed to plant explosive devices in pagers bought in recent months by Hezbollah from a company in Taiwan. Victims of the attack included a 10-year-old girl named Fatima Jafar Abdullah, who was killed when her father's pager exploded. Iran's ambassador to Lebanon, Mujtaba Amani, lost an eye to an exploding pager. Hezbollah relied.
A 10-year-old girl died. Yet, Israelis are hooting and hollering like, oh, they did some great thing. some brilliant tactical move. Brilliant tactical move of, terrorism and war crimes. Jesus Christ.
On pagers for communication, in part to avoid Israel's surveillance of other communication networks. Lebanese lawmakers condemn the attack as an act of terrorism. After headlines, we'll go to Beirut, to Geneva, and Boston for the latest. Top Biden administration officials quickly distanced themselves from Tuesday's pager attack in Lebanon. This is State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller.
I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point, we're gathering information.
On Tuesday, Vice President Kamala Harris defended the Biden administration's support of Israel throughout its assault on Gaza. During an interview with the National Association of Black Journalists in Philadelphia, Harris also cited her support for President Biden's decision in May to temporarily pause the delivery of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. Harris was questioned by reporter Eugene Daniels of Politico.
But what do you say to those that say that's not enough, that stopping the 2,000-pound bombs the one time wasn't enough, that this administration, your possible administration, has to do more?
Well, we are doing the work of putting the pressure on all parties involved to get the deal done. But let me be very clear also. I support Israel's ability to defend itself.
Oh,
Just last month, the Biden administration approved $20 billion in additional weapons.
Do they have to fucking say that, like, literally every 5 minutes? Like, they're going to start, like, starting press conferences with, all right, everybody, welcome to the press conference. We're here to talk about, by the way, we believe in Israel's right to defend itself. Okay. Where's the bathroom? It's around there. Go through that door. Security will tell you. Also, respect Israel's right to defend itself. It's like, Jesus Christ. Just stop it. Just stop it.
Sales to Israel, including advanced air-to-air missiles and fighter jets. In Gaza, at least 20 Palestinians have been killed and 54 wounded over the past 24 hours, including at least 8 people who were killed in an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah, it's the new condom hummus. It's 100%. Although, that was sort of the classic. The classic was Israel has a right to defend itself, and yes, we condemn hummus. And then it was like, on the charts of stupid fucking American talking points, all of a sudden, the one eclipsed the other.
Targeting a school, sheltering displaced civilians in Gaza City's Shijaya neighborhood. Another attack on a civilian car near Rafah in southern Gaza killed 2 Palestinians and wounded several others. The United Nations is warning Burma is plumbing the depths of a human rights abyss as the military regime intensifies the killings and arbitrary arrests of tens of thousands of civilians since seizing power in a coup over 3 years ago. The gruesome findings were part of a new report by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, which detailed that many of those detained by the Burmese military are children taken from their parents. Dozens of those children have died in custody. This is UN Rights Office spokesperson Liz Throssell.
Since the coup on the 1st of February 2021, at least 5,350 civilians have been killed. More than 3.3 million displaced, and over half the population are living below the poverty line, primarily due to military violence.
Lawmakers in the Republic of Georgia have approved legislation to begin a sweeping crackdown on LGBTQIA people and organizations. The so-called Family Values and the Protection of Minors Law, approved Tuesday, will outlaw pride events, LGBTQ+ gatherings, and even displays of rainbow flags. Tamarja Kelly is director of Tbilisi Pride in Georgia's capital.
Our main aim was always to be very outspoken and loud on LGBTQ issues. Every year we used to hold a Pride Week. We tried to hold Pride marches. We held successfully Pride festivals, conferences and film screenings. And now we are already at the risk that we cannot hold any events really. And this law will make it legally impossible, not just physically and politically impossible, but also legally.
Back in the United States, Republican senators have once again blocked legislation that would protect access to in vitro fertilization and require health insurers to cover the fertility treatment. The Right to IVF Act was sponsored by Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who personally struggled to become pregnant before turning to IVF to conceive her children.
Now, that freedom to get reproductive care is at risk for millions of other women whose most desperate hope in the world is to have a little one of their own. Make no mistake, that isn't some future nightmare. This is our present reality.
In more reproductive rights news, ProPublica reports at least two women in Georgia died after they could not access legal abortions and timely Medicare in their state. Amber Thurman suffered a fatal infection after doctors refused to treat a rare complication from a medication abortion. And Candy Miller died from medication abortion complications after her family said she didn't visit a doctor, quote, due to the current legislation on pregnancies and abortions. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. In Texas.
Fucking shit is inexcusable, man. And most of these goddamn Republicans don't even believe it. Like, they don't really give a shit one way or another. A lot of them. It's just like they know it plays to the base, which is like, yeah, great. Except fucking people die and suffer because you want political points with fucking fundamentalists.
Texas, hundreds of homes remain under evacuation orders in the Houston suburb of Deer Park, more than 2 days after an SUV struck a pipeline valve station, triggering a massive explosion that rattled homes and businesses, sending a column of fire and smoke into the sky that was visible more than 10 miles away. The pipeline containing natural gas liquids burned for a second straight day and into the night Tuesday. Here in New York, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail and will remain in jail until his trial after pleading not guilty Tuesday to racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and other charges. Prosecutors accused Combs of
Fuck that guy.
Repeatedly assaulting several women, drugging and coercing women and men to perform sexual acts, and being part of a criminal organization that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and other...
Also... fuck that guy's dog shit music.
Other crimes since at least 2008. He'll appear in court again today. In Atlanta, prosecutors on Tuesday dropped all money laundering charges against 3 activists who are accused of misusing a bail fund to support protests against Cop City, a multi-million-dollar police training complex. It will be the largest in the country. Atlanta Solidarity Fund organizers Marlon Kautz, Adele McClain, and Savannah Patterson are still facing racketeering charges as part of a sweeping RICO case that includes at least 58 other Stop Cop City activists indicted last year. Advocates celebrated the victory, writing in a statement, quote, "From the beginning, we knew these charges were not based on any evidence, but were instead politically motivated and intended to target a social movement," they said. And in Washington, D.C.,
well, there's some
the
good
Senate
news.
Judiciary Committee held a hearing on the rise of anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic hate crimes across the United States. Republican senators used the forum to condemn recent student-led pro-Palestine protests at university campuses across the country and lashed out at the hearing's Arab American witness, Maya Berry, executive director of the Arab American Institute. This is Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy questioning Berry.
Okay, before he starts, in advance, fuck that guy.
I think it's exceptionally disappointing that you're looking at an Arab American witness before you and saying you
I know he's
support
going to say
Hamas.
some unhinged shit.
I do not support Hamas. I do not support Hamas.
You don't support UNRWA. You don't support Hamas. You don't.
I was very clear in my support for UNRWA.
Hezbollah, and you don't support Iran. You should hide your head in a bag.
Don't you? Asked the Louisiana Senator John Kennedy repeatedly as he conflated the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, with Hamas. Following that exchange, committee chair, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin, gave Maya Berry a chance to respond.
It's regrettable that I, as I sit here, have experienced the very issue that we're attempting to deal with today. The introduction of foreign policy is not how we keep Arab Americans or Jewish Americans or Muslim Americans or black people or Asian Americans, anybody safe. This has been regrettably a real disappointment, but very much an indication of the danger to our democratic institutions that we're in now.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Goddamn imperialism, man.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Lebanon, at least 12 people were killed, over 2,800 injured Tuesday when electronic pagers used by members of Hezbollah exploded at the same time. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. Israel's widely believed...
I haven't heard any of the specific things gross things that people are saying celebrating this, but I know that they are. I've heard that they are. Because, you know, they're monsters. They will cheer for this clear act of fucking terrorism and violation of international law, and then turn around and say that people who are protesting a genocide on college campuses are terrorists and or supporting terrorists.
To be behind the attack, Hezbollah vowed to retaliate against Israel as fears grow of a broader regional war. According to a report by Reuters, Israel's Mossad spy agency had managed to plant explosive material in a batch of pagers bought in recent months by Hezbollah. The pagers were sold under the name of the Taiwanese brand Gold Apollo, but the company said the pagers were actually made by a firm in Budapest that had a license to use Gold Apollo name. Victims of the attack included a 10-year-old girl who died when her father's pager exploded. The Iranian ambassador to Lebanon, Mujtaba Amani, was also injured by an exploding pager. The New York Times reports he lost an eye in the blast. The nature of the simultaneous attack shocked many in Lebanon.
What happened yesterday shocked us. It was unimaginable. No one could have thought that pagers could explode like that. The scene was shocking, how people were torn apart right in front of you.
Hezbollah relied on pagers in part to avoid Israel's surveillance of other communication networks like cell phones. Lebanese lawmaker Tony Frangé Jr. condemned the attack as an act of terrorism.
Catastrophic repercussions for the crisis today, but this, as I have previously explained with several stations, is terrorism being practiced against Lebanon. And
yeah, well, exactly, woke. They do. Hezbollah. Ain't they all a bunch of terrorists? What? No, come on. Or whatever they're called. Are evil terrorists. Like, yeah. Yeah, so many points wrong with that. You know? The fucking... You know, of course, the obvious one is even if that were the case, it's just complete indiscriminate attack during not in combat. So it's like it violates so many laws, international laws. But, you know, that's what Israel does, man. Like, let's see how many international laws and human rights violations we can do today. And America's like, no, you guys, you little scamps, killing children again. So fucked up.
And we, and I believe the majority of the Lebanese people, do not submit to the language of terrorism.
Earlier today, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said the U.S. did not know about nor was involved in what he called, quote, these incidents. Blinken made the comments in Cairo, Egypt, where he held a joint...
All these fucking State Department people are so... I hate... Every time I see their face, I'm like, ugh. Blinken. Oh, God. Oh, Miller. Not Miller. God damn it. No, don't make me look at his ugly face. His little smirky fucking Count Chocula face.
News conference with the Egyptian foreign minister and met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Axios reports Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant called U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin shortly before the operation began. We go now to Beirut, Lebanon, where we're joined by independent Lebanese journalist Mohammed Klait. Thanks so much for being with us. Mohammed, can you describe the scene yesterday at 3:30?
Thank you very much for having me. We're still in a sort of state of shock of what happened. We didn't comprehend what was going on until later hours at night. What happened at 3:30 exactly, certain sounds of small explosions were happening in the streets of the southern suburbs specifically. People yelling at the street. People were in a state of shock. There were some of them who were not targeted by...
And they all went off like at this exact same time, pretty much, right? Which is like even more horrifying that, you know, all of a sudden, you know, there's like, you know, fucking wounded, maimed people everywhere trying to get medical care.
This terrorist attack, were in a state of they were frozen in the streets, not knowing what was going on. It was very hard to comprehend, to make sense of what was happening.
Except, you know, you know, just indiscriminate, as opposed to like hillbilly meth people or desert Billy. What are they? They were kind of desert Billy, right? Is that a word? Tweaker desert people.
Then later on, people started helping the people who were injured, where these pagers exploded on their waists or even their hands or in front of their faces, taking them to hospitals because they were falling down on the street by the thousands. As the Minister of Health has counted, around 1,850 persons were injured in the southern suburbs alone, or in Beirut in general. There were around 2,000 persons who were admitted to hospitals, around 450 persons who were critically injured in the faces and the eyes. While on the street, people until now are still making sense of what was happening. Even until late at night, people were still on the streets, still trying to get people who were injured from their houses, from the cafes, from the supermarkets, from all the civilian buildings where these pagers have exploded, trying to admit them to hospitals, trying to donate blood for those who have lost it.
And the number of people killed and wounded, and the people who were killed, we just reported on an 8-year-old girl. Can you go more into this, Mohammed?
Yes. So far, there have been 13 persons who were killed. 10 of them who are direct personnel of Hezbollah, whether they be affiliated with Hezbollah or they might be contractors as well. Because from
that's the IOF fucking MO, right? Like, oh, we got one guy, so we got that one guy, all the collateral, whatever. Like, we really care. It's all worth it because we got that one guy. Like, ugh, so fucked up. Also, if there's one thing I could do, I think, as an activist of sorts, I think it would be like encourage people to be more media literate so they wouldn't just, you know, so they would kind of question what they hear on the news. Like, geez, is it possible that, like, not all of these people were terrorists that this happened to? Is it possible that, like, CNN is lying to me? Yeah. Because if you could just get people not to accept things on the, you know, mainstream media or any media really at face value, you get a good way towards stopping propaganda.
And there are also 3 other civilians, a mother and the little girl that you talked about, who was, I think she's 9 years old. And there's also a young boy who's 11 years old who passed away late at night. Hezbollah, from what I know, that these pagers are used by Hezbollah basically by the people who are medics, who work in logistics. Not the people who work, very few of them who work in the military sector of Hezbollah use these pagers.
I'd like to bring a guest into the conversation who is an...
Wolf Blitzer would never lie to me. No way. I love Wolf Blitzer. He's the best. He's got that shock of white hair and the beard. He looks all scholarly. Like, obviously, Wolf Blitzer is honest guy. Come on now.
Expert on investigating human rights abuses, Ramzi Qais, Human Rights Watch researcher, investigating human rights abuses in Lebanon. He's joining us from Geneva. Ramzi, thanks so much for being with us. Can you explain what you understand technically happened and talk about it in the context of an international human rights framework?
Thanks, Amy. And
I
thanks
wish
for
I
having
looked
me.
scholarly.
As you noted, and as Mohammed noted, yesterday there was scenes of just chaos and shock in Lebanon as thousands of pagers exploded simultaneously across the country, resulting in thousands of people being injured. According to the Ministry of Health, at least 12 people have been killed. This includes 2 children and 8 workers, and at least 2,800 people have been injured. Now, photos and
yet there's people on fucking Twitter trying to make fucking jokes about it. Like, gross. Oh, it's okay because they were all terrorists.
And videos that we reviewed that were taken by witnesses to the attack or victims showed pagers exploding in public places such as grocery stores or supermarkets. And other videos that appeared to be linked to the attack that took place, taken from emergency rooms, showed adults and children in emergency rooms with truly severe, traumatic, and penetrating injuries. We saw injuries to the head, to the torso, to the limbs, with many people who had decapitated fingers, in addition to other.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to think Americans, right? Your typical American, like, come on, his name's Wolf Blitzer. I mean, come on, Wolf Blitzer. That's a name you can trust. Not like his cousin, Blitz Wolfer.
Injuries that appear to be consistent with the detonation of high explosives. Now we know that Hezbollah, in a statement that they issued, said that these pages had belonged to various units and institutions within Hezbollah. They blamed the Israeli government, and we know from the various media reports that have come out, with citing former Israeli officials and U.S. officials saying that Israel is responsible for the attack. But the Israeli military has not commented as of yet. At least
that poor guy doesn't know what the fuck to do.
There needs to be a full and prompt investigation into how the attack unfolded. That should be conducted, but what we know from the perspective of international humanitarian law on the way in which this attack took place, the law of armed conflict is clear. It prohibits the use of booby traps or other apparently harmless portable devices that civilians could be attracted to, or that civilians use precisely in order to avoid the harm that we saw unfold in Beirut yesterday, with the devastating scenes of thousands of people being rushed to the hospital at the same time, including children, including civilians. When an explosive device is used or implanted in something such as a pager, where this device, its location cannot be reliably determined, where the means of attack or the method in which the attack takes place cannot differentiate between civilians or combatants, it cannot be directed at a specific military target, and which would strike military targets and civilians alike without distinguishing between them. This is an unlawfully indiscriminate attack, and it's unlawful under the laws of war.
Yeah, no, obviously. Even if they're fucking military people, they're not on the battlefield. They're fucking... They could be doing anything. They'd be fucking reading their children a story. You know? Like... So fucked up. And I guess the gross State Department hasn't said anything of note, I assume.
And there needs to be accountability
about this
for these violations and for other violations.
We're looking into it.
There has been continued impunity for violations of the laws of war in Lebanon. Human Rights Watch has documented apparently deliberate attacks on civilians, on journalists, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, widespread use of white phosphorus, included on populated areas, and the use of U.S. weapons unlawfully against aid workers. And without accountability for such violations, they will continue with impunity. We've previously called on various countries such as the U.S. And other countries to suspend arms sales and military assistance to Israel in light of the fact that they could be used unlawfully in violations of IHL, as we are seeing unfold in the country.
An NSA whistleblower, Edward Snowden, tweeted following the attacks, quote, "What Israel has just done is, via any method, reckless. They blew up countless numbers of people who were driving, meaning cars out of control, shopping, your children are in the stroller standing behind them in the checkout line, etc. Indistinguishable from terrorism." Ramzi, your response.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, in the videos that we reviewed, you could clearly see these devices go off in supermarkets, so where civilians were nearby, the children were nearby, and the attacks happened at the same time. And so when you use explosive devices that are not able to distinguish between or specifically target a military object, then they're indiscriminate and could cause harm to civilians as well as the military target. That would amount to an indiscriminate attack, and that is unlawful under the laws of war, and should be investigated as a violation of IHL. And for those reasons, there needs to be not just an investigation, but accountability for such violations, or we will continue to see violations unfold with impunity.
On Tuesday, European Union Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell warned about the risk of a broader regional war.
I was in Lebanon before coming to Emirates. I was visiting the United Nations troops in the border. When I came there, the level of danger was...
I mean, all you have to do is think, what would the reaction be if Hezbollah did this to Israel? I mean, it would be the right one, which is like, they can't fucking do that. It's fucking terrorism. Yeah, exactly.
Increasing, and I see the troops going to their barracks. Certainly, there is a possibility of the war be spilling over not only to Lebanon, but also it's already being important fire in the Red Sea, where we, the European Union, has deployed a Navy mission in order to protect the freedom of navigation. The risk of a spillover is not from yesterday; it's from the beginning, and we have to do all our efforts in order to try to avoid the regionalization of the war in Gaza.
So that's Josep Borrell, EU chief, the European Union. Rami Khouri is also with us in Boston, Palestinian-American journalist, senior public policy fellow at the American University of Beirut. Rami, you have repeatedly said you do not believe what was happening in Gaza would lead to a broader regional war. What are your thoughts today on what happened yesterday and where this is all headed?
Yeah, thanks for having me. You know, there's so many dimensions to this, and most of the discussion that we're all involved in is based on speculation and assumptions, and we have to be really careful to wait till we get verifiable facts, and then we can have a better idea. But for the moment, I think I would say the following. I still believe that Hezbollah, Israel, Iran, Hamas, and others want to avoid a all-out, free-for-all war between people in the region, which would probably include the U.S. if Iran gets involved. We saw a couple of months ago that...
Okay, but are you counting Israel as a whole, or are you counting Israel as the government?
Israel cannot defend itself by itself. It needs Arab support, it needs big-time American support on the spot, and it needs significant aid of money and weapons and other things. So I still believe an all-out regional war is going to be avoided because everybody realizes it wouldn't solve anything. It would just create massive suffering and more openings for terror groups and armed non-state actors as well, etc. That's what happens when you have chaos.
I think if I was made president tomorrow, I would be like, Israel has a right to defend itself. Dramatic pause. And it can do that without our help from now on. Good luck, guys.
What we do have is a regional low-intensity conflict going on. It's been going on for about a year or so, and Hezbollah and Israel are the key points of this, but Hamas is involved, the Ansarullah, the Houthis in Yemen are involved, and others. Iran indirectly is involved, and the U.S. indirectly through Israel is involved. What the Israeli attack using the pagers did is completely throw out the rule book on two things. One, as the previous guest said, the rules of war are irrelevant. They've always been irrelevant to Israel and the Zionist movements before the creation of Israel. They've done whatever they needed to do, they say, to protect themselves. The world says there's rules of wars to deal with that. But the Israelis have always ignored it. But they've also now thrown out the rules of engagement that Hezbollah and Israel have applied really since 2006, the last big war between them. I was in Beirut for that, and I experienced it. And I know the feeling that's prevalent all over Lebanon now is something I've experienced several times. And that was the point of what the Israelis wanted to do. They wanted to traumatize and terrorize the entire civilian population. They wanted to shock the Hezbollah institutions, and they wanted to basically destabilize the country to the point where if the Israelis wanted to go into South Lebanon in a big way, they would lay the groundwork for that. But at the same time, I think you have to keep remembering, in the last 3-4 months, we've had Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, Israel, and the Ansarullah in Yemen with their supersonic missile, or whatever it's called, the big-time missile that went right into Israel undetected from Yemen. They've all been broadcasting, showcasing their technical capabilities. In other words, sending a message to the other that we want to avoid a full war because we have huge capabilities that we haven't used yet, and this is something you all want to avoid. Israel just did its part in that drama, showing the capabilities that it has. The thing that is fascinating to me and important and still unclear is that Israel had to prepare for this months and months ahead of time, and we'll get more details on that soon. But this suggests that this kind of an operation was probably the prelude to a big land and air attack, I'm assuming. But because they wouldn't just do this by itself and drop it probably, but we'll see. We don't know the details. But the Israelis have talked about Hezbollah for several years as their main threat, their main concern in the region. Hamas and others are secondary. They see Hezbollah both as...
I think there's an ad break coming up in a minute or so. If just a heads up there.
A threat because of its power and its disruption in the north of Israel, and because of its very direct links with Iran. And they've talked about trying to break it up, destroy it, push it back from the border. They keep coming up with all kinds of different ideas, none of which are clear, and almost none of which are within its capabilities. So there's so many unknown factors, but we can say that all sides have tremendous capabilities, technological and other. They're prepared to use them. They're prepared to risk an all-out war in the region, which they would try to contain in the region without getting, say, the U.S. and Iran involved. And we don't know if this is all, if the Israelis did this mainly to put pressure on the Lebanese and Hezbollah to accept the Israeli terms for the new terms of engagement, which is to push Hezbollah back from the Lebanon-Israel border about 10 miles or so. And it's possible that this is just a short-term measure that Israel is trying to achieve. So I think we have to take all of these things into consideration. The last point I make is nothing that happened yesterday and today or in the last few months is really new, but the scale of it is much bigger than anything that's happened before. Israel and Hezbollah and others have used technology to kill each other and terrorize each other for decades.
I do love the
terrorizing civilians is a stable Israeli policy for many years, and none of it is really new, but the scale of it now is what's kind of scary. And because the Israel-U.S. combination is now actively exchanging fire with 5 or 6 parties all around the Middle East and facing a huge global swell of support for a ceasefire in Gaza and for a Palestinian state. There are serious political pressures that might even influence the American presidential election outcome, possibly in the swing states. These are signs that the scale of the actions and the scale of the consequences are far higher than ever before. And if you take it, you say, why is this? I would say that's the one main reason. There are many, but the one main reason is that the U.S. and the Western world has allowed the right-wing Israeli governments of the last 15, 20 years to do anything they want in terms of settlements, imprisoning thousands of Palestinians, killing people, now a plausible genocide. Israel can do anything it wants, kill as many people, ignore as many laws, terrorize as many people as it wants, dehumanize as many people as it wants. It will suffer no consequences. This is something quite extraordinary.
Israel,
and the world has to somehow come to grips with this.
I wanted to go back to Beirut for a moment. Victims of Israel's pager attack included, I guess she's 10 years old, a little girl named Fatima Jafar Abdullah, killed when her father's pager exploded. And now also confirmed a young boy named Bilal Khanj has not survived his injuries after the Israeli pager attack in Lebanon. He becomes the second child to be killed. And I wanted to go back to...
If Hezbollah did this to Israel, they would, no one would, all you'd hear is those 2 children's names over and over again, like ever since it happened, and how, unacceptable and awful this is, but since, Israel did it to Hezbollah, we get jokes, fucking snarky one-liners. Great. Thanks, fucking New York Post. Thanks, Congress people.
the journalist Mohammed Klait to ask about how widespread these pagers are in Lebanon and about the use of pagers specifically to avoid Israel's surveillance of specifically cell phones.
Okay, so there are two catches in this. The first part is that this new batch that Hezbollah has ordered for these pagers, as you have mentioned before, that it's a Taiwanese-made pager, but they got it from a Bulgarian company that uses the same name of the Taiwanese company, or has the rights to use the name. As the investigations or journalistic investigations have shown, that Israel has intercepted this cargo of around 4,000 to 5,000 pagers, and they have tampered with it and detonated them alongside placing eavesdropping devices inside of them. And as Dr. Khouri has mentioned, that it was a weapon that they wanted to use during a full-on scale attack or maybe a land attack on Lebanon. But as we have seen 2 days ago, this plot was exposed by certain technicians in Hezbollah, and you know, my personal sources have said that because this plot was exposed and they were working on getting rid of them, and during an investigation that they were doing on these pages, that's why Israel has detonated these pagers in a sudden way and caused this chain attack on people, on civilians and military personnel of Hezbollah. And
Mohammed, just a quick correction. It was a Budapest-based, it was a Hungary-based company. I'm looking at the Reuters report. The model of pagers used in detonations in Lebanon were made by a Budapest-based BAC Consulting. The Taiwanese pager firm Gold Apollo said on Wednesday, adding it had only licensed out its brand to the company and was not involved in the production of the devices. But keep going, Mohammed.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think I said Bulgaria, not Budapest. Yeah, and as for the second part, why do they still use the pagers? Hezbollah General Secretary Hassan Nasrallah has said before that there's a huge danger in using cell phones, smartphones that are connected to the Wi-Fi and to global internet, on the safety of the combatants of Hezbollah in the south, as well as the civilian usage of these phones when they are filming in videos the locations of where the missiles and the rockets are coming out in the fields and in the valleys and so on. Because this is when it's being spread on social media or being distributed and shared on WhatsApp or other applications, this is giving intelligence information for the Israelis, whom are later on bombing these locations of the videos that are being widespread. So there were internal orders by Hezbollah to not use smartphones, to try to disconnect them when possible from the internet and from the Wi-Fi connections. So they have relied on these on this new batch of pagers that they had, but as I've mentioned, that they were tampered with and intercepted and tampered with by the Israeli Mossad. And we saw what happened yesterday.
And are people still going to hospitals to give blood?
And I just wanted to add something for what Mr. Kais has said concerning that Israel is using booby traps, which are illegal based on international law. That during the 90s, I still remember when we used to go to the south during the Israeli occupation of the southern Lebanon, Israel used to drop baby toys that were booby traps, and they have small explosive devices. They used to drop them from military helicopters in the valleys, on the streets of the villages, where little kids were used to pick them up, and then they would explode. That's why we have seen many people.
I mean, could you be more evil? Like, is that like the most evil thing you could imagine? It's like, let's put, you know, explosives in toys, children's toys. That's easy. That's about as evil as it gets. Jesus Christ.
Many people from my generation, from the 90s, that there are either arms are amputated or there are missing legs because of this illegal usage or illegal forms of warfare.
And the hospital, the issue of the hospitals and people going to give blood. Again, thousands and thousands of people have been injured, nearly 3,000, it's believed at this point, Mohammed.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, that these pagers are used by medical personnel, logistics, some of the military personnel of Hezbollah. I know some of the persons that I talked to yesterday that they were at a clinic, and two of the doctors had these pagers and they blew up on their waist. One of them had his fingers amputated, the other had minor injuries. and we've seen this huge influx of people trying to donate blood because, as the Ministry of Health has said, there are roughly 2,800 persons who were injured, as I've mentioned as well, 1,850 only in Beirut. The huge state of chaos or medical chaos that we have seen in the city, particularly, is out of this world. It's sort of like something from a sci-fi movie. But we have seen this huge state of cohesion and support from Lebanese in general, that they have went from, they came from different parts of the country, from far sides of the country, just to donate blood. Doctors and nurses came from bordering areas to the city and to Baalbek in the east, and also to Nabatea and Tyre in the south, to support the hospitals because they had a shortage of medical staff. And also to donate blood for the people who were injured, creating these blood banks in the streets, as we have also are seeing today, because it's a huge case of chaos, and sadly we don't have the proper medical infrastructure because of the crises that we have been through since 2019, and there's no proper plan of emergency to be implemented by the government. So people are trying to organize themselves in order to ease the crisis that we are in right now.
Well, Mohammed Klait, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Joining us from Beirut, Lebanon, Lebanese journalist Ramzi Qais, Human Rights Watch researcher, thank you as well for joining us from Geneva, investigating human rights abuses in Lebanon. And Rami Khouri, Palestinian-American journalist, speaking to us from Boston, senior public policy fellow at American University of Beirut. Of course, we'll continue to follow this story.
And then I guess there was something that they did with walkie-talkies that I just saw about before I started the stream, so let's see what the fuck that's about. But, you know, the evil's not done.
At least 14 people have been killed and 450 others wounded in Lebanon in a new wave of explosions. This time, it's walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah that have been detonated. It comes as Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has said the country is opening a new phase in the Gaza war, and the center of gravity is shifting to the north. These images, filmed in Beirut and which we have speeded up, show the moment when plumes of smoke appeared in several locations across the city. The Lebanese news agency says that today's explosions involved walkie-talkies made by the Japanese company ICOM. And here are the remains of a handheld radio which exploded, we're told, in Baalbek in northern Lebanon. These latest blasts come 24 hours after pagers used by Hezbollah exploded simultaneously, killing at least 12 people and leaving more than 3,000 injured. Israel has not explicitly commented on the explosions in Lebanon, but Yoav Gallant's comments will be taken as an indication that Israel is moving its focus towards Hezbollah and the conflict around the border. We begin our coverage with this report from our senior international correspondent, Orla Gorin.
Well, the pager thing I heard about this morning, early this morning, and then the walkie-talkie thing was like, you know, a couple hours ago. I saw the news about that, but yeah. Used by Hezbollah. I mean, I get what they're going for, like, but no. That's not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the alleged intent, but exactly, woke. No. And like I said, if it was the other way around, people would be screaming the names of the two dead Israeli children. If it was the other way around, it would be like nonstop, and you know, rightfully so. But this is just like, oh, you know, well, hey, you know, terrorism. What are you gonna do? They're terrorists. It's like, who? You mean Israel? Yeah, I agree. No, Hezbollah. Fucking dum-dums.
Crowds gathering in South Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold. Tense, suspicious, not willing to be filmed. They came to bury 4 of those killed yesterday, among them an 11-year-old boy. But even mourners were not safe. Suddenly, the sound of another blast. chaos and panic filling the streets. The authorities say
it's just fucking the most frustrating thing is the reaction to it, right? Like, because Israel's gonna fucking Israel. That's what they do. You know, they're cooking up new ways to violate international law, you know, over breakfast every day. But, you know, people going like, oh, well, yeah, that was some James Bond shit, and it's cool. Like, it's like, what? No. Well, that's very clever. Yeah, it's clever fucking evil. Like...
This time, walkie-talkies exploded, not just in Beirut, but around the country. Israel, once again, being blamed. At least...
Like, are they going to... Because I know, you know, obviously Democracy Now! Mentions it, and the whole piece was about, you know, how it's a violation of international law and the rules of engagement and everything else. And just, you know, human decency. Why do I feel like BBC is going to, like, not mention it or gloss over it?
At least 9 have been killed and another 300 wounded. The tension is being driven up day after day.
Well, one more ambulance there passing by. We've been seeing them in the last half an hour or so. Also, fire brigade trucks. People have been looking at the sky, worried there are drones. They're beginning to leave the area to get off the streets.
Lebanon has been that way since yesterday afternoon, when there was a wave of explosions. Pagers used by Hezbollah fighters began blowing up. Apparently a message from Mossad. Almost 3,000 people wounded in an hour.
It has been a nightmare. Probably this is the worst day of my life as a physician. Unfortunately, we were not able to save a lot of eyes. I can tell you that probably more than 60 to 70% of the patients ended up with eviscerating or removing at least one of their eyes. And we're talking about young population, about patients in their 20s.
In the Bekaa Valley,
yeah, fuck Israel.
A young victim was buried this morning. Fatima Abdullah was 8. Yesterday was her first day back at school. I was lucky to have you, my beloved daughter, says her mother, Zainab. You were disciplined. You are my whole life. Hezbollah has been humiliated but is promising revenge. Orla Guerin, BBC News, Beirut.
Well, to get more of a picture of the scene on the ground, I spoke with emergency doctor at the Hotel Dieu de France Hospital in Beirut, Dr. Noor Oster.
Okay. Look, one of the reasons I wanted to see what the BBC thing was, because it was 14 minutes, and I want to see, like, okay, in that 14 minutes, will they fucking say anything about, like, hey, this is fucking flagrant disregard of international law?
She told me about the kinds of
Also, I wanted to see what the fuck the walkie-talkie thing was about, because I hadn't heard that yet.
Injuries that they've been seeing there.
From yesterday's explosions, we saw very similar injuries in all patients. They had fingers amputation, so their hands were affected very much, as well as their eyes. Most of them lost many fingers and at least one eye. Unfortunately, it was really eyes and hands in all patients.
And in terms of ages, in terms of the types of patients you're having in.
They were young patients.
Yeah, young.
We received also one kid who had minor injuries, but most of them were young male patients. All of them were young and male patients.
Doctor, you'll be aware that the explosions yesterday were caused by pagers. We know that in some places medical staff use pagers as well. I just wonder that sort of whether
okay,
staff,
that's a good start.
Whether the general population is concerned about any devices they may have, be that be pagers, be that be walkie-talkies, bearing in mind what's happened over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, of course, everyone's worried. The residents in our hospital, as well as the interns, they have pagers on them at all times so that we can reach them. So,
all right. That's a good start, mentioning that, you know, not all of these people have anything to do with Hezbollah.
Since yesterday, I think they discarded them just for precautions. Yeah, of course, everyone's worried about also the phones, the pagers, and so on.
So the situation at the moment, you're not having patients in your hospital at the moment, but you will be aware of what colleagues are dealing with, presumably today.
Exactly. We have received information from the Ministry of Health that some patients were transferred to other hospitals, but not ours yet.
That was Dr. Noor Oster, who works at a hospital in Beirut. Let's hear now the comments that we've mentioned by the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, explaining a shift in focus in the war. This is when he addressed troops at Ramat.
Really? We have to hear this fucking twat?
The center of gravity is moving to the north.
Hold on, let's get this up there.
Resources and energy
Let's get this up there.
We have not forgotten the hostages.
There we
have
go.
not forgotten our tasks in the south. This is our duty, and we are performing both at the same time.
Well, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has insisted that Israeli citizens will be returned to the north, where more than 60,000 people have been forced from their homes by skirmishes with Hezbollah.
I have said before, we will return the citizens of the north to their homes safely, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Well, a little earlier, I spoke to both our State Department correspondent, Tom Bateman, and our senior international correspondent, Orla Gorin, who's in Beirut. Tom told me about the reaction in Washington.
Please stop doing it. Okay, there we go.
Today's developments in Lebanon.
Well, the mood, I think, within the US government is pretty reminiscent of two previous Israeli attacks in the course of this conflict. The first being a deadly strike on an Iranian diplomatic compound in Damascus. That was in April. And then the assassination of the political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran in July. Now, in both of those cases, what the US did was to sort of effectively distance itself from the Israeli action, fearing that it could provide a spark to a regional war, but at the same time bracing for the repercussions, and in doing that, preparing to shield its Israeli ally both militarily and diplomatically. And I think we're seeing a very similar dynamic at the moment. So what we had from Antony Blinken in Cairo at a news conference there, which was about his meetings with Egyptian officials, but of course this immediately came up in the question and answer session from journalists with him, when he was asked about this in his usual sort of quite coded diplomatic language, carefully prepared wording. He said that the US was still gathering information about what had happened.
That's what I said, right? That's what I guessed.
Saying they didn't have any advance warning.
That's what I guessed. They'll be like, well, we're looking into it. Yeah, certainly there's certainly concern, but Israel has a right to defend itself with, random acts of terror, indiscriminate acts of terror.
Of it, and nor were they involved directly. So again, I think we're seeing that distancing, but what will be happening at the moment is a scramble to see what will be needed to try to protect Israel from a potential response now from Hezbollah.
And of course, I'm a reminder there that Antony Blinken is in Cairo taking part in ceasefire talks because of the situation in Gaza. So lots of people commenting on how this situation in Lebanon might affect those ceasefire talks.
Yeah, absolutely, because remember, the Americans see the key to resolving the crisis on the Israel-Lebanon border not as military action, but instead as a breakthrough in the ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas over Gaza. Now, there is no breakthrough on those talks. Mr. Blinken has been making very scant progress on that, and I thought it was notable and really a sign of the exasperation that the Americans are feeling with the Israelis over this. That he was.
There's talks, and we're really working hard to try and get this ceasefire deal done. Still playing that game.
Was asked directly about the fact that he is not making a stop in Israel on this, his 10th visit to the region since October the 7th. That hasn't happened before. He was asked if that was to do with tensions with the Israeli government. Now, he said no fewer than 3 times in his answer to that question that the remaining obstacle to a ceasefire deal in Gaza was not the substance of what was being discussed, but he said it was political will from both sides, meaning from both Israel and Hamas. So I think a pretty kind of clear sense of the continuing frustration that they have been unable to bring Prime Minister Netanyahu closer to the line and get him over it on the ceasefire deal, and yet they are once again dealing with the potential now, because of these Israeli attacks, for further escalation in the region.
Okay, Tom Bateman in Washington, thank you. Let's go to our senior international correspondent, Orla Gorin, who is in Beirut for us. Orla, the word that people seem to be using today is escalation, and whether this situation is likely to make the regional conflict any more likely. What's your assessment from Beirut?
Well, it certainly increases the risk. We have now had attacks taking place over 24 hours. First, the wave of attacks yesterday in which pagers were blown up, not just here in Beirut, but around the country, pagers that were being used by members of Hezbollah. Today, we had a second round of explosions taking place, this time walkie-talkies. We were actually in...
Yo, fuck you. Woke was right. Woke was right about you guys. Not that I didn't know it, but we're just going to keep saying Hezbollah as if there was no other people that got hold of pagers or were injured. Just not going to address the international law thing, huh?
Dahia, which is the Hezbollah stronghold in South Beirut. At the time when one of those explosions took place, crowds had been gathering expecting to bury 4 of the victims of yesterday's blasts, including an 11-year-old boy. Suddenly there was an explosion that could be heard in the distance.
Was he in Hezbollah?
People started to run in panic. A car went streaming through the crowds, possibly carrying somebody who had been wounded. We saw many people looking at the sky in fear, afraid that there were drones overhead that perhaps might target them. And there was a real sense that here, in what is typically a Hezbollah stronghold, that the group was looking and feeling vulnerable. We spoke to one young Hezbollah member who told us nothing like this has ever happened before. This is the second day in a row we're being targeted like this. We are telling people to get off the streets, to go home, and to try to stay safe.
Well, Israel hasn't claimed responsibility, but the Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has said
Zionists will say that the BBC is biased against Israel. Exactly, they will.
And that centre of gravity is shifting to the north. Some have taken this as a recognition that they were behind these attacks.
Look, and I know BBC is international, and British people are a little bit more, aware of what happens internationally, but are you going to mention that Hezbollah is not just fucking a group of terrorists, that they're the fucking government and not everyone's a fucking military personnel? You're going to mention any of that? Clue the fucking clueless in on this one? No? Okay, didn't think so.
Thanks.
Well, look, Israel hasn't claimed responsibility. It doesn't need to. I think there will be few, if anyone, in the region who doubts that this was the work of Israel. They have been fighting a low-level war with Hezbollah since the 8th of October. Hezbollah, which is classed as a terrorist organisation by the UK and the US and many other countries, began firing rockets across the border that day in solidarity, it said, with its allies Hamas in Gaza and with the people of Gaza. And since then, this tit-for-tat exchange has been taking place across the border.
Just fucking State Department bullshit.
Largely targeting military targets on both sides, but there have been civilians killed on both sides. And of course, there are about 90,000 people on this side of the border who've had to leave their homes, 60,000 on the other. And Israel officially this week made it an aim of the war to get those people back into their houses in the north of Israel. That means stopping Hezbollah firing across the border. Now, the United States and others believe the best way to achieve
they're just totally spinning this fucking shit like it's a legitimate military operation.
That is by negotiation, but the drumbeat has been getting louder and louder from Israel. The warnings about military action, the statements about the army being prepared, regrouped, rearmed, special teams being put in position along the border. Some of this obviously is part of a propaganda war, but certainly what we have seen yesterday and today is that Israel apparently is able to target Hezbollah.
You're part of the fucking propaganda war, lady.
Right across this country to disrupt its communication networks, to hit very hard and to send a message: we can find you wherever you are.
I don't know if you know that.
Hezbollah has promised retaliation. Israel will certainly have been expecting that. We don't know when that will come or what it will be, but certainly every escalation that takes place increases the tension, increases the risk that Lebanon and Israel will tip into all-out war, even if neither side actually wants that, and even if Iran, which is the sponsor of Hezbollah, does not want that. The risk is increasing.
You know, back when I used to be a dirty, stinking lib and woke, if you say I still am, I will pan you. That's below the belt. I said already, that's below the belt. Anyway, many moons ago, I used to think, BBC is a little more objective than, American news. Fucking just suckered in by that British accent.
Every single day, I would say.
As our senior correspondent, international correspondent Ola, who's in Beirut.
All of this and throw it to Ori Goldberg. You're an Israeli political commentator. You're joining us from Tel Aviv. So I think
now let's go to some real journalism
that we just got in the last few minutes. Number one, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying we are returning Israeli residents to the north. Number two, the defense minister is saying we're moving into a new phase. Everything we do is calculated. Sorry, that's not a direct quote, but Hezbollah is going to have to pay a high price for everything we do.
Also, have you seen the on Twitter? People are taking this. Where do you fall on the political scale test? And it only goes from like progressive liberal to like, extreme conservative or whatever. And there's a whole bunch of fucking K-Hive people taking it and being like, wait, what? Center right? What? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sight. Like, what? No, but I'm a liberal. I'm a Democrat. Center right? What? So nice to see.
Doing it in stages, and we're now focusing on the north. How do you read this? Or specifically, is there any way to read this other than Israel messaging that they're getting ready for a massive operation in Lebanon?
I would actually think so. I don't read either the Prime Minister's message or the Defense Minister's message as indicating a massive operation. Okay. First of all, there's a basic rule that if you want to shoot, don't talk. Israel has mounted its pager attack in Lebanon, true, but other than that, when it comes to war and to new stages and to dealing with the problem, all Israel has done so far is talk. Israel has offered no plans. Israeli leadership has offered no vision. The switch to the north is understandable. There are plenty of domestic Israeli interests that would benefit from the switch to the north, particularly the abysmal bleeding failure that is Israel's presence in Gaza. But as far as preparing for war, Israel has already...
It was just funny because the way I saw it was someone quote tweeted someone else's tweet, and it was like, huh? And it was like center right, and then like you look at, I think their name was like, like K-Hive 2024 or something stupid like that. And, it was like hashtag fucking Harris Waltz, like just like yeah, that's where you are. I hate to tell you.
Already prepared for wars.
And also I was like, why does it only go to progressive liberal? Like, where is the fucking, Fidel would give you a cigar and a glass of whiskey. Where's the, Karl Marx would think you're pretty based. Where's that end of the scale?
In Lebanon, it has already embarked on wars in Lebanon. This doesn't look anything like that. No, okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that...
So the defense minister is talking about a new phase in the war. What do you think that's going to look like?
I don't know. The defense minister, before the ground operation in Gaza began, the defense minister spoke very eloquently about various stages and how we would move from one stage to the other and so on and so forth. Pretty much none of that came true. This talk about calculation, again, the logic here is that methinks the lady doth protest too much. The more the defense minister talks about calculation and strategy, the less Israel actually appears to have any kind of strategic vision for a potential conflict. I would say that Israel is, well, at least its military and political leadership, is desperate for war because that is the only solution it sees for bringing back those 100,000 citizens who had been evacuated on Israeli government instruction, by the way, long before hostilities with Hezbollah grew. A war seems like the only solution, but the truth is nobody knows what this war is going to do. Nobody knows what this war wants to achieve. When you ask senior warmongers in the Israeli administration what this war is about, they will say, we're going to push them back 20 years. That means nothing. A new stage means nothing. The prime minister's one-sentence message, which, by the way, sounds a little strange in both Hebrew and English.
Wait a minute, Blatt. Is that a dig at Parenti, or is that a dig at the fascists? Or a little bit of both?
It's not a full sentence, and it repeats a clause that wasn't there in the original sentence. This all, to me, sounds like a lot.
Because I've been told in the past to look at the difference between specifically what Netanyahu says in Hebrew and what he says in English. I know this is only one line. Is there a difference? Are there different nuances in what he said in both languages?
No. There are no different nuances. It's just a very poorly constructed sentence and very
what does that say to you?
Prime Minister Netanyahu. It says to me that this is all being concocted very hastily and demonstrates a general sense of despair in the Israeli leadership rather than force or commitment or any kind of focus. I think Israel is fading. Let's not forget that the General Assembly's resolution adopted today. Let's not forget news that Germany has decided to suspend arms.
Well, you know, I mean, of course, I don't know. Isn't it like part of the theory that you, the better off, you know, if you give, even if you give the neo-Nazis houses and and security and a base of support, they're a lot less likely to be neo-Nazis because they don't have like a shitty life to blame on, to find someone to blame it on, and you know, I don't know. That's just what I've heard. That a reference that you know, if you give somebody a basic, yes, that's what I'm trying to say. And then a lot of them will be less likely to be reactionary because they're not like, oh, who's fucking up my life? Oh, it's those brown people. Yeah.
Shipments to Israel in general. Things are happening, and they're happening quickly. And all of
I'm only, you know, I would say I'm not very well that familiar with Parenti's work. Although I have seen clips, of course, from the infamous yellow video film, I guess.
The Prime Minister has left our cliches. The Defense Minister, as I told you, throughout the duration of the war in Gaza has been saying exactly these things about stages and phases and planning and calculation. The last year has proven him to be, at the very least, inaccurate and at worst, mendacious. So I wouldn't read...
Well, you got to stop dropping these bangers. I mean, I can only pin one tweet at a time. We should house all the neo-Nazis in one place so they can concentrate on becoming not a neo-Nazi. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, if I'm all for skewering the liberals, for sure.
Much into it. When Israel wants to go to war, it goes to war. It doesn't look like that right now.
Okay, Ori Goldberg, Israeli political commentator, joining us from Tel Aviv this hour. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much, Ori.
Thank you for having me.
Hamza Attar is a defense and intelligence researcher. You're joining us live from Luxembourg. Hamza, you were breaking down for us possibilities, right? Working theories on what might have happened at the same time yesterday. Fast forward 24 hours, and there have been more attacks. They've been widespread. They've been in multiple locations across the country, and crucially, they have involved more devices. Yesterday, it was pagers. Today, it's a longer list. It's walkie-talkies. It's solar panel devices. It's handheld radios. And I think I'm forgetting one. What does all of that tell you?
Okay.
It tells me that Israel has been working on this for a very long time. And
there it is.
It tells me also that Israel might... there's a high possibility that Israel didn't have the chance to do all of this, so it created a new reality.
For reference. All right, let's just drag it out there, like there. There we go.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that to me is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, people very poor they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he said, sí, with all our soul. I remember his gesture, with all our soul. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you, so you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. So that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true. You got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we said was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. To my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working class Italian. And he opens the book and he starts looking through it. And he gets misty-eyed, very misty-eyed. And I thought it's because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looked up at me and said, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad. Neither can the students. I mean, that's not something. I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it.
He's cooking.
It's a very complicated book.
Let him cook.
I said, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
Hells yeah. The thing too with that is I would be kind of fine with the liberals being that way if they also like were consistent about it. You know? Like if they were concerned about all the fucking inequity beforehand, and then after they were also concerned about fascists, and you go, okay, cool. At least you're fucking, consistent. Respect. But no, it's like always snuggling up to the fascists.
reality. And by that I mean Israel in last February until March, they targeted several infrastructure for manufacturers in Lebanon that could replace batteries. They maybe suspected that Hezbollah would replace all the batteries when they come in from the local market. These factories are not related to Hezbollah, but they are in the market. They could serve. So actually, they took them out of the market. They destroyed most of these battery factories to create the reality that they are prepared for. So because of that, there was no need for that. Hezbollah had their own communications with the batteries that they trust, and they've been working for some time. And Israel wanted to create a new reality, so they had to move the pieces of chess one by one to force Hezbollah to go into the black market, where the supply chain has been ready, could be forged companies and for shipments. I've seen a lot of reports from several journalists that they talk about that the shipment went clean from the factory, and on the way it was tampered by Mossad agents. It's not the
you don't believe that?
The right scenario. And no. It takes a long time to do this. You will be exposed. We are talking about yesterday only 5,000 devices. This is a lot of work. You have to open them, change them, and you have to seal them like new. This is not something that you do in 2-3 minutes, unless you are well trained, unless they've been training for a year to do this. But that was the story when we were talking yesterday, and we were talking only about pages. Today it's a new reality, and this is what we had the exchange yesterday.
But what conclusion do you come to then? You're telling us, because I did speak to one analyst who was looking at various sources and saying it looks like they planted explosives in a great many devices, up to around 5 grams of explosives in ways that just couldn't be detected if you simply opened up the device, right?
No, I'm not going to bring it up. Well, I agree with you, Blatt. It's just, some people who shall remain nameless, Kermit or something, I don't know, Kermit, would say that, a lot of people are fascist when they're not, like they're a little too broad with that,
You're telling us that's too labor intensive, and so that's unlikely. So if that's unlikely, tampering with the devices, booby-trapping them, then how could it have worked?
No, it worked that way, but it's less likely that the Mossad did it themselves, because that would be very awkward. So you have, if the shipment is going from Hungary, let's put it with that. If it's going from Hungary and there is a transition in the middle, and it takes longer in that transition, of course Hezbollah would be suspicious, and especially if the country where the transition happened, where the roll off and roll on happens, it's not a friendly country to Hezbollah. Of course they would be suspicious. So it's way safer to do it from the factory. And if you think about it, in a country like Lebanon, where there is no electricity, where there is no reliable electricity, the most used devices in Lebanon are with batteries. So you know that there is a market for this. You know that maybe you can establish a company 5 years ago to work with this, because you know that this is the reality of Lebanon. If one is an intelligence officer somewhere, and they would think how to target the Lebanese infrastructure and the Hezbollah infrastructure, actually, they would think about batteries, because this is the most common device in all Lebanese houses. It's not a stable country where you have electricity 24/7. There are batteries everywhere in Lebanon. You have one for the solar panels. You have power bank wherever you go.
And I'm really sorry to jump in, but I'm going to have to run. I want to get this in before I let you go. Does that mean that Hezbollah has to throw out anything that has a battery in it, and even more broadly than Hezbollah, that pretty much anyone in Lebanon has to be looking twice at battery-operated devices?
I would say yes. I would definitely say yes. I know that this is problematic for Hezbollah to do it during wartime, but this is the least that they can do. But it does not stop here, because they have to go after the third parties that they work with. They have to examine the devices. They have to trace. There should be some hard work by the forensics to know exactly how this happened. And was it clear from the beginning that the devices will be shipped from Hungary? Hungary has, not as a country, but as the political party that is ruling it, and especially Orban, he has very good ties with Israel. So it is plausible that if it was Hungary, the country of origin, I would put a lot of question marks.
Hamza Attar, defense and intelligence researcher, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from
That's how you do it. BBC. Look, I love Doctor Who, but I mean, come on. You gotta do something about your fucking news.
I'm going to bring on Rania Khalek. And who is Rania Khalek, you asked? Rania Khalek is a Beirut-based journalist. She is with Breakthrough News and hosts their show over there. And
love Rania,
which is called Dispatches. And she also hosts the weekly
and Katie follows me on Twitter. She's great too.
Friend of the show, Eugene Purrier. So Rania, welcome.
Hey, Katie. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Thanks for joining.
I'm pissed.
Yeah, tell us why you're pissed. Tell us what happened.
I usually am in Lebanon. That's where I live. That is, I'm a hyphenated person. I'm Lebanese American. And today, as I'm sure many of your viewers know, the Israelis launched what can only be described as a countrywide act of terrorism against the Lebanese people. They booby-trapped a bunch of pagers that Hezbollah had distributed to its members with an explosive, and today decided to trigger those explosives across the country around 3:30 p.m. when people were out and about, grocery shopping. Some people were sitting at home with their kids. Some were, I have to remind people, I know Hezbollah is classified as a terrorist organization by the U.S. That's just what the U.S. and Israel think, by the way. A lot of the rest of the world doesn't necessarily see Hezbollah that way, but Hezbollah is also a political party.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rania. Can you please tell BBC? Yes, I know BBC knows that, and they're intentionally, leaving that information out.
They have been elected to government in Lebanon. They're part of the biggest political bloc in the country. Therefore, they have a political branch, meaning they have members of parliament. So several members of parliament, one of them actually, Ali Ammar, the son was killed in this attack by an exploding pager. Another one, Hassan Fadlallah, two of his sons were injured. One of his sons was injured so badly he's in surgery. Another one was Safa. He's a pretty high-level Hezbollah official in the political branch. Two of his sons were injured. So the point is that these are political figures. These aren't necessarily, soldiers. And yes, some of these people may have been soldiers, but they were far from any battlefield. This was such a dirty way to attack people. And it was essentially an attack on civilians because
can you imagine if that was one of those pagers or walkie-talkies or whatever was like on a fucking commercial airplane at the time? Like, that would have been fucking potentially, really obviously terrible.
because you turned human beings into bombs. This injured at least 3,000 people, and something like 200 are in critical condition. And according to a recent New York Times article that I was looking through before I came on, the Israelis rigged the pagers to beep before they exploded, meaning people took them out of their pockets if they had time to look at them. So this is something that exploded in people's faces. It killed at least one child, a 10-year-old girl. And so, I mean, it's completely disgusting that something like this happened. And it's also even more disgusting the way it's been covered in the media. You see really ridiculous headlines and then really ridiculous framing that this was some sort of attack on Hezbollah. No, this was an attack on the country of Lebanon. And you can imagine the kind of coverage and framing it would receive had Hezbollah or Hamas, or let's say a country, an adversary country like Iran or China or Russia, had rigged the cell phones or whatever devices of American officials to just explode across the country while they're out running errands. Right. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. These pagers were distributed to members of Hezbollah. Members of Hezbollah can mean a lot of things. It can also mean people who work in civil institutions. In Lebanon, right, every major political party has institutions that they run. They run hospitals, they run clinics, they run schools. That applies to Hezbollah. So you're talking about explosive devices going off in schools, in grocery stores, in hospitals. This is completely unacceptable. And anybody who's trying to legitimize this, including the smirking, evil spokesperson of the U.S. State Department, Matt Miller, calling them legitimate targets, you're the actual terrorists. This is an act of terrorism.
We actually have a clip of Matt Miller.
Oh,
and
no.
Warning everyone, because he is
see his fucking face.
Demon, as you just described him. Well, you called him smirking. Demon is my term.
I said evil. I said evil. But
yeah,
works.
Yeah, either way. Yeah. Here is Matt Miller of the
Hold
State
on, let me get
Department responding
bozo ready.
to the bombing of pagers that happened. So let's take a look.
Lebanon?
Sure.
Well, just to begin with, in general, what does the U.S. know about what happened? There have been a series of deaths and injuries, apparently from exploding pagers. Was the U.S. have any knowledge? What does it know now, and when did it know about what has happened?
So we are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point, we're gathering information.
And what information have we gathered so far?
We'll continue to collect information. I don't have any public readout to give now, but we're collecting information in the same way that journalists are across the world to.
What is that fucking smirk?
It doesn't take much guesswork who the most likely culprit would be in terms of doing this, in terms of who the enemy of Hezbollah is. Do you have any indications that to doubt that it would be Israel?
He's so gross.
I don't have any assessment to offer one way or other at this point.
And I know you're saying that, but in terms of what this means, I mean, there's been for a number of weeks the talk of dialing down, or at least not having a retaliation from Iran over, sort of a tit for tat, if you will. How does this play into it? Is there any message that you're sending to Israel in terms of what to do next, or for that matter to Iran, to Hezbollah, in terms of how to respond to this?
So I never want to either comment or speculate about the impact of any one incident, especially in the.
I have to be up here and pretend that I give a shit about brown people overseas, and I don't at all. But it's my job, so I have to do it. Now I can go home and eat bugs from my lord, Shakua.
Early stages of an incident, and I'm not going to do so here. That's been our consistent policy to try and avoid doing. I will say that our overall policy remains consistent, which is we do want to see a diplomatic resolution to the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. We want to see one that allows the tens of thousands of Israelis who've been displaced from their homes and the tens of thousands of Lebanese who have been displaced from their homes to be able to return home, and that's what we are continuing to pursue.
So disingenuous, but also he's doing what he has to do, which is lie. I mean, he's a professional liar. Look, yesterday, 24 hours before this attack, you had the Americans telling the Israelis, warning the Israelis with their scary, scary words, not to escalate with Lebanon, because the Israelis have now added the northern front and returning their people to the northern front, or to the north, as part of one of their goals for this broader war they're conducting, or genocide they're conducting in Gaza. And so this is a slap in the face. I mean, to trigger these devices the day after the Americans warned them yet again not to escalate with Lebanon is to basically say, F you, America. And to also say we're going to escalate, Netanyahu is in this kind of tug of war with Yoav Gallant right now about how to deal with Gaza, with Lebanon. And so this could escalate into a bigger war depending on what Israel decides to do, because clearly the Americans have no ability, nor do they care to really stop it. If they wanted to stop Israel from committing genocide in Gaza, they could. If they wanted to stop Israel, and they have a couple times stopped Israel from carrying out a larger scale war in Lebanon, which the Americans are more worried about, because a genocide in Gaza can stay contained to Gaza as far as the Americans see it. But once you start to go to a bigger war in Lebanon, it might, drag in regional players that would drag in the Americans, and the Americans don't want that.
Mario Brothers? It's called Mario Brothers. Okay. I remember Pong, but Mario, that must be one of them newfangled video games. No, I think you're right. But I think he's got he definitely thinks he's invincible. Sadly he might be. That's an awful part.
So all that said, I mean, nothing the Americans say matters, because they're just not willing to materially restrict Israel in any significant way. So here we are, once again, on the precipice of potentially a larger scale war. All I can do is sit here and speculate. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, in one way, you could say that, it's suggested that these pagers that Israel exploded, they were Taiwanese made, and they were apparently held up for some period of time. The Israelis were able to intervene and obviously booby-trapped them, but that apparently happened months and months ago. So Israel's been sitting on this as an option against Hezbollah for months and months and months, which means it was pre-planned. But it also means that they chose this moment to do it. So on the one hand, you could surmise that, okay, maybe they decided to do this now because it's all they have. And they've also responded by, trying to send messages that they don't want a bigger war from this, so they don't want a big escalation after they've done this. But on the other hand, this could be a prelude to something bigger. It could be trying to bait Hezbollah into striking back, which, Hezbollah has demonstrated a lot of restraint up until now. They've only hit military targets. They've refrained from striking too deep into Israel. They've kind of played this balancing act of, making sure they hit back so they can reestablish deterrence, but not hit back so hard that it triggers an all-out war. But this situation is not sustainable. Like, this has been going on since October 8th. And at this point, the Lebanon front and the Gaza front, Palestine front are not connected anymore as far as Israel sees it. So even if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, the Israelis will continue to hit Hezbollah because they see that as a security threat. They want to return their settlers to the north, and they also don't want to do it in a way that makes them look like they've been defeated. So this is where we are. It's largely because of the Americans and the Israelis. It's because of the Americans and the Israelis. And I'm not sure, how it's going to play out, but it's certainly a dangerous situation we're in. But what I do know is that the Israelis don't know how to do anything without playing dirty and without carrying large acts of terrorism.
This is like undeniably terrorism. And of course, the media is not describing it that way. As you pointed out, Rania, if Israel were at the receiving end of something like this, or the United States were at the receiving end of something like this, there'd be no ambiguity about it. It would be condemned by Western political elites and the media as terrorism. But because it's Israel doing it, it's not.
She's right. Arnar, I think there's an ad coming up again. God damn it. God damn it, capitalism.
We are joined now by Matt Walsh, who is out with a new movie called Am I Racist? That is in theaters around the country. Matt obviously hosts his eponymous show with the Daily Wire. Matt, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah, now the movie's doing pretty well.
Wait, hold on. I said pause. Okay. Well, now, normally, I could give a shit about Matt Walsh, obviously, but I hear that Ryan Grimm really tears him a new one, and I find that kind of entertaining and interesting, and hey, okay, entertaining. It's a little entertainment, okay, a little bash the fash for our entertainment. And, not only is Matt Walsh a fascist, but he's also someone who is dared to make horrible movies. Horrible fucking movies. I mean, normally I would say you might have a point, but from what I've seen of his movie, it's like so fucking bad that literally just showing clips from it is like, doing the work of taking him down. So I don't. We'll see. If it's no good, if it's kind of meh, we can always skip it.
I don't know if it was a coincidence or.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know. It depends. I think if you're gonna have someone on, you really have to, someone like that, you really have to fucking let them have it. If you're going to do like the Joe Rogan thing and be like, huh? Oh, yeah, interesting. Whoa. And then just act like, well, I'm just, just the marketplace of ideas. Then yeah, that's fucking bullshit, obviously. But I'm kind of curious where it goes and how bad he gets torn into. We'll see. I mean, maybe it'll be shit.
Fate, whatever it was, as it happened when your movie was released last week, everyone was debating whether a very particular post on social media was racist. So we thought we would play a little game of was it racist with Laura Loomer's infamous curry tweet. If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry and White House speeches will be facilitated by a call center. And the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end.
Oh, did they? I thought it was completely about his movie. Okay. Because I heard it was I heard the thing where it was the particularly embarrassing part was about his movie. I didn't know they got really into the other stuff. Okay. So you're saying you think I should skip it? I mean, I don't know. I kind of see both sides of it. Like, it's kind of a risky move. It's kind of a risky move to, like, give him... Well, first of all, Matt Walsh has a platform, right? Like, he's much bigger than fucking breaking points or counterpoints, whatever the fuck it's called, for sure. So, I mean, if anything, maybe people who are Matt Walsh fans will watch him on this and go, oh my God, he looks so stupid. Yeah, but I don't think they're having him on as a legitimate. Like, they may have lured. Let's see how it goes. Like, look, if they tear into him with enough ferocity, I will let it go. I will say, okay, this is fine. But if they're in any way legitimizing his points or whatever, then I'll concede.
The end of the call that nobody will understand.
Let's
One of the
see.
interesting things about your movie, which I really enjoyed, Ryan might have something to add on that. We might disagree on it. I really enjoyed it. Is getting to the bottom of the kind of
all right. She said she enjoyed
that's
it.
Been built up around race relations that often will advance this silly, incoherent elite definition that used to be prolific and.
Yeah, I'm not going to have.
I'm here in Congress with well-known Islamic.
I'm not going to have a both sides thing happening. Like, you know, I'm not going to have one, Ryan Grimm going after him and the other lady being like, oh, but I thought he raised some interesting points about this. Like, no, fuck that. Fuck that.
Imam, scholar, pastor,
I thought it was going to be like a fucking...
who is here attending...
A bloodbath, you know? Oh, no. All right. It's okay then. It has been decided.
The congressional hearing on hate was accompanying Wadi Al-Fayoumi's mother, Hanan Shaheen. Sheikh Umar, thank you so much for being here. What has today been like for you, attending this hearing, sitting alongside Wadia's mom, as people talk about hate crimes in America, and her son was killed in a hate crime?
I think that people are stunned by how positive she is, how she's able to maintain a smile. I mean, this woman was stabbed 12 times. The last thing she heard Wadir say as he was stabbed 26 times was, oh no. And when we had her janazah in Chicago, the janazah for Wadir, she was unable to attend because she was obviously not. Also,
I was going to address this to Blatt, but Woke, you're also welcome to contribute. At one point, a while back, Blatt, you sent me a playlist of some Black Panther stuff to watch. If either of you guys like know of any particularly good videos and or sites or channels that cover like political, like historical political stuff, like in relation to, say, Soviet Russia and stuff like that, the USSR, or any like, or Cuba, or any stuff that's, relevant to our pursuits here, and not, just awfully done propaganda. Because sometimes I see like, oh, here's a documentary about, whatever, Stalin. And then you go like, okay, but is it going to be some bullshit, or is it going to be like honest and real and insightful, or is it going to be a bunch of propaganda? So if you guys are familiar with any channels or videos, feel free to send them my way. I do watch her. Yeah. I've watched a couple of her videos. She's very enjoyable for sure. Usually I catch channels, good content creators on other people's streams, and then I go, oh, this is good. I'll subscribe to that channel. So it, I have another source to pull from when I'm making my videos, my playlists. But yeah, I find with the historical stuff in relation to communism and stuff, it's very dicey, and I don't want to watch like a 45-minute video only to be like, well, that was fucking biased as shit. But just if you come along anything in particular or no, that'd be cool. Okay. Oh yeah. I believe you did. You mentioned that. Is that even did you even put that on that playlist you sent a long time ago? Because yeah, I'll carve out a time to put that in a playlist. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, the current event stuff is pretty easy to suss out where they're coming from, but like the historical stuff, you never know. Or the theory-based stuff, you never know where it's coming from. I don't mind objective. It doesn't have to be like pro-communism. I just don't want, like, obviously a bunch of fucking propaganda. A bunch of fucking anti-communist propaganda.
In the hospital, she was isolated from everybody else. She wasn't able to receive any pastoral care, so she couldn't even watch the janazah from afar, the funeral from afar. I was angry on her behalf by how quickly they made her invisible in the room. Senator Graham, Senator Cruz, they couldn't even muster the compassion to offer one word of condolence to her. They immediately went to anti-Semitism on college campuses. If I was her, I would have felt a great sense of rage, but I think anyone that meets her is inspired by sort of the calmness of her soul despite everything that's happened to her. And that resilience is part of the Palestinian resilience that we're seeing in Gaza right now, with people that are literally holding their children in bags and seeing them betrayed and bombed and mutilated by the same type of hateful policy and rhetoric that her son was murdered by.
I would say in relation to Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz, shame on them, but I don't think you can shame the shameless. You mentioned the violence in Gaza.
Right.
What was so shocking for a lot of people was to see that violence come home, to use a phrase.
Right.
Just, what was it, a week after the October 7th attacks, the first person killed in the United States in the wake of October 7th is a little Palestinian boy who's killed by a man allegedly shouting, National Day of Jihad, and you're going to come get me, and thinks that this family of this 6-year-old and his parents are going to do some harm to this old white guy who is now on trial, is pleaded not guilty. How shocked were you when you got the news that day on October the 14th or the day after?
I was literally...
Yeah, you definitely sent me this at some point, like months ago, because I recognized the picture that's on the playlist. But goddamn, you're not kidding when you say it's long. Definitely have to do this in a couple parts, but all right, cool. I've got it noted there, bookmarked. Carlos is whinging at me and distracting me. What do you want?
In a protest, and I got the text in a protest as I was getting down from the podium, speaking about, and I remember exactly what I said then. The amount of children that had been killed in a week had already outnumbered a certain amount of children that had been killed in Ukraine over, a span of a couple of years at that point in 1 week. And I remember speaking about the crime of the Palestinian child simply not being a Ukrainian child, clearly. And as soon as I got down from the podium, I got a text message from some of the brothers in Chicago about what had happened. And, obviously from then on just went completely focused into that. And at some point we made our way out to Illinois. And a few people were trying to connect me to Wadir's mother. And since then it's just been, it's been inspiring, but at the same time enraging. Inspiring to see her courage. Enraging to see the speed and pace at which Wadir has become forgotten.
I wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned Ukraine.
Yeah.
I've got to ask the question.
Carlos, what? Okay. Thank you, Woke. And yeah, Blatt, that sounds kind of dope. So I'll figure out a way to break it up into a couple of chapters or groups of chapters to do it over like a week or something.
Dia had been a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ukrainian refugee child who was killed by a racist landlord.
Right.
Would everyone in America know his name in a way they don't know Wadia's name?
Absolutely. Look, Wadir wasn't even on the front page of the day of the funeral of most media outlets. If Wadir was a Ukrainian child, and I'll take it a step further, there was a horrific murder of a synagogue president in Detroit, I believe Samantha.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I already subscribed to Hakeem.
Was that it was a Palestinian that killed her, and that was within a couple of days, if I'm not mistaken, of Wadir's death.
I'll have to look for that one in particular.
And you already saw the speculation and the suspicion being pointed towards Palestinians and attributed this, which turned out to be untrue. It wasn't a Palestinian that killed her, and it was unrelated, even though it was a tragic murder. If Wadir was a Jewish boy that was killed by a Palestinian landlord, what would have been the reaction of America? This was the first hearing Wadir was mentioned, and it was only in the very beginning by Senator Cardin. After that, I mean, he was completely invisible. Hanan was completely invisible. It demonstrates...
A Palestinian woman in Congress, of course, we're in a House office building right now. This is a place where the only Palestinian American woman elected to Congress, Rashida Tlaib, was censored after October the 7th. None of the guys who said flatten Gaza, level Gaza, turn it into a parking lot. But she said river to the sea, Palestine should be free, and she got censored in this building. So the targeting of Palestinians and Palestinian women is quite common right now.
I mean, a sitting senator, Senator Kennedy, said to the Arab Muslim witness,
"Oh yeah, that was gross."
In a bag. So in a hearing on hate crimes, a hate crime was literally just committed. I mean, he said your head should be in a bag.
Yeah, we watched that at the beginning of the stream. It was fucking ugh.
After asking her to condemn Hamas, condemn Hezbollah, condemn Iran, then yelled out to her that your head should be in a bag. So that's while she's sitting literally just about 4 feet away from
America,
Hanan, who was stabbed 12 times
no.
by a man who had heard that type of rhetoric and acted upon it.
You support Hamas, don't you? You support UNRWA and Hamas, don't you?
Sir, please.
What the fuck? Like, this is one of those things that will be like, you know, back with like the video with all the white kids like harassing the white people, harassing the black people sitting at the lunch counters and stuff like that. There's going to be a bunch of shit like that that's like, in hindsight, people will be like, oh my God, how fucking horrifying.
I think it's exceptionally disappointing that you're looking at an Arab American witness before you and saying you support Hamas.
You know what's disappointing to me?
I do not support Hamas. I do not support Hamas.
You don't support UNRWA. You don't support Hamas. You don't.
I was very clear in my support for UNRWA.
And
you don't support UNRWA. Like, what the fuck's wrong with UNRWA? There's nothing wrong with UNRWA, you fucking brain dead moron. The fuck?
You should hide your head in a bag.
Look, here's the thing that happened today. The Republicans were vile. The Democrats were absent. Palestinians were invisible. This has been sort of the way that this has all been playing out. It was disgraceful on the part of those congressmen, but they are very much a representation of what's been happening from these halls for the last 11 months now.
Last question, you said it's been upsetting and enraging. I think a lot of people watching, especially Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, and particularly Palestinian Americans watching this, will say, yeah, we know what you're going through. We feel it too. We're going through the same thing. You are an imam. You're a man of faith. Question I'm sure you get asked all the time, especially as October 7th, how do you keep hope alive?
I think we keep hope alive by reminding ourselves that we're not in control. There's the verse in the Quran that with every hardship comes ease. It's faith that keeps Hanan alive. This woman didn't have to be here today. She really didn't have to be here. She came out here. You know why she came out here? She told me I came out here for the children in Gaza because the children in Gaza are not less than my son Wadir. She said that just now. I mean, literally a few minutes before this, she said, I came out here for those children. Wadir is not more valuable than those children. So the fact that a woman who had a maniac who unfortunately was acting upon the debunked propaganda of Palestinians.
Oh shit, Woke, thank you. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
It was repeated by sitting Congress folks. This insane human being, hate-filled human being, did this to her. I mean, can you imagine living with that trauma and then still picking yourself up to come to Congress and to sit there and watch your son be dehumanized again, and you yourself sit there and be dehumanized again, and your identity be dehumanized again. Why is she doing it? She's literally doing it because of faith. So she has faith. She believes she has to do this. And so when people ask for hope, you can believe in God's divine promise while also censuring humanity's ugliest evils. You can see the hell on earth in Gaza and take comfort in knowing that the martyrs of Gaza are going to a paradise that is outside of the reach of these tyrants. You can believe in those two things at the same time. You can be equally outraged and hopeful. Yeah. And so we believe in a plan, but we also believe in trying to read ourselves in that plan. How do you stop this genocide? How do you stop this atrocity? And that's why every single person who can do something feels a need to say what they can, to be present when they can.
Sweet.
That only, you know, makes a tiny difference. If all of us tap out, then we're turning our backs on the people of Gaza, and that's not something that we're willing to do, and we're not willing to turn our backs on Wadir's mom or the other victims of the same hate that continues to take the lives of our brothers and sisters in Gaza.
Well said. Sheikh Omar Suleiman, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Here's what's going on. Carlos, the king of the world, that we all love so dearly, is whinging at me. So I've got a longer video that I think I can listen to in my on my phone, so I can be connected for, like, you know, the 10-15 minutes that Cold War lies. Washington Post puts target on Chinese.
Is the Chinese government extending its so-called arm of repression to suppress dissent?
Oh, Chinese American community. Okay, so this should be good, and it's like long enough that you know, I can go take Carlos for a quick spin and listen along on the earbuds, and then come back and get back to it. Does that sound like a plan? Hopefully nothing will screw up while I'm gone. Why did I say that? Why did I jinx it? Of course it'll be fine. God damn it. All right.
Dissenting voices overseas. That's what a new Washington Post article alleges. We'll discuss this and more on this week's China Report.
Nice. China is imperialistic. They're imperialists, China. China's imperialists. Everyone knows that. That was no one. I was not doing an impression of anyone. Just goofing around. Just goofing around for fun. For funsies. All right.
Welcome to the China Report, a new show produced in collaboration with Pivot to Peace. Every week, we'll be helping you sort through the propaganda with an independent view of the country that we're taught to hate but know so little about. I'm your host, Amanda Yee, and this is my co-host, KJ No. KJ, why don't you get us started with this week's headlines?
China raises retirement age. China's current retirement system allows female employees to retire at the age of 50 or 55, and for male employees to retire at 60. The average retirement age in the OECD was 64.4 years for men and 63.1 years for women in 2022. This means that China currently has the longest average post-retirement life expectancy of any country. That is to say, men will live 18 years after their retirement, and women can live up to 30 years after the retirement on average. In light of this expanded life expectancy and health, China will slowly, flexibly, and incrementally increase its retirement age.
Think the anti-China propaganda is bad now? Well, it just might get even worse. Last week, the House by bipartisan majority passed the Countering the PRC Malign Influence Fund, a piece of legislation that would authorize more than $1.6 billion to the State Department and USAID over the next 5 years to fund covert anti-China disinformation campaigns overseas. $1.6 billion. That would represent a major increase of funding on international influence operations. It far exceeds what any Western media outlet spends on China coverage currently. So the bill would guarantee we'd have more disinformation than information. The bill still needs to go through the Senate. Previously, we reported on the China Report that U.S. propaganda against Chinese vaccines in the Philippines resulted in the highest death rates in the region. This bill itself passed as one in a raft of 26 anti-China bills passed last week.
U.S. SEAL Team 6 prepares for war against China over Taiwan Island. U.S. Special Warfare Forces, the Navy SEALs, have been training for war against China over Taiwan Island, according to recent leaks. The SEALs are elite frontline shock troops that are often involved in the earliest stages of war, conducting assassinations, sabotage, insurgency, and covert secret attacks. China says it wants peaceful unification with the region, which it considers a wayward province. But the US-aligned DPP government of Taiwan is asserting de facto secession from China. Famously described as an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the US, this poses a strategic threat to China and increases the risks of major war.
Finally, a heartwarming story that is being widely shared across Chinese social media. A 12-year-old boy in Hunan province has received a life-saving stem cell donation for his blood disease from a man in Urumqi, Xinjiang. The donor, who asked to be named Noor, said he decided to donate because he and his family had once received help, and donating was a way of paying such kindness forward. In 2020, while Noor's wife was pregnant, they were told to find potential blood donors for a rare blood type in the event of a transfusion during delivery. A local volunteer team heard about their situation and sent 2 volunteers who are ready to donate blood for his wife. Noor said that because of the help his wife received, he didn't hesitate when the Red Cross called and told him his blood marrow was a match for the adolescent over 2,000 miles away. My first reaction was, this is a chance to save a life, Noor said.
U.S. preparing thousands of anti-ship weapons to wage war against China. The United States is preparing an arsenal of thousands of anti-ship weapons in preparation for war with China. The U.S. is currently testing Boeing's new Quick Sync weapon, an inexpensive GPS-guided bomb. Quick Sync would be used with the hundreds of thousands of Joint Direct Attack Munitions, JDAMs. The U.S. strategy of war against China is to overwhelm Chinese defensive capacity with distributed mass attacks using weapons such as Quick Sync Typhoons, Tomahawks, and SM-6s. Michelle Flournoy, an influential hawk from CNAS, said she would sink all of China's naval fleet within 72 hours.
Is China extending its repression into American cities? That's what an article published by the Washington Post earlier this month claims. In a September 6 piece, the Post claims that during last year's Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in San Francisco, Chinese-American community groups and Chinese-American community leaders, under the direction of the CPC, violently attacked those who came to protest Xi Jinping's visit. This, the Post suggests, is all part of the Chinese government's shadowy plot of transnational repression, extending its arms of repression out to quash any form of dissent or free speech among diaspora groups outside of Chinese borders. To set the record straight, we are joined by 2 very special guests, Julie Tang and Michael Wong. Julie is a retired judge in California. She is the co-founder of Comfort Women Justice Coalition to educate the public on the history of the Japanese military sex slaves during World War II. In 2020, she co-founded Pivot to Peace, which advocates for peaceful relations between the U.S. and China. Michael Wong is a former national vice president of Veterans for Peace and currently serves on its national board. He's the co-founder of Pivot to Peace and co-chair of the Veterans for Peace China Working Group. Michael and Julie, welcome to the China Report.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, KJ. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to get into with this article that the Washington Post published a couple of weeks ago. Among some of its key findings was that, and this is a quote, while there was aggression from both sides, the most extreme violence was instigated by pro-CCP activists and carried out by coordinated groups of young men embedded among them, verified video shows. Anti-Xi protesters were attacked with extended flagpoles and chemical spray, punched, kicked, and had fistfuls of sand thrown in their faces. So these are, really bold claims by the Washington Post. Julie and Mike, I know both of you were there at some of these events that welcomed Xi Jinping in San Francisco at the APAC summit. When you read this, do you find this to be an accurate representation of what you saw on the ground?
Well, Michael and I were there in 2 of the 4 rallies that the Washington Post article was referring to. And they pick up a slice of what was happening without covering the entire picture. It's like just someone pull a hair and say, this is the evidence, without showing everything else. And this is really unfortunate because it becomes a very biased article and full of exaggerations and flaws. Their evidence came from mainly the dissidents who came to the rally to demonstrate against Mr. Xi, the president of China, and to spoil our celebratory mood. When I talk about our celebratory mood, is that we really went there to have a party. We went there to welcome Mr. Xi Jinping, the president of China. This is his first time coming to San Francisco. I think it is the first time, but also it's a historical moment for President Xi to be meeting with President Biden at the APEC meeting to hopefully, hope against hope that something good could come out. So we're very excited. We're ready to go and celebrate, ready to have a party. I participated in two of the rallies. The first one was the welcoming. We lined up on 3rd Street and hoping to catch Mr. Biden and Mr. Xi's motorcades coming through. And then I also was at the airport to bid farewell to Mr. Xi, President Xi, when he left San Francisco. The first welcoming was very peaceful when we were singing, we were just happy and waving, and we saw Mr. Biden's car, we waved at him, we saw Mr. Xi's car, we waved at them, all went well. But this article seemed to suggest that the whole event, all 4 of the rallies were full of fighting, and it comprised of the main theory that they're trying to push, and that is China through its diplomats were exporting their aggression into this country and creating the image that they wanted to create that China is our enemy, but China is not our enemy. Furthermore, that article is full of hearsay information from private WeChat conversations that Washington Post somehow got access to. But hearsay is unreliable as it is unconfirmed statement. They are not admissible in court because they are inherently unreliable unless there is an exception. And they also use a very controversial biometric tool, the facial recognition, to make its case against the Chinese community members who were there to welcome President Xi. They found that the people were there for self-preservation or promotion to get better businesses. It's also out of line. It's totally made up. At the end, the only person arrested by the police, San Francisco police, charged him with serious felonies, is an anti-China basher, and he's charged with some serious felonies for beating up one of the welcomers. So this is an important fact, not even reported in this report.
Thanks, Julie. Mike, how would you respond to some of these allegations by the Washington Post that, the people that came to welcome Xi into San Francisco responded violently towards these anti-China protesters?
In my experience, from what I saw, that was completely false. I was at 2 events. One was the event welcoming Xi Jinping to San Francisco. Actually, President Biden's motorcade came by first. There was cheering for that. And then when Xi Jinping came, there was cheering for that. In that particular event, there was no clash with any anti-China protesters where I was. Later on, at the time when Xi Jinping was returning home, he was supposed to pass by a road to the airport, the San Francisco airport, and there were thousands of welcomers for Xi Jinping lined up, along that road. And there was a bridge at one point that went across a little stream that ran parallel to the road, and a bunch of us were on that bridge on the day that Xi Jinping was supposed to leave. We were lined up with banners and such, with the Chinese flag to welcome Xi Jinping or show him off. And then a group of Tibetan Students for Free Tibet and Hong Kong Democracy Council protesters came up behind us, and we didn't pay any attention to them because the usual standard, demonstrations in general is that different opposing groups pick out their own piece of turf and demonstrate on their own piece of turf. They may be facing each other, and they may, chant back and forth at each other, but usually people don't clash physically. So that's what we anticipated. So they walked behind us, crossing over the bridge. When they got to the middle of the bridge, we were all lined up at the railing facing the airport road. So we were facing away towards the airport road with our backs to the middle of the bridge itself, where the Tibetan and Hong Kong protesters were. And all of a sudden, they just charged at us from behind. They came up, they charged us from behind. They charged right into the middle of our ranks. There's one woman yelling, "Don't touch me, don't touch me," when in fact, none of us were touching her. She was the one pushing us aside and forcing her way into our ranks until she got up on the railing. And then there was another guy.
This is a bit like the way that the police say stop resisting, isn't it? I mean, it sounds like they were highly trained provocateurs. They knew what they were looking for, and they were looking for certain types of images.
Yes, I'm going to describe that, actually. So what happened was they charged into our ranks. They were very aggressive. There's one big, strong young man who said, don't mess with me, I'll F you up, and, in a very threatening way. And they basically pushed right into the middle of our ranks. And we were shocked. We were taken completely by surprise. It was like an ambush. And so some of us turned to face them. And so they started kind of jostling with us. And just at that point, I saw one of the anti-China women pull out her cell phone, start videotaping the whole scene, and dictating into the videotape saying that we attacked them. And in fact, they attacked us, and they attacked us from behind totally by surprise. And this went on, and then there was this kind of jostling back and forth, and this went on for quite a long time, and then it kind of settled down into kind of this mass congestion where both groups were kind of pushed together, and there was a lot of chanting back and forth, people arguing back and forth, and it went on for, it seemed like a long time, like possibly an hour or more, until finally the police came and separated the two groups. So that was my experience. And what I saw was that woman who was videotaping and dictating what she described to the scene was intentionally portraying the scene falsely, portraying us as the aggressors, starting the filming only when they had started a confrontation and chaos, and then blaming it on us. So, and this woman who made it to the rail kept yelling, don't touch me, as though she was the victim, whereas actually she was the one pushing other people aside. And then when I checked on them later, these were students from, young people from two organizations, Students for Free Tibet and the Hong Kong Democracy Council. And the Hong Kong Democracy Council was one of the prime organizations in the 2019 riots in Hong Kong. Those riots were depicted as peaceful protests by the mainstream Western press. And what happened in those was, in some ways, very parallel to what happened at the bridge in the incident that I was involved in, which is that the Hong Kong protests turned violent when the Hong Kong Democracy Council and other groups stormed the Legislative Council of Hong Kong and thrashed the place, and then later blamed that on police brutality. But the fact was the police were physically not there. They had withdrawn in order to avoid a clash. And even if you looked at the Western media videos of it, it doesn't show any police there. So from that point on, the Hong Kong protesters raised the level of violence to using clubs, throwing bricks, throwing rocks, using bow and arrows, throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails at the police, thousands of firebombs. Molotov cocktails were thrown at the police over the course of a year. As you see in the videotape, they tied up a reporter from mainland China and tortured him at the airport, the Hong Kong airport. They tortured him so badly that he later committed suicide. And through all of this, the mainstream Western media, to this day, portrays these people as peaceful protesters fighting for freedom, democracy, human rights, all of these highfalutin things, when the actual facts are they were the ones violating other people's rights in the name of free speech. They beat up anybody who verbally disagreed with them, any civilians. They killed one old man by throwing a brick and hitting him on the head. They doused one man who was arguing with them verbally. They doused him with gasoline, set him on fire. He suffered severe burns and is still suffering today. I mean, these were the kinds of things that they did, and yet the mainstream media continued to portray them as peaceful protesters. This parallels.
And you're saying, Mike, this is the same thing. You're saying that this is the same thing that happened here, that they're being portrayed or trying to portray themselves as peaceful protesters when in fact they are the provocateurs. Clearly, they came into your group, the welcoming group. They came into your territory, and then they provoked a reaction. They were filming it. And it sounds like this was very, very deliberate. They actually refer to this. They have a theory of this called the theory of marginal violence that they've actually, kind of codified as a technique. But it sounds like it was a very deliberate thing. And we also know that the Hong Kong protesters were funded by the NED. Is there anything else you can say about, the background or the funding of these anti-China groups that showed up?
Yes, actually, the NED has been funding hundreds of thousands of dollars to these people for years. And even after 2019, in 2021, the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, a CIA offshoot organization, funded the Hong Kong Democracy Council to the tune of, Hong Kong Subversion to the tune of $560,000 just in 1 year. So this is the kind of level that we're talking about. And the media coverage in the Washington Post article is very much like the media coverage that you saw of the Hong Kong riots. It's the same thing. They interviewed only one side. They could have interviewed other sides because other stations did. And although they asked the San Francisco police about it, and the San Francisco police refused to comment, if you simply look at the arrest record, only the Hong Kong protesters and the Tibetan people were arrested. So the arrest record speaks for itself.
Yeah, I want to just briefly return to the issue of funding here, because funding is really important, right? This story relied on testimonies of, as you were talking about, like CIA front groups like Students for a Free Tibet and Hong Kong Democracy Council, which has links to the U.S. government. A few years ago, one of the leaders of Hong Kong Democracy Council, Nathan Law, he actually met with Mike Pompeo. There's a picture of him right there. And Students for a Free Tibet in particular received over $176,000 from the NED as recently as 2022, according to the NED's latest tax form. So you have that, and then you also have this Washington Post story, which relies really heavily on interviews from representatives from AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, which, and they never mention that this think tank has received funding, and I assume to still continue to receive funding from the Taiwan government. There was an article about it in The Nation, if you can pull up that screenshot, John, and it shows that this think tank was funded by the Taiwanese government, and no one thinks to think that is any sort of there's the headline. No one seems to think that that's any sort of conflict of interest at all, right? But I want to return to the Washington Post article. It also alleges that the Chinese consulate assisted and supported some of these people who came to welcome Xi Jinping, and a lot of these were elderly retirees and other Chinese American groups, and they make the claim that these groups were funded and assisted by the Chinese consulate. Julie, you're a judge, so can you speak a little bit on that allegation? And would it be unusual or illegal for the consulate to help or assist in some kind of arrangement like this?
There's nothing illegal or inappropriate for a foreign diplomat to be at a scene in which there is an event dedicated to the president of their own country. I mean, they're there to protect their own president, Xi Jinping, coming through in a motorcade. And when you think of the rally that we attended, we're talking about there are about 3,000 to 5,000 people. And there are also the small group of protesters coming in, provocateurs. Just as Michael said, we already standing there. Most of us are my age, retired. We came here. We came for a party. We came here to celebrate and to bid farewell to a nice meeting that he just had with President Biden. But these people came and barged in and did whatever they did. I mean, this is a scenario that that the President Xi will be meeting up with, and I think that they purposely wanted to create that kind of a scene to embarrass President Xi. We were going there to celebrate. They went there to destroy and to create a scene. I think diplomats have a duty in any diplomat in any foreign country, and that includes also the U.S. diplomats in China or in any foreign country. Their first duty is to protect their own citizens living in the host country. And those diplomats were there. I didn't ask them what they were doing there, but I would imagine reasonably that they were there to protect their own president. So they have a right to be there. And the fact that they hired security guards to create, a nonviolent atmosphere to make sure that everyone is protected is part of their duty to do so. I don't see anything out of the line, but Washington Post evidently thinks that they shouldn't be there, or they don't have any roles there. And if they do, then they must be up to something bad or trying to export transnational aggression, when in fact it's the other way around. The transnational aggression was being done by the people who were there to protest against the Chinese government. So I think there's a lot of self-accusation there when they accused these diplomats of doing transnational aggression, when they themselves are also talking about themselves. But look at all the stuff that we do all over the world, the kind of yellow. I mean, yeah, what do you call that? Yellow.
Peril.
No, not yellow peril, but yellow revolution. All these things that they are. Color revolution, right? Color revolution, and also all the stuff that that we're doing in sending weapons and arsenals, billions of dollars to Iraq. I mean, I'm sorry, to Ukraine and also to Gaza, and the wars that we fought. This is real transnational aggression, not when some diplomats try some security guards to manage safety and protect their own president when the president comes to visit America. There's also some accusation that some people were paid. I thought it was so ridiculous. I mean, there's a thing called de minimis, okay, in legal term. When it's something so small, it is not worth for the courts to even look at. And there's no judgment should be rendered, even if there's a real issue there. These guys are paid a few meals, right? And maybe a one night of lodging in a hotel, which they probably shared. I don't know. I mean, I know none of this. I'm just reading it from the newspaper. And even assuming that it was true, because that has not been proven. And the only proof they received is from WeChat. Okay, from WeChat. And again, WeChat information is totally hearsay. None of that evidence is admissible in court. So for all of that, they would do the things that they are required to do, according to the Washington Post, to do violence and do aggression. No, nobody would do that. If you hire the hitman, you pay them a pretty good sum of money, not for a few meals and some a night of lodging or something like that. This is so ridiculous, so preposterous that that's why 39% of Americans do not trust in the media. And this is the mainstream media is at its lowest point of trust from Americans. And I can see why Washington Post article, as it was published, as it was investigated, really bears the responsibility of that kind of lack of trust by Americans of mainstream media.
Julie, a lot of the people who were present were elderly retirees, right?
The majority of them were, yeah.
Majority. And I also saw some young women. This is not the kind of grouping that you would, assemble if you were trying to quote unquote engage in transnational repression, as the Washington Post alleges. But they put a team of, I think, half a dozen reporters. They said they investigated for 6 months. And as you point out, they come up with nothing, de minimis, hearsay, allegations that are actually the opposite of what you are able to testify happened. But so essentially, as I see it, we see, provocation from a rogues gallery of deep state actors who are essentially reversing cause and effect and trying to create a publicity stunt that they can use. And we can see that the Washington Post is fully in on this, but let's just kind of come back to the core argument. Julie, you were a Superior Court judge. If somebody came before you in your courtroom and said this was evidence of a conspiracy to engage in transnational repression, to take away the free speech rights of Americans, how would you respond?
Well, conspiracy requires two or more than two parties to agree to do something that is in the future that is criminal in nature. It also requires an overt act. It is one overt act towards towards the agreement that was made to prove that there was a conspiracy. Washington Post suggests that the presence of Chinese diplomats, was makes up a conspiracy. They suggest that there are people wearing earpieces. I can see there was a picture of people just circling around, talking, engaging in probably some discussion or just standing around. I could see those earpieces. If facial recognition shows it, I mean, it then is pretty flawed because we cannot see it. And I understand some people said they weren't even wearing earpieces, some of the people whose picture was taken. And then they also talk about, from hearsay, from WeChat conversations, that people were given money. And so with all these, they conspired a plan to do violence. While they welcomed President Xi, that these diplomats conjured up all these hitmen and who are elderly people, who are just mom and pop people, and they have the jobs, but they got excited when they heard about President Xi coming. They want to be part of this history in the making, and they all wanted to come and basically, just celebrate, and that they have this conspiracy. I think it's too far-fetched. I think it's too speculative and subject to conjecture. I think this evidence will be thrown out of court in no time, and it's really a shame that Washington Post given such a thin thread of information to the member of the public and try to create such a big charge against these people. And even an editorial that follows urging the government to charge crimes against these people. It is a shame. What they're doing is shaming people who attended those rallies to welcome President Xi. That what they're doing is trying to intimidate people from free speech, from exercising of their right under the Constitution to freedom of assembly. And they harm those people because those people their pictures are everywhere without any proof that they were in fact doing what the Washington Post is alleging them to do. It is a real harmful thing that Washington Post did to the Chinese American community. And in the days that, following COVID-19, we suffered so much as a community on anti-Asian hate. We suffered murder, massacres, and abuse and assault. Almost every Asian person, in particular Chinese person, post-COVID-19, either themselves or know someone who have suffered some kind of anti-China bashing, either bullying or words said to them, or shunning, or even an assault that took place. And then there are people who pushed down, the subways who died needlessly. Older women, older men were the victims. And these are the same older women, older men who just went out to have a little bit of relief, distressing, go and welcome the president of China and have a party. And now they're stuck with this stigma. I think Washington Post should really be accountable for if there's any more Asian hate that follows, to be accountable for those kind of awful things and be accountable more to the Chinese community about the assertions and about the accusations that are so serious and that are tantamount to almost Washington Post tantamount to like a police state themselves, using facial recognition as a technology, doing their own investigation, and then urging a crime, urging that a crime has been committed, and all these things are just police actions rather than journalistic ethics and honesty.
Yeah, I do want to return to the really important point that you made, that the Washington Post did something unprecedented here, which is that they used facial recognition technology to identify a lot of these Chinese American leaders and like people involved in these Chinese American groups. They used it to identify these people with their names in this article and basically put a target on their backs. So Julie, can you speak a little bit more on the use of facial recognition technology in this piece? Like, the Post is basically alleging that China is a police state by using these Chinese American leaders as arms of repression to silence diaspora groups, but they're using these like highly sophisticated surveillance tools to identify.
Wait, who said that? Was it a streamer?
By people in these groups and basically smear them with these very questionable allegations. So can you just speak a little bit on the use of that kind of technology? Facial recognition is still highly restricted even for law enforcement. And as far as I know, it's even illegal to use in San Francisco. So what do you think about this technology being used to identify these Chinese supporters?
Well, facial recognition is often called a forensic without the science. In general, courts have not allowed the admission of facial recognition as evidence because it is not a scientifically reliable tool, except in rare circumstances. And there's no consensus in the scientific and technology community that facial recognition works well enough to reliably prove and match identities as opposed to fingerprinting and iris recognition. The chance for bias and error is also very high in facial recognition, as it involves a machine doing the image reading and interpreting data, and then subjective inputs by humans that could easily cause a miscalculation problem. It's also very hypocritical for Washington Post because they themselves published an article in 2019, highly critical of facial recognition system for its potential for racial bias and misidentification of people of color. According to that article by Washington Post published in 2019, they talked about Asians and African American people were up to 100 times more likely to be misidentified than white men. And Amanda, you're right. A number of states and cities have laws that ban or limit the use of facial recognition technology by law enforcement and government departments. San Francisco has banned city agencies from using facial recognition technology. But the city's ban, as are all the state and other cities bans, they do not prohibit business or private citizens from using facial facial recognition systems. The ordinance merely banned their own city agencies and government agencies and law enforcement from using the software because of the potential harm to citizens. I think this inadequate monitoring of facial recognition in the private sector has allowed the Washington Post to take advantage of this gap in the law to do private surveillance and spying on private citizens without their knowledge. It then uses journalistic prowess to name and shame individuals relying on a technology that is not recognized by the court and banned for use by law enforcement. I think this creates a serious danger to people and society. We in the courts know from experience that jurors tend to give a lot of credence to scientific techniques. And
wait a minute, which one is the police state now? What do they say? I don't know, they're really kind of making us think that, like, people are using this technology for nebulous purposes.
Much of the time, willing to believe in its supposed
various
infallibility.
even.
And that's why we set up rules to ban new sciences unless there is sufficient foundation for its reliability. And in this publication, the Washington Post deployed in its investigative research the use of facial recognition and make it its main engine to convince the people of the credibility of their argument that all these old men and women, retirees, went out to welcome Xi, were there willing to do harm, willing to do violence because they were told by these Chinese diplomats to do so. And they formed a conspiracy to transport aggression from China to the United States. I'm sorry. This, first of all, this facial recognition is imperfect. It infringes on innocent people's privacy and freedom. And then Washington Post using this kind of imperfect technology to accuse people of criminal behavior, I think is tantamount to a quasi-police activity in the guise of investigative journalism.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I don't think we can look at this Washington Post article without taking into the context of the escalation of the new Cold War on China. This is the perfect example of how, you know, over the last few years or so, outlets like the Washington Post and the New York Times, they kind of build this narrative around China as a threat to the U.S., a threat to the American way of life, that, you know, internally, they you know, like do major human rights abuses. They suppress free speech. And if we're not careful, then they will extend their arms of repression into the United States and basically ruin the American way of life. And they've built this narrative over the course of the past several years. And now it's basically set as a given. And now they just use these kinds of things, these kinds of stories to fill in the holes, right? And so, Mike and Julie, I just wanted to ask you, how dangerous do you see this article?
I don't know. How would I possibly find that out?
In the context of this increasing aggression against China, and what do you think the Washington Post is trying to do here? Mike, we can start with you.
Yeah, I think it's extremely dangerous. The United States is doing just crazy things. I mean, we've got a war going in Ukraine. We've got wars going in the Middle East. And now we want to provoke China and try to force a war with China. You know, we're escalating tensions in the two Koreas. We're escalating tensions in Taiwan. We're starting an arms race there. And then we have the new McCarthy period at home where, you know, white women from Code Pink who are protesting Gaza are told, go back to China where your headquarters is. Well, they're white. They've never been to China. I mean, I know these people personally. It's like, you know, they have no connection to China. They're protesting Gaza, and yet Nancy Pelosi is telling them to go back to China where your headquarters is, and then she goes on TV and says there should be an FBI investigation of Code Pink. Well, there's no connections there. You know, they're trying to blame. Basically, they have unilaterally decided that China is their enemy when China has never threatened the United States. And, you know, we have China surrounded by bases. We're running aircraft carrier battle groups up and down their coast. They're doing nothing of the kind to us. And yet we've declared them our enemy. And then when people protest Gaza, they blame it on China. You know, it's just completely, totally absurd. So this is the part of the new McCarthy period in which any dissent against American wars anywhere is being cracked down on. You know, a black group,
as
Utara 3,
Trump would say.
They were just convicted of conspiracy of working with Russia because they were protesting American policies overseas and American wars overseas, which they've been protesting for decades, you know. this is part of the new McCarthy period, and it's part of trying to build up a propaganda drive at home to support wars abroad. And it doesn't matter whether you're white, whether you're Chinese, whether you're black, whether you're Latino, whatever you are. If you think that American aggression against foreign countries is wrong, you have a target on your back.
Same question to you, Julie. How dangerous do you see this article in the context of this escalation to war with China?
I think it's very dangerous, especially from the perspective of Chinese Americans. That's why I'm working so hard to prevent any further escalation as a result of this Cold War between U.S. and China that could have harmful effects on Chinese Americans. When Washington Post make these groundless accusations against a whole community of people already under the great threat of anti-Asian hate, it really is putting us in the ring of fire that could quickly burn up. I think domestically there are some. So we have so many issues that needed support, needed help, and we talk about homelessness. We're talking about people dying of fentanyl every single day. But no, man, they have to spend a whole week during China Week to come up with 25 sanctions against China, and one of them is to prevent Chinese nationals from purchasing agricultural land. And the impact of that also will exacerbate anti-Asian hate. Chinese people, as U.S. look at China as the enemy, they also will look at Chinese people as their enemy. And I think that this is something I'm very concerned about. I think it doesn't help that Congress also just appropriated $1.6 billion of our taxpayers' money to pay international journalists to write articles bashing China. I think we deserve honesty and truth from our mainstream media and no less from Washington Post. And what they've done is just no help to all the stuff that's going on.
You're living a charmed life there, woke.
In this community against the Chinese Americans, especially charging the whole community of
Glad to
Americans
hear it.
as helping China to transport violence into this country. I think if you go around in Chinatown talking to people about that, they're all going to just shake their hands. Like, what are you talking about? But this is happening, and it is scary. Like Michael said, it's McCarthyism all over again, and we have to be very careful. And I just hate to be, always watching my back as a Chinese American living in this country.
Absolutely. Michael and Julie, thank you so much for joining the China Report.
Thank you.
And KJ.
All right, and now to our Red Scare of the Week. KJ, what do you have lined up for us this week?
Well, this is Senator Josh Hawley grilling Intel Corporation Chief Jeff Rittner on supposed slave labor in Xinjiang. And it has...
Oh, Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley, yeah, that's got to be good. He's a reasonable, smart, together young man. I'm sure he'll say something perfectly smart and reasonable, of course.
Echoes of the interrogation, if you recall, of the TikTok CEO, Shuqi Zhu.
Oh, I remember that.
For the record, and let's make this very clear, there have been multiple independent investigations and none have discovered any slave labor or genocide in Xinjiang. It's absurd. The Organization for Islamic Cooperation, which represents the rights of...
What was that guy? What was that that senator with the TikTok guy? Sir, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Sir, I'm Singaporean. So that's not a no. Have you been a member of the? Dude, let me ask you this. When someone is running the TikTok on their TikTok on the telephone, Tom Cotton, that's right, Senator Cotton. If you're running the TikTok on your telephone, does that connect to the user's modem, to the Wi-Fi of their modem? Yeah, it kind of all websites have to kind of connect to the modem to get the internet. Aha! I got you there. I bet you were a member of the Communist Party. Yeah, they kind of they have the same vibe. And I don't just mean a Southern thing. I mean like the same vibe of like aggressively stupid. It's not just the accent. It's a whole, like, you know, spouting off when they don't, like, know what the hell they're talking about, like, at all, and they go start yelling at people about Wi-Fi and modem, or, you know, how UNRWA is somehow a terrorist organization. You know, they're all. It's insane that these are the people that are running our government.
2 billion.
Ad break came out of nowhere. All right, 3 minutes.
Muslims in 56 countries actually commended China for their exemplary treatment of Muslim minorities. And, you know, we just look at the facts. The Uyghur population has doubled in the past 40 years. They were exempt from the one-child policy, and the economy itself has grown tenfold in the past 20 years. So, you know, these are truly absurd allegations. We all know now that it's just absurd propaganda, but it really seems to be an article of faith with Senator Josh Hawley.
What about your relationship with your suppliers in Xinjiang and Uyghur forced labor? Do you condemn the forced labor that the Chinese government and its suppliers use?
Sir, yeah.
I think maybe your mic's off.
Why are Americans always asking people to condemn shit? And it's never the shit that they should be condemning. You know?
I'm sorry, Senator. That particular question, I would leave that answer to the experts. I'm not an expert on that.
Well, wait a minute. You're not an expert on whether or not there's forced labor in China?
Correct.
Well, wait a minute. You're not willing to say here today that the Chinese are exploiting the Uyghurs?
I would leave that answer that question to the experts.
What does it take an expert to know that there's slave labor in China? The Uyghurs are enslaved. Do you know who the Uyghurs are?
I would be like, all due respect, Senator Hawley, can I ask you a question? When has the last time the minimum wage in this country has been raised? Was it 2000 and some? 2002? 1998 somewhere? What? Huh? Okay. Do you condemn the exploitation of workers in the United States of America?
I do.
Okay.
Got him.
So are you willing to say that what the Chinese authorities are doing to the Uyghurs is wrong?
Sir, I'm not an expert to be able to make that
case. Good Lord. I can't believe you're saying this. Is that really your position?
Senator, I'm not in a position to make that statement.
You're not in a position to condemn forced labor in China?
I would condemn forced labor. I'm not an expert to be able to weigh in on whether China is engaging in such actions.
You have billions of dollars of investments in China. You are investing in Chinese artificial intelligence. You are investing in Chinese semiconductors. You are making who knows how much money in China, but you won't say that the Uyghurs being exploited is wrong? What is wrong with you people? That's not a rhetorical question. I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Personally, I believe that slave labor is wrong, yes.
Personally? Well, good. Well, I'm glad we've gotten that far. Now, why is your company associating itself with it?
I'm not aware my company's associated with it.
I cannot believe that we are sitting here having this conversation. I cannot believe that it is not easy for you to say that Intel will have nothing to do with forced labor and what the Chinese government is doing to the Uyghurs, a religious minority who are enslaved as we sit here and speak today. I can't believe that you won't just clearly say that's wrong, we condemn it, we will have nothing to do with it. This is astounding.
Senator, we do not support or tolerate our products being used in forced labor, slave labor, or child labor.
Yeah, but you just sat here and said that you don't have any idea if it's really going on in China.
I'm not an expert in that.
It doesn't take an expert. It doesn't. Everybody knows that this is the truth.
All right, that was our Red Scare of the week. If you enjoyed this episode, please like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next week on the China Report.
This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
Holy shit. I love the audacity, right? Like just the complete audacity of like trying to throw stones in your glass house. Yeah, they're going to talk about child labor, and yet send money to blow up children in Gaza. So if it's a good talking point, it's a good talking point. Then obviously, then they're concerned out of the goodness of their hearts, right?
Now.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Election Day is now 7 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly was, and they're certainly rolling back the protections in a lot of places against it. So
away. On Monday, Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance lashed out at Democrats, saying liberal rhetoric is to blame for Sunday's apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump at his golf course in Florida. Vance made no mention that the man arrested was actually a former Trump supporter. Vance spoke on Monday at a Faith and Freedom Coalition event in Atlanta.
But you know the big difference between conservatives and liberals is that no one has tried to kill Kamala Harris in the last couple of months, and 2 people now have tried to kill Donald Trump in the last couple of months.
how are Vance and Trump both so stupid? Like, Trump's just like, he goes up there, and the funny thing is, I saw his speech the other day. He was like talking about how fucking China's electric car. They want to undercut us with the electric car. The Chinese. They want to. We're not going to let it happen, folks. I'm going to put a tariff, a 200% tariff. These are the best things in the world, tariffs. You put a tariff, and then it's a magic spell. Like, nothing bad. It's only bad for China. It's not bad for us when we put tariffs on things. Like, how is this the fucking art of the deal guy? He doesn't understand, like, the most basic economics that, you know, I don't know. Yeah, fucking. That's going to eventually, you know, down the line will hurt American companies buying cars and stuff that need cars and need vehicles. And then also there'll be, you know, tariffs in retaliation, like fucking rocket scientists.
I'd say that's pretty strong evidence.
Well, I don't know. I think her point was like that they're kind of like trying to paint it as if this guy was a clear-cut, you know, dyed-in-the-wool liberal when, like, he's kind of a lunatic that was all over the place.
Evidence that the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs to cut this crap out.
Monday, Trump ally Elon Musk posted a message on his social media platform, X, that read, "And no one's even trying to assassinate Biden-Kamala," along with a thinking face emoji. Musk deleted the message after widespread criticism. He's now being investigated by the Secret Service. J.D. Vance's remarks for Democrats to tone down their rhetoric came just days after Donald Trump repeatedly used inflammatory language to attack Vice President Kamala Harris during last week's ABC News presidential debate.
She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids, because they're destroying the fabric
Venezuela
of our country
on
by what they've
steroids?
done.
That sounds pretty good. I could go for some Venezuela on steroids.
Never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country.
We're joined right now by Jason Stanley, author and professor of philosophy at Yale University. His new book, titled Erasing History, How fascists rewrite the past to control the future. Professor Stanley is the son of Holocaust survivors. This is your second book on fascism. Why are you writing it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree that, like, you know, there's certainly inflammatory rhetoric on both sides for sure. And, you know, a lot of people want to act like, you know, it's only coming from the right, from the Republicans. I just don't think it's, you know, it's kind of hard to pin down what the hell either of those guys that tried to shoot Trump were about, you know. They were all over the damn place. But yeah, it's a bit much. It's a bit much when you know, they're basically pushing the same foreign policy. So.
Now, and the significance of its publication as this election, to say the least, heats up in its last weeks.
Well, I faced a puzzle when writing this book. Why is it that authoritarians always target schools and universities? So we see that all over the world. We see that with Viktor Orban, who provides a kind of template for U.S. authoritarianism. He attacked Central European University for gender ideology and leftism and being pro-immigration. And so we know about the courts, the authoritarians targeting the courts, but why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the funny thing is we now have a higher crime rate and less electricity in Venezuela. Yeah, the fucking the politicians in this country lean so hard on the fact that people are like completely politically illiterate and are just like completely vibes based in their politics. Like they really take advantage of that.
Why do authoritarians always target voting? That's clear, and schools and universities. So when last year when the
bars, you're dropping some bars there, woke.
Anti-genocide, anti-war protests on campus were happening. I thought about the international context. I thought about what happened in India in 2019 when they passed the Citizenship Amendment Act, which made Muslims into second-class citizens, and there were nonviolent protests on campus denounced as anti-Indian. And violent militarized responses. So this tactic of tarring school teachers, tarring university professors as Marxists and communists and ruining the country, and replacing this kind of education. Replacing black history, replacing LGBTQ perspectives by a kind of grandiosity of white Christian nationalism, as we're seeing right now. This seemed to me a democratic emergency.
This is Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance speaking in 2021 at the National Conservatism Conference. At the time, he was a candidate for the U.S. Senate in Ohio.
I think in this movement of national conservatism, what we need more than inspiration is we need wisdom. And there was a wisdom in what Richard Nixon said approximately 40-50.
This guy's so stupid. Speaking of the interesting conversation we were having with someone who is no longer in this community, I found a video regarding that, another video. I don't know if maybe it was one of the ones that you sent over, Woke. I don't think so, but anyway. I think it's, Africa is designed to stay underdeveloped by neo-colonialists, so I don't think they're talking about China.
Years ago, he said, and I quote, "The professors are the enemy."
So that was J.D. Vance. The professors are the enemy. I also want to quote First Things magazine, a right-wing magazine. It says, universities should be places of sober analysis, but at Yale, philosophy professor Jason Stanley and history professor Timothy Snyder published books of political propaganda that describe Trump as the second coming of Adolf Hitler. TV newscasters intone rants rather than report on events. And of course, J.D. Vance, your fellow Yale colleague.
Yeah. So that's a strangeness about this moment, that all these people, the leaders of the movement to attack universities and schools, are all Ivy League grads. Ron DeSantis is a Yale and Harvard grad. Ted Cruz is a Princeton and Harvard grad. J.D. Vance is a Yale Law School grad. Tom Cotton is Harvard. Elise Stefanik is Harvard. So what's going on? That's a mystery. These guys are sending their kids to Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. They're not sending...
Yeah, and also, you know, I think you're right, Blatt, how... authoritarian is like just this like catch-all boogeyman word, right?
Their kids to Hillsdale College. It's Hillsdale College for the rest of us, and Harvard, Yale, and Princeton for their kids. So they're attacking the institutions, the universities, because the universities provide critical inquiry into the kind of myths that's required for these kinds of politics.
It is kind of
this
a
kind of
meaningless
politics
term.
Elevates the dominant group, in the case of the United States, white Christian men.
You know what it is? It's a vibes-based term, right? It's like, what is authoritarian? I don't know. You just kind of get the vibes of like authoritarian vibes, you know.
It diminishes women, the agency of women, it represents history as the exploits in the United States of white Christian men. Like in India, history is represented as the exploits of Hindus. In Israel, it's represented as the exploits of Jewish nationalists who founded the state. This kind of erasure of history it doesn't just justify wars and genocide. If you look at Russia, a case I look at extensively in the book, as well as Israel, in Russia, the erasure of Ukraine as an independent place, the complete erasure of Ukrainian history justifies Vladimir Putin's war.
You know, when Kamala said that thing about we will have the most lethal military in the world, I got some fucking authoritarian vibes happening there. So I think she's an existential threat to democracy.
War on Ukraine, because it says it is sort of a fake identity, a fake country. It represents all Russian incursions as justified by supporting independence movements. Israel has erased the existence of the Palestinian people. It has erased the history. Making the desert Jews made the desert bloom. This kind of thing erases Palestinians from the narrative of the country and of the area, and paves the way for genocide. This kind of erasing history paves the way for ethnic, racial, and religious nationalism, which is the core of the message we're hearing from MAGA Republicans today. When you erase black history, when you erase LGBTQ perspectives, when you erase social history of social movements, then you represent history as just the exploits of great white men. You erase social movements, you make citizens feel like they have no agency, and so it's an anti-democratic education. And then you justify great replacement theory, which is their core message, that the greatness of America comes from the exploits of great white men, and so we need to protect that identity.
Jason Stanley, you write in your book, Erasing History, the most visible current manifestation of the Black American tradition of reclaiming history is Nicole Hannah-Jones' 1619 Project. She's, of course, the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter for the New York Times Magazine, creator of the landmark 1619 Project, which reframes U.S. history by marking the year 1619.
Engel's famous shit poster.
When the first enslaved Africans arrived on Virginia soil as the country's foundational date. This is then President Donald Trump denouncing the project at a White House conference on American history in September 2020.
Critical race theory, the 1619 Project, and the crusade against American history is toxic propaganda, ideological poison that, if not removed...
How many buzzwords can I spit out in 25 seconds?
Will dissolve the civic bonds that tie us together, will destroy our country.
Professor Stanley, your response.
This is an erasure of black history. This is an erasure of black perspectives. What we need to improve our democracy is we need knowledge of who has been denied equality and why. We need to know democracy is a system.
We need someone. I'm sure someone has done the supercut of like all the buzzwords that both the Democrats and Republicans start saying. Like one of them starts saying it, and then you could tell it's like the party line, and then they all start throwing the fucking thing out. Like the weird thing was a big one, and the fucking, what was it? DEI was the other one. They kept, like, all of them would just fucking saying that. It's like, it's so creepy how they, like, they're so bad at it. It becomes so obvious that, like, they're all just like, okay, what's the talking point now? Okay, cool.
Where we all play a role in the formation of the policies that govern us, the laws that govern us. Without black perspectives, without the black perspective on history, we don't understand their voices. We can't, with the grounds for eliminating and responding to stereotypes and prejudice have been robbed from us. Without critical race theory, the study of structures that maintain racial hierarchy, the study of, say, more...
Speaking of black history, I added a new emote to the
mortgage redlining.
The Franken
children
thing.
Won't understand
Where is it?
Why there are poor black neighborhoods
and
wealthy white neighborhoods
I don't know
in
if you guys can see
protected
it.
by military police. Black children will be led to believe the stereotypes about themselves and, ironically, feel shame about their own identity. These divisive concept laws that are being passed all over the country that invite students at public universities and students at public schools to report on their own teachers and professors. These are purportedly justified as students. We shouldn't have teaching that makes students feel shame about their race. Well, when you don't allow professors and teachers to teach black history, you're making black students feel ashamed about their race. When you don't allow LGBT perspectives, when you declare them as obscene and pornographic, you make LGBT families feel ashamed about their identity. People say, okay.
No, it's not mine. It's one that was up for a while. Oh well, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't work, and sometimes they do. It's fucking frustrating.
It's not really banning because you can look at the web. But what's taught in schools, the perspectives that are taught in schools, affect us through our whole lives. They represent an authority, a state authority, and we're being.
Actually, I think it takes time for like it to show up on my account. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
By MAGA Republicans, that perspective is the perspective of Christian white men.
I want to ask you to stay with us. We're going to do a post-show interview, part 2, and we'll put it online at democracynow.org. Jason Stanley, author and professor of philosophy at Yale University, his new book titled Erasing History, How Fascists Rewrite the Past to Control the Future. He's also author of How Fascism Works, The Politics of Us and Them. He's the son of Holocaust survivors.
Hi everybody, this is Luna. Long time no see, huh? It's been a very long time since I put out a video and I apologize for that. We've been very, very, very busy with our other projects and also, we've been working very hard on the part 2 of the book about the historical materialism. And by the way, this is part 1. So if you haven't checked it out yet, please, you can get the printed copy like this.
Socialist farming in Vietnam. In case you can't see the title there on the...
Or we also have the free online version, the ebook. So please go to banyanhouse.org and order it right now if you haven't had it in your hand. It is a very, very useful book, and I hope that it will help you, in your path of learning about communism, Marxism, Leninism, and especially dialectical materialism. Right now, we are working on the part 2. It's called historical materialism, which is an application of dialectical materialism into the history of humanity. How to understand, how to look at the history of human in a dialectical materialist lens. It's very useful, it's very interesting, and it is a tool to help you look at the past, look at what's going on, right?
Is there some controversy? I'm not familiar with Luna. Okay. Something people were just throwing out to try and shit talk her. That wasn't true.
Right now and have a plan for the future society. So I'm very excited, but it is a lot of work. That is why me and EJ both, offline for quite a year already to focus on this project. Hopefully you will enjoy this new format. And if you have any question, feel free to send me. In this video, we're going to talk about the cooperatives in Vietnam. And about 2 or 3 years ago, something like that, I made a video talking about the land right of Vietnam, our agriculture, our land reforms, and mostly like kind of quick introduction into how it works in Vietnam, the agriculture and the land right. In this video, I want to focus a little bit more on a very important part of the agriculture system of Vietnam, which is cooperative. Literally, cooperative is one of the main reasons why the agriculture of Vietnam is so successful, and it makes Vietnam become like the number 1, number 2 countries in the world in exporting agricultural products. So I hope that you will enjoy this video, you will find this video interesting, and maybe you can apply some of the knowledge that we have on your future society. Vietnamese people have been farming in our homeland for thousands of years. And in the modern day, we call it cooperatives, but it has been our way of farming for a very long time, since the time we live as tribes together. At that time, thousands of years ago, we get together, we live together, we share a land, and we farm together in one same piece of land like that, and we support and we help each other. And slowly, we keep that tradition to this day. We develop it more. We integrate with the modern world. So we have new technology, we have new machines and equipments, modern equipments, but deep inside it.
Actually, that sounds kind of dope. Just farming your own land. I mean, obviously you need more than rice to live, but having a little farm. To be completely off grid. I wish that was the type of person I was to be able to do that. If I were a young man, I would take the time to push myself in that direction. Old dogs, though, new tricks. I will, however, go live on a farm and help out. Maybe. As long as there's goats there and dogs.
The cooperatives of Vietnam still keep and uphold the tradition how Vietnamese people have been farming for a very long time. By now, you might be asking, so what does this authoritarian communist government of Vietnam do to these cooperatives?
Authoritarian.
Well, the government of Vietnam does play a role. They give it.
I think I need like a graphic that says like authoritarian. I know she's doing it not in the same way, but it's like everyone drink whenever anyone says authoritarian.
We advise information to those cooperatives. Every month, every year, the best agricultural engineers and economists of Vietnam will give free training and free advice to all cooperatives of Vietnam. Because first of all, those agricultural engineers, they would know this piece of land with this water, with this weather would be the best for this kind of plants, this kind of tree. And the economists would know that for now, in the whole world, they are needing this kind of agricultural product, or it is good for Vietnam to export this product to all over the world. So they give that information and free training to the cooperatives in Vietnam, try to help farmers about what and when to grow. So before I get a comment asking me about, well, are Vietnamese farmers free to grow whatever they want, whenever they want? Yes, they do. They do have that right, and the government just gives them the advice, and they can take it or leave it. Another way that the local government support those cooperatives is they give free training to teach farmers how to use new machine, new equipment, and apply new information into growing their own products. Farmers in cooperatives in Vietnam are also trained for free in fixing their own equipment and machines, and also they are encouraged to keep the best seeds for the next crops. So the government gives advice to the cooperatives. Otherwise, those farmers are totally free to decide whatever they want to grow whenever they want to grow it. And now I'm gonna give you my own perspective on how it feels like growing up in a village in Vietnam, being a farmer with a farming family.
Wait, she's in an office. She's not on a farm. She's not on a farm at all. What the hell?
To be honest, it is very, very interesting kind of childhood that I want to share to you right now. So I was born in a small village in the middle of nowhere of Thanh Hoa City. It's right near a beautiful rocky mountain. It's like an Avatar world. My family, just like every other family in the village, we own a small piece of rice paddy, like this, more like this 500 square meter. We have 4 people, so actually it was 2,000 square meter. It's just enough for us to feed on it.
I'm sorry, woke, but you've already become woke, so there's no heading back to ignorance. It's a one-way trip. I know that's not necessarily true, but it sounded good.
This is how my village to this day work on their farmland together as cooperatives. My mom and my aunts and also the neighbors around our area would get together, like 8 to 10 people, it depends. That 8 people, 10 people will all together go work on this one piece of land of this person, work all together really fast, take only 1 or 2 days to finish one rice paddy. And then on the next day, they move to the other like family's rice paddy. So all together like that, we finish everything in like 1 to 2 weeks. So that is why we don't have to pay anything. We just like help together, go and work on each other's rice paddy like that. We just bring the rice home, dry it, and then just, you know, keep it in storage or feed our animals. It's like that. So as you know, fertilizer is very, very important to farming. And when I was a kid, me and my mom would go around the village and ask our neighbors for free fertilizers like cow poops or duck poops. So whenever there's any family that say, yes, we have, you know, exceeded cow poop that you can take away. That is my childhood. Yeah, so me and my mom got on our bicycle and prepared like huge bags, like as taller than me at that time. It was like 10 years old. We went to that family. We used our shovel and bucket, dig to the pile of cow poop and pig poop and duck poop like that, and just shove it into the big like bags and drag it all the way to our rice paddy. Not finished yet. When we get to our own rice paddy, we open it up and we use our own hands. And like grab like, you know, a bunch of poop like this and just spray it evenly all over the rice paddy. So that is my childhood with all kinds of poop that we can ask for free. So around maybe 15 years ago, I think about 2009, 2010, that was the time when we had, you know, harvesting trucks. It was like a brand new technology. It was so amazing because before that, we just harvested with our own hands. I was so bad at cutting the rice and tying them into a beautiful bunch. So my mom just like dismissed me from that role. So she and her aunts and our neighbor just like, the best ones just getting like use the sickle to cut a piece of the rice like that and tie into like beautiful pretty bunch. Like it's really big. I was like 18 at that time. Really heavy work actually. Whenever the bunch finished, they just left it right there on the rice paddy. And I was the one who had to go after all of them and just carry a bunch of rice and carry it to the shore. So my dad is waiting over there, carrying all of those and bring those straws and the rice to go back home. But then 2010-ish, we had harvesting machine, brand new technology. So at that time, my mom's cooperative.
The authoritarian poop quotas. Yeah, in North Korea, you have to. No, what is it? Oh, what did she actually said? They feed their children mud because they're starving. And then when you eat mud, you don't poop and you die. I don't know. Is she being real? Is she honest? Is that real? Chad, is this real? So hard to tell.
Cooperative purchased 2 harvesting machines using the collective funds, and at that time I think it was 4 farmers that were chosen, you know, young and with good knowledge about technology and equipment. They were voted by the cooperative and they got trained for free by the local government about how to run those machines. And then those 4 people just, you know, take turn to run those 2 harvesting machines and go around to harvest for the whole cooperative like that. And I remember very well, you know why? Because that was a moment when I did not have to carry those heavy bunches of rice anymore. I was so happy. And that would not be even possible if my family
and they have to catch a rat to eat if they want to eat. No one wants, you got to be fast because nobody wants the tail. Tail's the worst part.
Does the farming all by ourselves, all alone, because there's no way we can afford that machine, or we would immediately know how to run that machine and maintain it. And yeah, it is because of the cooperatives, how we get together and do the same thing like that. And it makes the experience of farming become something very collective, and you will have a very strong.
Also, for anyone who might be lurking and kind of the first time here, you don't know where we're coming from, we're being very, very sarcastic about that. That's, Yeomi Park is obviously a ridiculous person that tells absurd, ridiculous stories, although they would be really entertaining if so many people didn't take her seriously.
Connection to your neighbors. So because we have a very strong connection with each other like that, living in a cooperative, living in a village like that, farming together, I consider all of my, my friends in the village like brothers and sisters. So it's very, very funny because many times when I talk to my partner EJ and I just, mention this person as my brothers or sisters, he always gets so confused. Like,
well, it's excellent for your skin right here.
The truth is, they are not related to me at all. But just because we've been sharing our childhood in the same village and we work together in a cooperative like that, we are very close to each other and we truly, truly treat each other as a family member. That is why we call all of my friends like brothers and sisters or cousins, something like that. Another machine that is very popular amongst cooperatives and farmers is the rice husk machine. So this is a rice husk machine, a pretty heavy and expensive piece of machine. And that is why the whole village and the whole cooperative usually share 1 or 2 machines like this. Usually once every 2 weeks when we finish our rice at home, my mom and me would just fill up.
I mean, it's kind of off of what you said, Woke, about training. Training is authoritarian. Can you imagine how much better the United States would be if you just did nothing else but had free education, just free college, free training, job training if you want to fucking learn how to do some sort of trade. It would be so much better. Just right away. Not right away, but
A smaller bag, not as big as the poop bag, okay? This is a smaller bag to fill up with the raw rice, get it on our bicycle, and walk all the way to the family that run that rice husk machine. And actually, it's self-run kind of machine. There's nobody there to support you at all. Usually just the machine just there, plug in, and everybody just go there and turn it on and use it. And so me and my mom just went to that house, turn on the machine, pour the raw rice into the machine, and just wait for it to process like that into 5 rice and grab it home. And it was like that. It was quite communal kind of using like that. Pretty fun. Besides agricultural cooperatives in Vietnam, we also have many other kinds of cooperatives such as aqua agriculture. For example, families with the fishermen families would get together to buy a boat, and they would go and catch the fish together on the ocean or on the river like that. Or another kind is small-scale industry cooperative. Like in one village, they make bamboo baskets. So all the families in that village that know how to make baskets will get together, form a cooperative, and sell their products to the other people. Another kind is transportation cooperatives, means that families with transportation like trucks or bus or vans, something like that, get together, also form cooperatives and carry products to a different village, different area together. Right now, there are a lot of exciting things happening with cooperatives in Vietnam. The government is revising laws to make it easier to form cooperatives in Vietnam, to make it more fair and streamline the process. They are encouraging Vietnamese people to form new cooperatives. And there's another exciting program that's happening right now in Vietnam, which is the One Province, One Product program. This means that the government will help cooperatives in one province to use all of their resources to develop one product that is the most suitable to that province, to make that product the best quality possible so they can sell it for a higher price to make a better income for all the farmers in that province. We will go deeper into these topics in the future videos, so please subscribe to my channel if you want to watch those. And also, if you want to support me and watch the extended version of this video for free, please check out my Purgatory and Patreon channel. Thanks so much for watching and see you next time. Bye!
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Woke. Hey, Woke, is that playlist you sent me in any particular order? Or is it just, or nah? Order or nah? Okay, cool. Okay. Quick musical interlude. the Hill in there. Like, if I was going to do a longer stream and throw some TV watching in there, I wonder what show I would watch. You know, I can't do King of the Hill. That's Larry's joint. Singing maybe Portlandia. I don't know. Portlandia is on YouTube.
Very simple, straightforward explanation, which is the colonial legacies. And of course, a lot of people say, well, come on, colonialism is over. It's been, several decades since independence. But we have the unfinished business of...
Okay, let's settle this once and for all. Is China imperialist? And are they cool to Africa, or are they being dicks to Africa? We need answers. And that's... we could put a bird on it as classic. Anyway, but if I was going to do those long-ass streams, I obviously would have to start much earlier than 8 o'clock p.m. Otherwise, I'm not going to be up till 5, 6 in the morning. Well, Woke, I think part of the reason I kind of would like to have the archive of the VOD that I could put up on YouTube, and if there's something that gets like a copyright strike, then like I can't put it up. It's even happened with music, like where I've tried to like upload the VOD to YouTube, and it's like, oh, you can't because of some song I played, which is annoying because I got the song off fucking YouTube. And it wasn't like from the artist, it was just some random person who uploaded a song. So that's annoying. But that's why I kind of, when I play music, I try to like do live versions, because those usually don't get caught by the AI. And mute it. They mute it, basically. They just, which is fine. I don't give a shit if the song is muted on the VOD, but it's cool to have the option to like upload it for posterity, whatever, if I wanted to. I mean, I could obviously edit it out, but I don't want to start getting into editing. Jesus Christ. Who am I, Hasanabi? I mean, what am I, Hasanabi? I forgot to take off the dancing peanuts guy, by the way. All right. Anyway, let's get down to business. China. Cool or dicks? Also, mostly the question here is in regard to their dealings with Africa.
Decolonizing economic structures. But effectively what it does is that it permanently locks us at the bottom of the global value chain. That was the role we played during colonial times, and unfortunately that is the role we continue to play today. All the intervention and quote-unquote technical assistance and aid and cooperation we've seen from the global north has resulted in debt traps, has resulted in economic entrapment, have resulted in reproducing the colonial structures that they imposed on us as the place for cheap raw materials, as the consumers of their technology, and as the place where they outsource the obsolete technologies that they no longer need. China, on the other hand, came in with its standard foreign policy approach, which is we will not intervene in your internal affairs and we will not tell you what to do. And that puts the responsibility of cooperation really on our governments to decide for themselves the terms of engagement, the terms of cooperation. And I think we have to be very honest here that our governments have not organized themselves.
Yo, they fucking gave up. They gave up the answer at the very beginning. All right, we'll still watch it.
Well enough to get the most advantage out of China's cooperation and presence.
Spoiler, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Talk It Out with me, Li Jingjing. As the world is undergoing major changes, it's more.
Oh yeah, whose quote is that? Woke.
Important than ever to understand the crisis.
I remember you just said it the other day, but I forgot.
Facing the global south. And I would like to start by telling the stories of Africa, the second largest continent with 1.2 billion population. According to the IMF World Economic Outlook, of the top 20 economies that are projected to experience the fastest growth rate in 2024, 9 are African countries. The continent is the second fastest growing region after Asia, and there are so many cooperations between Africa and Asia. For example, a major forum between China and Africa will take place from September the 4th to September the 6th in Beijing, the 2024 Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, also known as FOCAC. So I will make several videos about China-Africa cooperation, share with you.
Guys? What's this Peanuts guy doing dancing next to me? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn them off.
Why it's important, inviting scholars from both Africa and China to share their insights. And I will also go to FOCAC as a reporter to help you see the forum up close. And today, I invited a scholar from Tunisia who is dedicated to finding an alternative development vision for Africa. Joining us now from Malawi is Fadel Kabob. He is the senior advisor with PowerShift Africa, associate professor of economics, Denison University in the United States. He's also the president of Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. Fadel, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on the show. My pleasure.
So my first question to you is, can you tell us the current challenges that Africa is still facing? Because apparently decades after liberation and independence, and despite Africa is projected to be the second fastest growing region, still a large population in the continent are still lack of food, lack of security, all kinds of challenges are facing so many countries. So what led to those challenges? What caused those challenges?
There's a very simple, straightforward explanation, which is the colonial legacies. And of course, a lot of people say, well, come on, colonialism is over. It's been, several decades since independence. But we have the unfinished business of decolonizing economic structures. And so I focus on the economic structures that actually produce the results that we're looking at. So when it comes to the colonial role that was imposed on the African continent, it can be summarized in 3 basic points. Number 1, we're supposed to be the place for cheap raw materials for the industrialized world. We still play that role today. Number 2, we were supposed to be the place that consumes technology and industrial output from the global north. We still play that role today. And number 3, and most importantly, we're supposed to be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the industrialized world is outsourced to us under the label of development, cooperation, job creation, technical assistance, all of that. But effectively what it does is that it permanently locks us at the bottom of the global value chain. That was the role we played during colonial times, and unfortunately that is the role we continue to play today. So colonialism, of course, was not a system for development. It was not designed to achieve sustainable development goals or a just transition or justice or anything. Colonialism was a system of extraction, of abuse.
Guys, I'm against colonialism, just so you know, okay? Just want to throw that out there. I feel very strongly that it's bad.
And we should not be surprised that the same colonial structures, economic colonial structures that persist today are producing these bad results of malnutrition, of poverty, of socioeconomic exclusion. So that's why in the context of the just transition and the context of decarbonization, we always say we cannot decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. And when it comes to kind of the visible manifestation of these problems, the issue of external debt, that is debt denominated in foreign currencies, in dollars and euros. It is a serious problem because it takes a huge amount of fiscal policy space that doesn't allow our governments to invest in the building blocks of development and prosperity, such as basic health and education and infrastructure, because we have to prioritize paying the external debt. But external debt is actually a symptom of deeper structural issues that have colonial roots. Number 1, food deficits. Number 2, energy deficits. And number 3, manufacturing deficits. And I can explain each very briefly so we can understand why these are fundamental. When I say food deficits, according to UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, Africa today imports 85% of its food. 85%. When less than 100 years ago, during colonial times, we used to be the breadbasket for colonial powers. And what happened is that there's a redesign of the system as soon as we gained independence. In 1955, for example, in Europe, at the Treaty of Rome meeting, the Europeans said we have a food security problem for Europe because they were so dependent on Africa. And that introduced a common agricultural policy, CAP, which is in place to this day. So what is CAP? It's heavy agricultural subsidies to produce the core crops in Europe, such as corn and wheat and soybean and the core food security items. And of course, it wasn't just Europe that did that. It was the United States, Canada, Australia, the former Soviet Union, which is why Russia and Ukraine today dominate the grain industry. And what it did is that it forced African farmers out of business because they couldn't compete with the subsidized wheat and corn coming from the global north. So we had to redesign our agriculture to specialize in cash crops for exports: coffee, tea, tobacco, bananas, all the complementary items. So today we live in a world where we consume what we don't produce, and we produce what we don't consume. And that's why we have real food insecurity on the African continent and the rest of the global south, obviously. So that's the food deficiency. Number 2, energy deficiency. When I say energy deficits in Africa, I include our biggest oil exporter on the continent. Nigeria today imports 100% of its gasoline, not by accident, by design. Angola, our second largest oil exporter, imports 80% of its fuel from international markets. So we're constantly denied the technology for processing, the technology for drilling, the technology for refining. So we export crude oil, we import refined petrochemicals. You export the cheap stuff, you import the more expensive stuff. So you're always in a deficit situation. And finally, the manufacturing deficits, the fact that the only type of manufacturing base that we were allowed to have is the kind where we have to import the machines, we have to import the fuel to power the factories, we have to import the intermediate components to be assembled with low-cost labor, and we even import the packaging. So we end up with the value-added content of what we export is low value added, what we import is high value added. So you can double, triple, quadruple your exports, you're always locked at the bottom of the value chain. And here's how it's manifests then. You have these structural deficits, the most fundamental areas. As you know, no country can function without food, without fuel, without manufacturing. So we have structural trade deficits, and what structural trade deficits do is that they weaken our currencies relative to the dollar, relative to the euro. And with a weaker currency, anything I need to import the next morning, whether it's food or fuel or medicine, you import it at a higher price. So we literally import inflation in the most sensitive areas of the economy, therefore hurting the most vulnerable people in society. And that immediately forces our governments into a defensive position to protect the most vulnerable. So what do? We subsidize food, we subsidize fuel, which makes sense to protect the most vulnerable, but you can't do that for 8 decades. And we ask our central banks to stabilize the exchange rate, to fight inflation. And the way they do it is by using a band-aid solution, which is borrowing more dollars. And that gets the external debt into a vicious cycle that is unsustainable, which means now the government is completely obsessed with prioritizing economic activity that will allow us to earn dollars as quickly as possible so that we service the debt. And we deprioritize economic activity that is actually transformational, that is actually the foundation of development and prosperity. And that is the essence of why we neglect so many of the priorities. And that's why a lot of the fiscal policy space that our governments have is dedicated to servicing the debt, which is by design the colonial architecture that was imposed on us. So that's why we say we can't really achieve the sustainable development goals or a just transition or any of the goals that we want to achieve under a system, an economic system that's still structurally colonized, when we have economies that are technically steered from abroad.
I think after independence and liberation, I think different countries have stepped up with the different enterprises from their countries or international organizations step up with the donations in food or all kinds of supports. So different countries, different international organizations have stepped up, involved with Africa. Why those options offered by these countries and these international organizations haven't solved those problems for Africa?
Very good question. I'm glad you mentioned food aid, because Africa didn't need any food aid day one after independence, because we had plenty of food surplus actually to export to the rest of the world. But what happened as soon as agricultural subsidies started in the global north, our farmers, the farmers that used to produce wheat and corn and barley, the core crops, stopped producing them. So it created temporary disruption in the production of core food items, because they started prioritizing exporting coffee, tea, tobacco, and the other complementary items that they were able to sell to the global north. And that created shortage of real food items. The food security was disrupted. And the concept of food security was actually invented during that time period. And that's why I always say the concept of food security is a very dangerous colonial term. Because, at the surface level, who doesn't like food security? It's a good thing. But this is a technical term. Food security means you secure the nutrition of your people, either by producing it yourself, or by buying it from abroad, or by borrowing money to buy it from abroad, or even worse, by receiving it as food aid. Food aid is the worst thing you can do to your farmers because they can't compete with free food. And that food aid completely killed our food sovereignty. And that's why today we talk about the importance of restoring food sovereignty. Whereas the global north, when they talk about Africa, they say Africa needs more food security. And I say, we don't need more food security. Thank you very much. We need food sovereignty. We need to produce our own food. And that is really the crux of the problem. So the reliance on international trade for food security is one of the most dangerous things that happened after independence. And it didn't happen by accident, it happened by design. So this is the colonial and post-colonial design.
Yeah, woke, I think the problem is that this is what capitalism does, right? It's just like it's fucking designed to do do stupid things or whatever it needs to do to fucking, make the stock go up. And it's doesn't matter how like pointless and wasteful and damaging it is in the long run, right? It's just like, well, that's what, the corporations want, and the corporations want the farmers or whoever, they want the government to do that, to do the subsidies and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know. When you think about how much crops are grown that just fucking go to waste, it's insane, right? It's like, not even that, like just how much the food we waste in the Western countries and like in the North, I guess in general, but it's like fucking everything about capitalism is sort of wasteful.
That we need to undo with something like regional food sovereignty programs or continental food sovereignty programs that are designed to support the farmers that produce the food, rather than the current system, which is what we currently do, is we subsidize consumers so that they can afford the imported food.
Every other sector has much more free market, but agriculture is heavily regulated and distorted, in no way represents a logical or efficient system. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic and hypocritical because, the fucking battle cry of capitalism is like, let the market, sort it out. Let the market, decide where, it's like fucking Darwinism. And then, but not in that area.
When technically speaking, when you subsidize consumers to buy imported food, we're technically subsidizing the producers abroad to continue dominating the global economy.
Mm-hmm. What about the options by other countries? Europe, United States, Japan, different developed countries.
Cane sugar. Oh yeah. The corn grape harvest in the U.S. EU gets turned into ethanol for fuel for cars. Makes no sense when you look at the emissions and cost. Yeah, I've heard that, where it's like, but they'll still, like, obviously they paint it as like, we're doing something good for the environment. ExxonMobil cares, like that kind of shit.
Also have their companies in Africa. So have they made any difference?
Well, I'll start with the big financial institutions that were supposed to, deliver development and technical assistance, such as the World Bank, for example, and to some extent.
Jesus Christ, 23 times cheaper. Cane sugar from Brazil is 23 times cheaper than the sugar from beets that you get in the north. That is insane, man. Someone, everything with corn, like farms in the United States in particular, with how they fucking with Monsanto and the regulation, the like fucking, you know, cornering the market and pulling, you know, these weird monopoly, almost like a protection racket. Like basically forcing people to use their product. It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's fucking gross. And it's all done like, I mean, how much fucking, what is it? Not, is it soy? What's the one that's grown for like, mainly for feed? I know corn is like grown a fuck of a lot, and it's, because it's subsidized and they use it for all sorts of dumb shit. Mostly corn syrup and, I don't know, fuel too, maybe, but yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think one of the first things that kind of radicalized me and made me be vegan for a couple of years too was that quote about how like 1/3 of the world's, I don't even remember it anymore. It's like 1/3 of the world's harvests crops are fed to cattle, and then like there's like over a billion people suffering from malnutrition, and you know, it was like I don't remember the specifics of which way it went, but it was like so fucking profoundly disturbing to be like, wow, if we didn't fucking want to eat hamburgers so fucking much all the time. Like, I'm not even fucking, you know, asking America to go vegan or anything. Like, I'm not vegan, I'm vegetarian. But, like, to just fucking chill out on the goddamn cattle. Like, it would be so easy to, like, you know, have enough crops to feed people with the grain, you know? You only get 10% of caloric benefit of the feeding the animal instead of the feed. Yeah, it's obscene. It's obscene when you just think about that. Like, oh, we could solve world hunger like easily as fuck, but we don't want to because we like, you know, being, you know, gluttonous Americans, and obviously that extends beyond America, but yeah, that was like when I was in my 20s. I read that in a book, and just that one, it was a book about veganism, but it was like that one, it goes so far beyond veganism. Like just reading that one fact of like how much of the fucking grain we feed to animals instead of people, while people fucking suffer from malnutrition all over the world. You just go like, fuck, man. That's not right. Yep.
Extent the IMF. When you look at the majority of African countries in the last, 80 years of operations of the World Bank and IMF, and since independence, most of our countries have been under a World Bank and IMF program essentially continuously, with these institutions dictating the conditionalities of how their funds are used internally. In other words, micromanaging our economic priorities. The fact that we're in a debt crisis today means one of two things. It's either that these institutions are completely incompetent and should be rejected, or that their intervention has been intentional entrapment to keep us in a debt trap. And when you look at the creation of the World Bank and IMF after World War II, most of the continent, the vast majority of the continent, was still colonized. We're talking about a global economic architecture that was not designed by us, that was not designed for us. It was designed for colonial purposes, extraction purposes. Why do we expect these same institutions that haven't fundamentally changed to deliver any different results? So it's time for us to wake up and realize that these are the fundamental pillars of the global economy that need to be decolonized. And I'll give you one number that your viewers will probably remember after this conversation, which is the following. If we divide the world today into global north and global south countries, and if we net out all the financial transactions that happen globally, trade, foreign direct investment, interest payment, remittances from workers, even illicit financial flows, all the financial transactions, the net amount, the last data point we have, is $2 trillion moving from the global south to global north. That is the result of the net neocolonial wealth extraction from the global south. And that number 20 years ago was $500 billion. We thought it was outrageous. And then it became $1 trillion. And today it's $2 trillion. And it's going to keep accelerating because we haven't changed the design of the global economic architecture that was designed for extraction of wealth from the global south. So these are the fundamental conversations that we need to have with the global community, that we cannot expect a just transition or decarbonization or any kind of transformation without transforming these persistent colonial structures.
Next, I really want to address, because next month in September, there's something major for major meeting for China and Africa, because from September the 4th to 6th, the 2024 Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which is also known as FOCAC, will take place in Beijing.
There are efficient uses of animal scraps and offcuts that humans won't eat. Can be fed to pigs or chickens. There's grazing land that can't sustain crops but can sustain cattle or goats. Going vegan isn't a panacea, but yeah, it would help. And most meat is not coming from such source, but instead battery farms with horrific conditions. Yeah, I mean, I've made so many people go vegan in the day. I was just like, all right, which fucking factor do you want me to hit you on? Like the environmental, the ethical, the human toll, the fucking environmental toll, the human, the animal, the cruelty to animals. Like, it's just fucking atrocious across the board. Like, and if you don't care about one, the others, you know, yeah, it's definitely like I said, it's like people don't even have to like necessarily go vegan, but just to like be conscious of like how it affects and like cut down on and just fucking be and you know, I don't know, yeah. Also, damn, Woke, you know a little something about everything. I swear to God, man. Hold on.
You're a smart motherfucker, that's right.
Was that loud enough?
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Oh, that wasn't the clip, it was the other one. It was the "you a smart motherfucker." Anyway. You're right, you're a smart motherfucker.
And delegates from all African countries will come to Beijing and meet with the Chinese policymakers to set the future goals for the cooperation. And this FOCAC meeting existed since 2000.
Honestly, I think you and Blatt should both fucking do your own streams. You've got a lot of smarts and interesting perspective to offer. Just saying, I'd fucking hang out in there.
Already 24 years. So a lot of concrete results have. We've seen those concrete results affecting both continents. So from your perspective, I mean.
Actually, don't, because you guys bring so much to my chat that. I'm kidding. I'm half kidding.
What's the difference from China's involvement with Africa compared to traditionally those Western countries? What's the difference between China's involvement with Africa and Western involvement with Africa? And do you have any expectations? What's your vision for this forum?
Yes, well, there's a clear difference between the engagement of China and the African continent and the rest of the global south via the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI program, for example, versus what we've seen from the global north, from OECD countries. First of all, there's one clear distinction, which is that the global north countries have been the colonial powers in the past. China was not. So that's a huge difference. Number two, all the intervention and quote unquote technical assistance and aid and cooperation we've seen from the global north has resulted in debt traps, has resulted in economic entrapment, have resulted in reproducing the colonial structures that they imposed on us as the place for cheap raw materials, as the consumers of their technology, and as the place where they outsource the obsolete technologies that they no longer need. So that is undeniable that has been systematically the engagement of the global north with the African continent. China, on the other hand, came in with its standard foreign policy approach, which is we will not intervene in your internal affairs and we will not tell you what to do. And that puts the responsibility of cooperation really on our governments to decide for themselves the terms of engagement, the terms of cooperation. And I think we have to be very honest here that our governments have not organized themselves well enough to get the most advantage out of China's cooperation and presence in the global south. And I've heard it directly from Chinese officials who are saying we're
nice. What do you mean pretend? You're not pretending. You are
willing to provide.
You're not some extremist weirdo commie or anything. I mean, come on. That's crazy. That's just no. I don't know. I obviously not. Come on. Don't get questioned by any senators, any U.S. senators, because man, they are tough with those really smart questions.
Financing, technical assistance, even transfer of technology, but you have to tell us on what terms and what is this. So I'm going to use this opportunity through your program not as a politician. I'm not a politician or diplomat. I'm an independent African expert to offer what I call the bargain of the century between Africa and China. For the following reason, for true decolonization and transformation of the African continent, and for a repositioning of the global south in general at the center of a new economic and geopolitical international economic order.
There you go.
And the idea is the following. Notice that Africa and the rest of the global south, we essentially have all the critical minerals that the rest of the world is panicking about and wants to have access to. These are the minerals that form the basis of the economy of the 21st century. And we know that. The only country that has mastered and dominated the technology of processing critical minerals today is China, to the point where the US and Europe are actually dependent technologically on refining critical minerals by China. Now, if we want to industrialize as Africa or as the global south, we're not going to partner with countries that don't have the technology. We have to partner with countries that actually have the technology that we need. So I offer that the African continent as a bloc, not as individual nations, offers the bargain of the century to China and says, look, we have the youngest labor force on the planet, on the African continent. We have all the critical minerals that we need to industrialize, to manufacture and deploy the building blocks of development and prosperity, starting with renewable energy infrastructure, clean cooking infrastructure for the 1 billion people in Africa who are inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis because of lack of clean cooking infrastructure, mostly women and children, of course, and clean public transportation infrastructure to link our economies. Just these three industrial policies will completely transform the continent and reposition Africa at the center of a new international economic order. But we lack one thing, which is access to this life-saving technology that Europe and the United States and Japan have, but also China has. For example, the entire value chain for manufacturing solar panels, using our materials, using our labor. So why would China accept this offer? Here's what we offer in return. In 10 to 15 years, China can double its industrial footprint globally. In 10 to 15 years, China can double its geopolitical weight globally and secure access to these precious minerals that everybody wants to have from the African continent. But there's one more thing that is extremely important in this particular geopolitical moment, which is China's excess productive capacity, both human productive capacity and technological industrial productive capacity, is at risk at this moment because Europe and the United States are closing their markets to Chinese EV and Chinese high value added manufacturing products. And we know that is happening as we speak. Africa alone and the rest of the global south, our internal market is much bigger than Europe and the US combined. So China has an opportunity to engage with a much larger consumer market. The only problem is we don't actually have the purchasing power to buy those EVs from China. But if we truly industrialize and develop, we will have the purchasing power. We will have the biggest consumer market to engage with China. And that allows China to continue the expansion of its research and development and industrialization, but this time with full engagement with the global south. Now, I know that China will accept this offer. I call on African leaders to actually get together and formulate a joint industrial policy and engage with China for this real partnership that is mutually beneficial for both sides. Now, just triggering this process of engagement and real industrialization with China will give Africa the second bargaining chip that we need to reset the conversation with the global north. And now we can go to European countries, OECD countries, and say, look, we want you to have a similar joint venture partnership with us, just like the one we just had with China, to transfer state technology to manufacture and deploy wind turbine technology on our terms, non-colonial, non-extractive terms. We want high-speed rail technology. We want pharmaceutical technology, the building blocks of development. And if they say, no, we OECD countries, we don't transfer technology, which is technically what they do. They don't transfer technology. We don't engage in these types of partnerships. We only do extractivism. We only do neocolonial engagement. They say, okay, you can keep your technology. We'll give the opportunity for China to triple, quadruple its economic and geopolitical weight and secure its access to these critical minerals, because China also can transfer wind turbine technology, high-speed rail technology, all the technology that we actually need for the building blocks. So, of course, the idea here is not necessarily to shut down half the world, but to actually force them to engage on more reasonable terms. And that allows us to reposition the global South at the center of a new economic and geopolitical international economic order. And coincidentally, this year we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the new international economic order that the global South brought to the UN 50 years ago, and under UN resolutions and UN meetings, and saying we need to finish the business of decolonizing the global South. And that is precisely the process that was shut down by the global North 50 years ago. And that's our opportunity today as Africans, as people of the global South, is to take advantage of this small window of opportunity that we have because of the current geopolitical, economic, and also technological moment, the fact that everybody's really relying on these critical minerals to finally reposition and fully decolonize our economic structures.
Tell us, where can people find your work?
Well, the report that you're referring to.
Yeah, Woke. What was I watching? What's his name? The economist, the Marxist economist. I forget his name. Kind of a craggy white guy. Wolf. Yes, that's him. Did you guess it before I said craggy white guy? Yeah, he was talking about that whole thing where the Chinese EVs are like much better and much cheaper. And he was also talking about how Trump is an idiot because he thinks that tariffs are like some magic thing that won't come back to hurt you eventually. Like, he's like, yeah, tariffs are great for like short-term benefit, but you put a 200% tariff on a car, then now you're cutting off all the people, all the businesses in America that could benefit from getting cheaper, better cars, like fucking, delivery services and fucking transport and all this stuff, fucking Uber, taxis, whatever. And he's like, and also eventually China will put tariffs on you. It's like they can do the same thing. He's like, but Trump doesn't seem to understand that. He's like, just throw a tariff. We're going to tariff China.
To the Just Transition report, which is published by the Independent Expert Group on Just Transition and Development, is available online in English and in French. The website is justtransitionafrica.org. And people can find me on social media. I'm available. I write a Substack blog called Global South Perspectives, so you can find.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not. You just pretend that China's not making better, cheaper cars, and fucking put a tariff on it. It's not gonna like change the dynamics long term.
And I write frequently short and accessible pieces about the kind of work that we're
the art of the deal guy doesn't seem to know this.
Doing to reposition the global South, to decolonize the global South in the way that I just described today. Thanks again for this opportunity.
Thank you. I will also put Fidel's newsletter and his account in the description. So thank you so much for this wonderful interview. I really hope you can come back again and again to share with us more of your knowledge.
Oh, is this the one we watched last time? Is China colonizing Africa? Anyway, it appears they are not. You're free to disagree, anyone, but we have shown some evidence that that is not true.
On Global South. So thank you so much. I hope you have a good time in Laos and in your next destination.
All right, wait, hold on. Wait, no. Here we go. All right, it's time for a little fun content. What's happening? I don't want to. We already covered this one. Come on now. God damn it. Hold on, guys. Why is this happening? All right. Okay, see, like this is one of the ones I was that comes up in my For You feed. It was like Mao's Red Terror in China, free documentary history. I go, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a good documentary to watch, an unbiased documentary. It is free, which is good, and it is a documentary, yes, and history. All those things good, but that's why I asked you guys for your recommendations. All right, let's have some fun content.
Hello, my gently suckling news babies. While you latch back onto my news teats, ow! Let me also take a moment to wish you a late happy 9/11 from the whole Some More News crew. Well, okay, sorry. Not happy, just we recognize it. Never forget to recognize. That's what we said. Unfortunately, for all of us, as a comedy show, it's my sad duty to insert several flippant 9/11 jokes into the episode to stay topical. That's just comedy law. So, okay. 9/11. 9/11. That's 200 from 711, like the store 7-Eleven. And you want to talk about disasters, what, with the hot dogs? I can do this. 9/11 times 12 is 10,932, which is also the manufacturer's number of the Heiko 2-prong number 4 self-tapping nylon stackable retaining spacer with a 0.875-inch chassis. Coincidence? All right, that's fine. So I don't know why it was all math stuff, but we're through it. We survived with our dignity intact. Okay? And speaking of remembering and disaster and numbers, 6 media panics we all just kind of forgot about. Here's some more news. It's no secret that the media operates with the same nervous attention.
You know, he's right, though. I did kind of forget about the murder hornets and the spy balloons.
Span as your neurotic meth-addicted grandmother, and boy, she has got to get her life together. And so it seems like every week we're bombarded with a brand new existential crisis zooming by like the ending of 2001, which is either a 9/11 joke or a Space Odyssey joke. It could be both. Doesn't matter. Point is, the media loves a flash-in-the-pan freak-out. So just as an example, if you're one of the folks wondering why the press love the Biden is mentally unable to serve story, but have stopped hammering the Trump obviously same bigly story, it's because everyone knows that about Trump already. That story, while still true and vital, is no longer juicy. It's time to bail. And the general public is left to assume that, whatever the panic, top men must have taken care of it, or else our worst fears have been realized and we're living in a slightly more devastated, tragedy-fueled world. But we thought, for fun, that it might be a good idea to look back and actually see if any of these problems got cleared up, or were, perhaps, just left to get worse after the clicks subsided, or if they were even problems to begin with. Think of it like one of those, hey, remember the 80s, but it's for panic attacks. Hey, remember VH1? What I guess I'm really asking here is, how are all the bees doing lately? The bees are all going extinct. Oh, right, the bees. Not the bees, we all cried. So yeah, those RIP bee stories, otherwise known as Rip Bees Bee Leaving or Nots, first started appearing in the winter of 2006 when US beekeepers reported unusually high levels of hive loss. Experts were puzzled since many hives that were failing appeared otherwise healthy. Beekeepers normally anticipate losses of around 10 to 15% of a colony in a typical year, but more than 28 to 33% of colonies were dying off in commercial US operations, throwing Statham after Statham after Statham at the problem only made matters worse, with increasingly higher bee casualty rates each year. Though answers remained in short supply, scientists did give the phenomenon a name: colony collapse disorder, or CCD. Over the course of the next decade or so, the media's overall take on this story progressed from whimsical scientific curiosity to full-blown crisis. A 2013 Time magazine cover story invites us to imagine a world without bees. They produced a video to go along with their report titled "Why Bees Are Going Extinct."
Albert Einstein once supposedly said that if bees disappeared from the face of the earth, mankind would only have 4 years left to live. Now, there's no evidence they actually said that.
Great, I feel more informed already. So all of that was 10 years ago. Today, you might be tempted to think the bee sitch must have resolved itself somehow. After all, there are still plants and flowers outside. I mean, not where I live, but, you know, on the planet. And yet, despite everyone moving on to other things, this crisis is still going on, essentially unchanged. According to The Guardian, 2022 was the second deadliest season for US bee colonies on record, with nearly 50% dying off. In fact, a quick glance at headlines, helpfully compiled by our researchers so I don't have to impale these...
That was a good pause. Sorry, Cody. Isn't it weird that people think like, oh, humans are more important than bees? Really? I think bees are pretty dope. And bees fucking got communism down, bro. Bees know all about communism. They fucking mastered that shit.
Foppish, lily-white hands seemingly confirms that the situation is worse than ever with no real hope in sight.
Can we just get drones to do the pollination? Pretty sure they're monarchist. Yeah, I guess they are. In a way, they're both, I guess. Because the queen, right, is more like they're a resource, right? They're the resource, so they're all. They're not so much the leader, because the queen doesn't like make the bees do anything, right? They all kind of have their. They're the queen bee is the resource that they all protect. I think. I don't know. I'm kind of just I'm working through it here. Yeah, there's the Yeomi Park bee that's like in the bee colony. Bees have to eat their own feet. You notice how bees don't have feet? That's because they have to eat them. That's why. They used to have feet. They used to have feet. But it's so bad there in the bee colony, in the hive, that the bees have to eat their feet. It's true. It's true. In DB Arcade, no, not working. Never mind.
So how can something be such a huge problem for decades without stings?
They do very much work cooperatively, though, for the good of the hive. That's my point, right? Yeah.
Ever improving, but also never causing any kind of real work.
We should look into this. We should totally like find a bee expert. Like that lady, you know that lady that handles the bees? She has like I forgot about her. She has like a pretty big social media presence. Or she used to. And she just like, she doesn't wear anything. Like she's cool with the bees. The bees are cool with her. You know, she just picks the bees up out of the little thing, the little bee box, and pushes them into the new bee box where the queen is, and then she gets some honey out, and like, she never gets stung. She's the bee whisperer. Anyway, my point is, let's get her on the phone and be like, hey, did you say bees are a monarchy or a socialist or like what? What do you think? You're the bee lady.
world immediately noticeable consequences, honey. 9/11? Is it something to do with the failure of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Queen Tomania?
Anyway, I'm probate.
I've found that the answer lies not at the box office, but in nuance. The kind I've just demonstrated. Rewind if you have to, it was subtle. So if all the bees are dying, why haven't we actually noticed? Well, it turns out world honeybee populations are at an all-time high. As of 2024, the US alone has added almost 1 million new colonies in just the last 5 years, bringing our total to 3.8 million. That makes bees the fastest growing livestock segment in the country, ahead of ducks, egg-laying chickens, and chickens for tendies, deer, bison, cattle, muppets, turkeys, and even alpacas, who f*** like wild. In fact,
ducks. Insert lame-ass Haitian eating ducks joke. Am I right?
Part of the surge in bee farming is almost certainly because of the nonstop.
There seems to be a number of articles doing a Marxist analysis of Bee Movie. But I can't find a Marxist analysis of bees themselves. Ugh. Isn't that always the way? That should be like a theme night where you just watch videos of people doing Marxist analysis or Marxist-Leninist analysis or any sort of political leftist analysis of things that kind of have nothing to do with politics. That would be fun.
Reporting.
Maybe it could be the same day we get the bee lady on to answer bee questions.
About how the population was dwindling, leaving a valuable natural resource market to be cornered if you were quick and evil enough. Bees are big business, not only for their honey, but also for their ability to effectively pollinate crops. Think of them as the hand that jerks the cow, if the cow is trees. Think of it. For example, the American almond industry relies almost entirely on pollination by bees, and $4 out of every $5 we spend on bee fertility and assistance ultimately serves almond growing in some way. Almond acreage in the US has doubled since 2007, when everyone mutually agreed to start pretending that they're a delicious snack and also produce milk? What? Another explanation.
That sounds a conversation between a Marxist and an environmental scientist on whether bees produce value. That sounds kind of either interesting or stupefying. I don't know. I'm curious about that for sure. I guess you could say be curious. This is the part of the stream where I make terrible jokes. If you leave, I won't hold it against you. There we go. Also, is that conversation an article or is it a video?
For the surge in bee populations, greenwashing. Corporations and businesses that want to seem environmentally friendly or use green tech to look hip and relevant have started installing beehives and hiring their own beekeepers.
And that's why we love you. Hey there, Kate. You appreciate the awful jokes. The falling on my face jokes.
So why are bees both thriving and also in danger? Well, because there's more than one kind of bee.
And the potential bee-related content.
Like, yeah, it's so obvious when you say it out loud. There's more than one type of bee. The ones that are thriving are honeybees, the big, fat, sexy, fuzzy guys we raise purposefully in captivity at scale to make our honey and pollinate our almonds and keep the proud tradition of interspecies slavery alive and well. Take that, 13th Amendment! You failed to consider bees! Also, prison labor. But see, honeybees aren't white rhinos. I mean, obviously, they're so tiny. What I mean is, they're not a wild species that's in immediate danger of going extinct. They're more like chickens. The overall population might fluctuate, but we're in no danger of losing them entirely.
Bees are like chickens.
They're everywhere. We raise them on factory farms by the millions. The incessant buzzing of their cacophonous horde must surely one day sunder the earth and wake the first dead from the deep places in which they slumber. Then, over here, there's another second kind of bee. The United States alone has over 4,000 species of native wild bees,
the fat,
most
fuzzy
of which
ones.
are nothing like honeybees, which we imported from Europe in the first place. Far from being tiny flying livestock, most wild bees don't serve a queen or produce honey, but they are very important pollinators for a lot of old-timey, uncool crops that aren't almonds, such as...
Wait a minute. Did he say something about not having a queen? Most wild bees don't serve a queen or produce honey. They're anarchists. No? Are they? I don't know. I mean, you know, they're flying around to flowers and stuff, but are they? They're not doing good for, like, because they care about the environment. They like flowers, so, and they just happen to be pollinating as they go. Yeah. Interesting. We're learning so much about bees.
But they are very important pollinators for a lot of old-timey, uncool crops that aren't almonds, such as tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers, to name a few. Vegetables? Okay, boomer. Oh, they're actually fruits. Okay, fact checker. The rapid vibrations that only wild bee bodies can produce is what their flowers need to shake their pollen free. Honeybees don't have enough tea, soybees. And importantly, crucially, some might say, these wild bee populations
Woke, if I get like an offer to do a show on Netflix or something, are you available as a producer?
Are in danger of extinction. Going back to that chicken analogy, as one entomologist said to the Washington Post, you wouldn't be like, hey, birds are doing great. We've got a huge biomass of chickens. It's kind of the same thing with honeybees. Right. When you put it that way, it's kind of wild we all just stopped talking about bees. Because, I don't know, a species exclusively existing as a crop feels way more depressing than it just dying out. Like, if we're going to trash an ecosystem, we should at least feel more consequences for doing that. So what's real about the bees then? Well, the American bumblebee, once North America's most common bee species, has all but disappeared from 8 U.S. states, leading to calls to protect them under the Endangered Species Act. And while so much of that initial reporting focused on the scientific mystery, experts being baffled and puzzled and stumped, it's actually well understood what's happening to our wild bee population. U.S. states.
Wait, American bumblebees have disappeared?
U.S. states.
But I love
leading
them.
to calls to protect them under the Endangered Species Act. And while
look at them. Look at how cute they are. Aww. Look at their little fuzzy faces. And their little round bodies. Okay, wait, is this a whole... Is this a whole ass series? Nature, capitalism, socialism? Are there like conversations about all these things, all different variations of the three conversations intersecting? Because I think I found a new favorite thing. Okay, this is amazing. This is amazing. Oh yeah, I forgot about the murder hornets. That's the whole point of this episode. All right, I'm gonna read this later. I'm gonna add that to the. All right, thank you for that.
So much of that initial reporting focused on the scientific mystery, experts being baffled and puzzled and stumped. It's actually well understood what's happening to our wild bee population in the United States. Basically, we keep replacing their natural habitats with condos and topgolfs. Oops. Lesson learned.
God
Don't do that
damn it.
again. The bees are also succumbing to the stuff you'd probably
Golf
guess,
ruins
like
everything.
climate change and the increased use of pesticides. To make matters worse, the honeybees, whose numbers we're purposefully boosting, often carry deadly viruses and mites that flourish in crowded industrial colonies and then spread to native bee populations, decimating them. So if you're really worried about ecosystem collapse in a weird DC Injustice Mirror Universe kind of way, the problems we thought would be caused by the loss of honeybee populations could actually come to pass if enough native wild bees get killed off by invasive, homogenized farm bees. That would mean losing a significant amount of our biodiversity and could force growers to rely far more heavily on wind-pollinated crops like wheat, barley, and corn. Awesome. We definitely need more corn in our diet. And hey, at least we'll still have nut milk. So to sum that up, the media reported about the loss of bees, and so everyone started adding more honey.
Okay, nut milk is bad, right? I have a confession, guys. I really like almond milk. I like almond milk, but I've heard that almond milk is bad. That it takes like a ton of water to grow almonds. And they're mainly grown in California where there's water shortages, but yet it's like a very inefficient crop, almonds. But almonds are delicious, guys. And they don't have feelings. It's okay to eat. Kurt Cobain, he said, it's okay to eat almonds because they don't have any feelings. Remember that? Remember that song? Please clip that. I mean, wait. Please clap.
Bees, which was never the type of bee in danger. And in fact, that made the issue worse, because the actual solution is just to stop plowing over forests and replacing them with miles of chemically treated lawns. It's actually a great microcosm of our relationship with climate change, where the actual solution is to limit industrial growth, but instead, we keep trying to find ways to weasel out of it that happen to also be good for capitalism. Interesting. Anywho, while we're being all horny for bees and death, we may as well keep this honey train going. Murder hornets.
There they are. Murder hornets. I knew we'd get to
Remember those? When our media coverage traded talking about killing bees for talking about killer bees? So much bee content.
As if COVID-19 weren't enough to worry about, there is now a murderous hornet from Asia here.
Glad they managed to make it feel vaguely racist. You know the story. It seems that large Asian hornets had somehow made their way to the United States. And boy, these are no ordinary hornets. They are true units, with 2-inch queens and mandibles shaped like shark fins they primarily use to decapitate their prey, but which can also penetrate human skin. They're also armed with stingers strong enough to pierce a beekeeper's suit. Statham, look out! Plus, a fairly potent venom that makes getting stung not just dangerous, but also excruciatingly painful. They also know how to hack computers, maybe. In Japan, these so-called murder hornets kill around 30 to 50 people annually, according to the New York Times and basically every other outlet, despite publicly available data from Japan indicating that death from hornets, wasps, and bees combined averaged 18 per year from 2009 to 2018. The 30 to 50 claim seems to come from the introduction of a toxicology paper from 2006, which was cited in a National Geographic article in 2020, which we assume was just sort of picked up by literally everyone else. Information is fun. Anyway, however many people die from it, the people who don't describe the sting as similar to hot metal driving into their skin. Here's what happened when YouTuber Coyote Peterson of Brave Wilderness let a murder hornet sting him strictly for the lulz and ad revenue.
1, 2.
God damn, that thing's big.
3. Ah! Oh, this thing's stuck in my arm. Searing pain. Absolute searing pain.
Cool, man. Reminder again to please support our sponsors and Patreon so Katie doesn't make me start doing stuff like this. But it's important to point out that the murder hornets always posed more of a threat to our honeybees than to us. Concerns that their rapid spread could impact agricultural output on the West Coast far overshadowed their actual danger to everyday people. Wait, is this episode secretly just about bees getting wrecked? Mostly! The hornet story became a thing in 2020, but it began in 2019 when the discovery of 2 dead giant hornets in Washington state and a few in Vancouver set off a targeted search for more. The search led to the discovery of a nest in Washington in late 2020, but no new murder hornets were found until 2023 near Savannah, Georgia. Although technically there weren't murder hornets, the northern giant hornet, Vespa mandarinia, but its cousin, the yellow-legged hornet, Vespa velutina. So over several...
Also, the Murder Hornets were my favorite band that G.G. Allin played with. Some goddamn good records he put out with the Murder Hornets.
several years, they found a murder hornet hive and some murder hornet cousins. Now, maybe this story was overhyped from the start. After all, it almost seemed like some members of the press enjoyed piling on the bad news.
And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, an invasive and potentially deadly hornet has been found in the U.S. for the very first time.
As if 2020 wasn't challenging enough, there is now new information on a dangerous insect called the murder hornet.
So what makes this a little frustrating is that, along with the general fear-mongering, a lot of these stories somehow also glossed over the actual danger the hornets would have caused to other bees, which in turn would have eventually caused a danger to us. They took a real threat, turned it into this other meme thread about how murder hornets are coming after people, and then we all moved on when the pretend threat didn't happen. It's like saying that bears are going to steal our picnic baskets, and then later concluding that bears must actually be safe since picnic crime is down. Anyway, speaking of moving on, we're gonna do that too right after this short break. Seriously, so short. We'll be right back. Don't buzz off. I'm done. I swear to God, I'm done. I'm gonna go write some more 9/11 jokes, I promise. Look, I'm doing it right now.
I could definitely write an episode of some more news.
It's good. It's really funny.
All right, woke. Appreciate everything, and have a good night and be safe.
Boy howdy, like all of America, I got Cheney mania. Dick Cheney, that is. All the kids think he's so brat, and I've been getting my Cheney deets over at Ground News, which you can check out with this QR code. That's an also brat sponsor we at the show sought out. There's both a website and an app that aggregates news from around the world from the entire political spectrum and allows us to compare coverage and verify our information. Like how recently we learned that Che is supporting Kamala Harris in the upcoming election. Ground News aggregated almost 300 articles about his announcement, and while most of these headlines from the center and left are very plainly and matter of fact about this endorsement, a whole bunch of right-leaning headlines are going with headlines like Architect of War Dick Cheney endorses Kamala for president, and Warmonger VP Dick Cheney endorses Kamala Harris, because the far right famously hates war and the war in Iraq and never liked it. Very silly, but also they aren't wrong. Anywho, you can get all these headlines plus context on each publication over at Ground News, aka ground.news/SMN. In this election season, you can see how what they're doing is more important today than ever, and I encourage you to check them out. In fact, be sure to check out their 2024.
By the way, hello. I enjoy bad jokes, okay? I enjoy shitty jokes very much. Obviously, shitty jokes are the funniest jokes. Come on now. Don't front.
Presidential election page to follow all the breaking news, explore key issues, Cheney updates, and see blind spot stories that aren't being covered nearly enough by the media. So again, that's ground.news/SMN for 40% off unlimited access. The link is in the description. It's Totes Brat, which I assume is short for Bratwurst. It is Totes Bratwurst. Yeah.
Well, hello there. Ever since I became
a Lenin salute for you.
I like to monitor my lawn
Blow
so
away
I can
if I don't
discover
know,
brand
one or the
new
other.
animals that wandered through. I've actually discovered 30 new species, like the California winged jerk or the lumbering fur barrel that eats trash. It's a big beast. And I've done this thanks to my camera system from SimpliSafe. We've partnered with SimpliSafe to offer you an exclusive 50% discount on a new system, plus a free indoor security camera with Fast Protect TM monitoring. Not everyone needs a security system. We know that. But if you do feel the need to monitor the trash beasts that lumber through and look a lot like bears, well, SimpliSafe makes it fast and easy. It works right out of the box with no contracts, no hidden fees. They have a 24/7 live guard protection, so their agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm. There are a million reasons why somebody might want to monitor their home, not just to discover the next bushy-tailed nut horse that can't stop ravaging my plants, but also to have help during any kind of an emergency. So if that's something you want, you can check out that exclusive 50% discount on a new system, plus a free indoor security camera with Fast Protect TM monitoring. All you need to do is visit simplysafe.com/morenews. But the offer is for a limited time only. So be sure to order today. Again, that's simplysafe.com/morenews. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Welcome back. I'm afraid I sold my final 9/11 joke to a wealthier comedian, so if you want to hear it, you'll just have to endure an episode of Real Time. I'm so sorry. It's going to be in the one where he's smug and out of touch. Listen for it. Maybe he'll get canceled again. That'd be neat. You're welcome. And oh my goodness, smug and out of touch, shitty political takes, that perfectly segues us into our next big media panic. How about that? The Democrats are coming for your stoves. Ah, yes, the libs are coming for your blank stove edition on.
Where's the thing? Okay, wait, hold on.
You're not doing praxis by typing in a fucking Twitch chat.
M2.
January 12th, 2023, Ohio Republican Jim Jordan tweeted, "God, guns, gas stoves." And while that might have confused a lot of normal people, on Fox Business, Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy helped clarify by warning that a new and insidious proposal from the Democrats was designed to take away your gas stoves.
That this is really a backdoor way to go after natural gas. Let's just strip it away. Let's just take away the childhood asthma kind of, yeah, right. No, this is their kind of, what can we do to inhibit the role of natural gas in our economy?
Childhood asthma? Oh, brother, give me a break. Kids don't have lungs. It's so weird and unhinged that the Democrats apparently just hate natural gas for no reason. A day earlier, chef and restaurateur Andrew Gruel, named for his signature dish, was on with an even more dire warning.
They're going to ban fire. At the end of the day, you're not even going to be able to light a fire, and that in and of itself is going to be akin to, like I would say smoking crack in a public square, but that's actually encouraged in California.
That's right. The damn Dems want to outlaw fire itself. Not since the Olympians of old chained Prometheus has anyone shown such audacity. And you know they won't stop there. What's next? Wind, water, earth, heart? With their powers combined, Fox News contributors just kept the hit pieces coming. Here's Charlie Hunt suggesting the Democrats favored a gas stove ban because they hate, in order, humans, joyfulness, pies,
You're not doing
and good
praxis
food.
by
And
typing
boy,
in a...
that's a wild accusation to throw at Democrats. I mean, just look at Tim Walz. That's clearly a man who enjoys joy and pie. Bill Clinton is canonically food motivated. To back up this stellar reportage of what must be true facts, House Republicans even went so far as to pass a bill last June preemptively prohibiting the use of federal funds to regulate gas stoves as a hazardous product. But as it turns out, wait for it, you're not going to believe this. I know I say that a lot for comedic reasons, but this time I'm deadly serious. You're not going to believe this. Just wait. There haven't actually been any attempts by federal Democrats to ban gas stoves. At all. Wait, at all. Like, it's hard to parse what the f these people are even talking about. But with much reverse engineering, I think I can say what happened. In early 2023, U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commissioner Richard Trumka Jr. told Bloomberg that gas stoves pose a hidden hazard to American homes, and he'd potentially consider barring the installation of new ones in favor of their electric counterparts. Gas stoves are used in about 40% of American homes, but they emit pollutants and fine particulate matter at levels that Nixon's EPA and Earth's World Health Organization claim are unsafe and potentially linked to cardiovascular problems, cancer, and other chronic medical conditions. Consumer Reports urged readers to consider going electric after its own tests found many gas stoves on the market emit high levels of nitrogen oxide. This peer-reviewed 2023 study found that 12.7% of all childhood asthma cases in the U.S. can be attributed to gas stove usage. And that's legitimately all that really happened here. The head of one federal agency gave an interview in which he pointed to some well-sourced concerns about a possible safety hazard to children specifically in millions of American homes based on 5 decades of research and study. And the right-wing media was so obnoxious and wrong about it that the agency was forced to issue a statement clarifying that they had no plans to ban gas stoves, as if the right-wing media would hear literally anything and go, okay, I guess we were wrong, and made a big deal out of nothing. We'll never do it again. Because the right-wing media, of course, had spotted an opportunity to open up a new front in our endless national culture war by making this into yet another us versus them purity test for conservatives. In this alternate reality, they want to steal your stove because it's probably giving your kid asthma, thus making them worse at team sports, thus making you love them less. We want you to keep using the same stove, a good, godly American stove, the stove of our forefathers, okay? I just want our forefathers' stove. Some cities like Berkeley, California, have instituted their own bans on gas stoves, but for the most part, the national gas and propane industries have been successful in stalling or reversing these efforts through the courts. Berkeley's ban, for example, was blocked after the California Restaurant Association sued. Perhaps learning from that, even though it happened like a year earlier in 2023, New York became the first entire state in the U.S. to ban gas stoves and furnaces in all new construction projects. But that bill has an exemption for commercial kitchens, so restaurants like Andrew Gruel's won't be impacted, and organizations like the California Restaurant Association won't get all suey. It doesn't have to be a culture war political issue at all. It can just be a common health risk that we're trying to figure out how to reasonably mitigate more and more as time goes on. In terms of federal oversight, earlier this year, the U.S. Energy Department announced new efficiency standards for ovens and stoves. But it hardly matters yet, since 97% of the gas stoves currently in use meet the agency's requirements.
Coming for your stove, Jack.
In fact, the Energy Department made more code upgrades regarding electric stoves this year than gas, and as many as 23% of current electric ranges don't meet the new efficiency standards. God, this is so boring. I should have thrown in a few more 9/11 jokes. Why didn't I? I've got a great one right. Oh, I sold this one to Bill Maher, right? Well, whether or not great restaurant quality cooking even requires a gas stove also remains a subject of intense debate among professional chefs, bears, foodies, and influencers. Chef and electric kitchen evangelist Christopher Galarza told the Washington Post last year that the fixation on gas stoves is largely based on tradition, marketing, and aesthetics, along with what the Post describes as the sheer machismo of cooking over an open flame. According to the National Restaurant Association, 1 in 8 full-service U.S. restaurants already don't use gas stoves in their kitchens. Maybe your favorite restaurant already switched to electric and you didn't even know it. But as with every story that turns into part of the culture war, attention-desperate bad faith actors seize on the opportunity to get people stupidly riled up over nothing.
I actually threw tomato soup all over my stove, and I have actually taped myself to my stove. I've been here for 24 hours now. I haven't moved once. I was 6'9" yesterday. I'm 5'11" right now, and I'm.
Oh, sorry. There's an ad break. I didn't realize it. It sprung up on me. It's Jeff's fault. Oh wait, if you can hear this, then you're not in an ad break. Streaming is so hard, you guys. It's the hardest job in the world. For real. For realsies. Alright, I don't know. Whatever, I just go.
I'm going to stay here until this is just completely abolished from anybody's mind.
Sorry, wait, that's clearly a joke? So is he making fun of his own fake panic over the gas stoves? Like, that is what that joke is about, right? He's like acknowledging that they are purposefully exaggerating the outrage and that this whole thing is stupid. Like, they're laughing at their stupid audience of rubes here. And of course, the fake gas stove ban was just one of a multitude of media panics surrounding fears that liberals want to regulate your diet, but not in the apparently fine RFK Jr. way, in the bad woke way. That's right. Liberals want to take away your meat. Ah, shucks. Those darn libs.
True.
What are they going to take away next? The hole in the ozone? During his 2018 Senate campaign against Beto O'Rourke, Ted Cruz suggested that Democrats want to ban barbecue across the state of Texas. Outrage! You may as well ban the stars from shining or Ted Cruz from being a weird little creep.
Cowboy hats.
Happy 9/11, Ted. You having a good day on your internet, Ted? Your anniversary of the thing that you did on 9/11? Okay. The origin story here is basically the same. In 2023, after the European Commission approved the sale of protein-rich insect powder derived from mealworms and crickets, right-wing politicians in Europe started tweeting things like, "We will not eat the bugs," and suggesting that the long-term plan was to outlaw conventional meat entirely. Once American commentators realized that the U.S. Food and Drug Administration also permits small amounts of insect matter in our foods, they jumped in on the fun.
They really want it. This has become a meme. People will say, I will not live in the pod, I will not eat the bugs, I will not consume, and the ruling class keeps trying to force us to do it.
We don't need to do the full, here's why this is stupid on the bug powder stuff. Yeah, no one in the ruling class is trying to force anyone to eat bugs like they're your big brother. But since more people keep getting born and we're running low on fresh water and meat, I don't know, it might be good to have some alternate food sources on deck that require less land and water to produce. Or perhaps we should look into some lab-grown meats. Using developing cell cultivation techniques, scientists are forever inching toward a reality where lab meat largely replaces the wide-scale practice of raising and slaughtering animals for consumption. The process is similar to 3D printing, but utilizes fat ink and muscle ink to build a steak from scratch, unless the printer gets jammed and it just poops out that dude from Total Recall. In June of last year, the U.S. Department of Agriculture approved the sale of lab-grown chicken meat by 2 different manufacturers. We're still a long way from being able to produce lab-grown meat in the kinds of quantities
Welcome
that would
back
be
from
needed
the
to replace
ad
the
break.
barnyard variety. But even though this tech is very cutting edge and nowhere near reaching actual grocery store
We're stuck in an ad break. I apologize. Again. Jeff. It's Jeff. Speaking of Jeff, where's Squish tonight? Old Squishmallow Dragon. Haven't seen him tonight. He must have a life.
Shelves, it's never too early to start scaring people with so-called Frankenstein foods.
I think it is fine to develop moon meat. I think they can make it on the moon and export it to Mars, and it's fine to have Martian meat, too. And if you go to the moon, if you go to Mars, you should be allowed to get it there. But you sure as heck shouldn't be able to get it anywhere in this country, and sure as heck not here in Florida.
That's Florida Rep Dean Black talking just absolute gibberish. I mean, come on, Dean. I think we're all hoping to find life on Mars once we get there and then immediately start eating it, whatever it is. Caramel-filled, I hope. In January, ClimateDepot.com publisher Mark Morano told Fox News that lab-grown meat isn't actually intended to conserve water or feed more people. It's actually a huge globalist conspiracy. You know, a real Stovegate.
They are trying to make meat a rare and expensive treat. And this has been the stated goal of United Nations reports. This is even the stated goal of people like Al Gore, who are pushing for all sorts of EPA regulations on animal agriculture. But more importantly, it's a plan of Bill Gates, who literally...
Yeah, it would be... See, that's the thing, though. If people didn't eat meat at every goddamn meal, I'm like, you know what? I'll have a fucking burger on the weekend. Or, you know, I'll have a burger every other day even. Like, you know, that would fucking be better for the environment. And certainly for animals. I'm just saying. It's like a fucking fact, bro.
Is now America's single largest farmland owner, according to NBC News. They're cutting down high-yield agriculture, so they're creating intentional food shortages. So a desperate, chaotic public is going to be more open to eating anything that's either cheaper or more readily available. And hey, they are promoting insects.
Look, have you guys had fucking Indian food? Like, you don't need the meat in there. Like, I get whatchamacallit, aloo gobi. Sometimes if they have it, aloo martor gobi, which is peas in there. And, you know, it's just some vegetables and sauce and fucking rice and spices. And it's fucking, dude, oh my God. I'm getting sexed up. I'm sorry. I gotta stop. But good Indian food, my God, man. I would take that over a burger any fucking day of the week. I'm just saying. What's my point? I don't know. Eat less meat, eat more Indian food. See? Kate knows. Kate knows how good. You know what? On my birthday, which was last July, I fucking said, you know what? I'm gonna have a treat for my birthday, and I'm gonna have fucking Indian food, and I'm gonna get a bunch of naan and a bunch of aloo gobi, and I'm gonna get a bunch of rice, and I'm gonna stuff myself with carbs until I blissfully fall into a coma. And it was amazing. It was so fucking amazing. So there you go. That's my point. I know. Tonight's stream is brought to you by the Indian Food Council.
As a great alternative protein to meat.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of rich people.
Wait, what is aloo bindi? Aloo is cauliflower, or is it potato? I think it's cauliflower, right? Don't tell me bindi is meat, because then, you know, we're missing the point.
Buying up all the land. I guess to be fair-ish, Bill Gates has purchased around 300...
Wait, can I do another quick... Okay, okra. I would have never guessed that. That sounds awesome. Okay, one more quick thing. You know when people are like, I could never be a vegetarian or a vegan because bacon is so good. Oh my God, I love bacon. I would kill you and your family for some bacon. Bacon is the best. Like, first of all, bacon's fine, but like it's easy. Like, eat fake bacon. It's the easiest thing to reproduce. It's basically small salt and smoke and crunchy. You get some crunchy thing that's as smoke flavor and salt. You've got the taste of bacon. I need no fucking dead pig to do that. Anyway, I'm just saying. It's not a complicated taste to replicate.
100,000 acres.
And like honestly, bacon's not that fucking good. It's just it's almost like people just bought into the meme. The meme that it's like the greatest flavor on the face of the earth. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Salt and smoke. Great.
Which is a drop in the bucket to America's 900 million acres of farmland, but still.
Tonight's stream was also brought to you by pigs. The animal, not the cops.
What's more concerning is that he isn't the only rich guy who owns a butt ton of farmland and land in general. And it seems very counterproductive to frame that concern around a globalist conspiracy to make you eat bugs so rich people can jerk off and watch. Alas, Republican governors and state legislatures all saw that segment apparently, and immediately started banning the sale of cultivated and lab-grown meat. Upon signing his state's ban into law, Florida Governor Ron DeFeated said, quote, "Florida is fighting back against the global elite's plan to force the world to eat meat grown in a petri dish or bugs to achieve their authoritarian goals. Thanks, Don DeSantis. They're gonna make you eat fake meat or bugs. Whichever scares you more. Give me a break. Alabama has also joined suit, while Arizona and Tennessee are debating their own versions of the legislation, despite the fact that lab-grown meat is not currently available for sale in either state. And
Also, goddammit, I can't stop thinking about having some Indian food now. Fuck.
probably won't be for some time. Also, if people want to eat bugs or lab-grown meat, shouldn't they have the freedom to do so? Ron? Also, apparently the Arizona bill was watered.
I might have to start a GoFundMe. A GoFundMe for a little, a dinner at the local Indian restaurant.
Down, and now lab-grown meat is fine as long as you properly label it. You know how conservatives are famously fans of warning labels on stuff, and how they totally never complain about the nanny state if a Democrat suggested putting a warning label on something? Of course, all of this is not to say there aren't legitimate concerns about the impact of this brand new technology. Not weird baby concerns like how the machines look scary, thank you, John. As with many other potential climate solutions, growing meat in a lab saves resources, but only by sucking up a massive amount of energy, which I'm told is also a resource. Many doctors and dietitians agree that it's still too early to know for sure whether lab-grown meat has equivalent nutritional value, or if there are other potential side effects from consuming it regularly. What about the risk of foodborne illnesses like salmonella and E. coli? A lot of questions remain, which is why it's important to have serious people in charge in order to...
Cultured meat is made by man. Real meat is made by God himself.
Or that, I guess... I mean, God made the original animal cells that we're using to 3D print more cells, right? So actually, you know what? I'm not going to entertain that. Because ultimately, that's their goal. To make dumb and distracting arguments so that they can bog down progress for as long as possible, because the states they represent have a large portion of their economy tied to meat production. Or in the case of Fetterman, they represent a swing state and want to appeal to moderates, I guess. But as we've discussed in other episodes about climate change, there's kind of a tipping point here.
Ooh,
and
Jordan
eventually,
Peterson.
we'll probably have to eat less meat, either to mitigate disaster or because the disaster has done it for us. There'll be
there we go.
Meat.
There he is.
So it seems perhaps wise to get ahead of that, like an adult would, as opposed to blocking every attempt to get ahead for immediate political gain, perhaps. Just a suggestion. Also, and this is neither here nor there, but if we can not kill things to eat versus killing things, it seems better to not kill things. Also,
I agree,
do we want
Cody.
to live in a Star Trek future or not? What do you think Commander
Yes,
Riker is
yes,
eating in 10
Cody.
Forward when he's using his abuse of power to date some hot ensign? I mean, I know what he'll be eating later, wink wink. Inappropriate, Cody. Inappropriate, not okay. All right, let's take another ad break and come back with fewer cunnilingus jokes and more 9/11 jokes. Eyes on the prize.
Hiya! It is hard to eat right, what with work and family and meal planning and
Goddamn
grocery shopping
capitalism.
and Pepperoni Paul, the magical mule that feeds us candy when we sleep. Well, luckily, there's Hungry Root. They are the easiest way to eat healthy.
Where's
they will
the
send
thing?
you fresh, high-quality groceries, delicious recipes, and essential supplements right to your door. They plan your meals so you can focus
There
on
it
other
is.
things like bringing that mule to justice. Am I right? Up top. It works like this, champ. Hungry Root learns your personal health goals, your favorite foods, diet restrictions, and even how much time you want to spend cooking. Then they build a personalized but customizable cart with all your grocery needs for the
I know. I'm doing an ethical react, guys, okay? My good friends at Some More News are kind enough to make this content for us to consume. The least we can do is watch the stupid ads, you know? Just kidding. It's great ads. Great ads.
A week. Produce, meat, seafood. That, in case you weren't aware, is the meat of the sea. Snacks, ready-to-eat meals, anything you normally get at the grocery store. I have been buying
Here's
a lot
Trump
of
dancing
carrots.
with the Peanuts
Not just as
kid.
meal bait,
Hold on, where's the
but
Peanuts
rather
kid?
the organic rainbow baby carrots from Hungry Root. Add some oil and vinegar, and that's a healthy and
Jesus
easy
Christ, I
snack
got all the
right
gifts.
there. Great for those long nights hiding in my closet. You see, sport, everything from Hungry Root follows a simple standard. It's gotta taste good, be quick to make, and contain whole trusted ingredients. And right now, Hungry Root is offering Some More News listeners 40% off your first delivery and free veggies for life of the subscription. Just go to hungryroot.com/morenews to get 40% off your first delivery and get those free veggies. I also just want to insert off the cuff here, genuinely loving my Hungry Root. It's expanded my cooking game. It really has. I'm learning all sorts of new tricks and recipes, and I love it. Anyway, I know you're gonna love it too, so just go to hungryroot.com/morenews and don't forget to use our link so they know we sent you. Like I've
Okay, guys, listen. You're not gonna. What other leftist commie podcasts or a stream are you gonna get? Trump dancing with the Peanuts kid. Huh? None. I'm the only one. I'm the only one who does it. I offer that exclusively. It's amazing, isn't it?
said before, that's how this works, folks.
Hey there, liquid fans! You like slurping down the wet? I sure do. It's important to me that the wet supplements I take are of the highest quality, and that's why for several whatevers, I've been drinking AG1 during ads. As AG1 wants to make sure I say, unlike many supplement brands, AG1 conducts relentless testing to set the standard for purity and potency. Quality for AG1 isn't just a buzzword, it's a commitment backed by expert-led scientific research, high-quality ingredients, industry-leading manufacturing, and rigorous testing. At each step of the process, AG1 goes above and beyond industry standards. I know I can trust what's in every scoop of AG1 because AG1's team relies on expert-led scientific research, sourcing ingredients for potency and purity. Now watch me wet! Aruba! Jamaica! Ooh, I want to take you to the rest of the ad! Gulp, gulp! Taking care of my...
I hope you appreciate this, Cody. I just made your ad break so much better.
Health shouldn't be complicated, and AG1 simplifies this by replacing multiple health supplements like multivitamins, digestive aids, immune support, and more in just one simple scoop. AG1's ingredients are heavily researched for efficacy and quality, and I love that every scoop also includes rhodiola and B vitamins for energy support. I'm always being like, where's my rhodiola? Where is it? And
yeah, that's true, Kate.
I'm always
I'm
talking
sorry.
about it. So if you want to replace your multivitamin and more, start with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 plus K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/more news. That's drinkag1.com/more news. Check it out, because
War Pigs is not good to dance to either. So many mopey songs. I have too many mopey songs. Here we go.
One, two, check the rock. Here we go, y'all. It's like that, 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 y'all. M-I-808, it go boom, the 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 back in the days on the boulevard of Linden, we used to kick routines in the presence was fitting. It was I, the abstract.
And me, the 5-footer.
Yeah.
I kicked the mad style, so step off the Frankfurter.
Hey, yo, Fife, you remember that routine that we used to make spiffy like Mr. Clean?
A tidbit,
Yeah.
a smidgen. I don't get the message, so you got to run the pigeon.
You're on point, Fife.
Yo, all the time, Tip.
You're on point, Fife.
Yo, all the time,
Hey,
Tip.
yo, you're on point, Fife.
All the time, Tip.
So then grab your microphone, let your words rip.
Now here's a funky introduction of how nice I am.
Yeah.
Tell your mommy, tell your daddy, send a telegram. I'm like your Energizer, cause you see I last long. My crew is never ever act because we stand strong.
What?
Where's the Carlos dance?
You're dead wrong.
Look.
I say that body and El Segundo, then push it along. You be a fool to reply to Piper's not the man. Cause you know, and I know that you know who I am. A special shout out piece goes out to all my pals, you see. And a middle finger goes for all you punk MCs. Cause I love it when you whack MCs despise me.
What?
They get vexed, I will next, cause none contest me.
What?
I just about MC who's 5'3" and very brave. Top of ring, no home training cause I misbehave. I come correct and full effect, have all my hoes in check. And before I get to what the gym must be a wreck.
Yeah.
You see my aura is positive, I don't promote no junk.
Yeah.
You see I'm far from a bully, but I ain't a punk. Extremity of rhythm, yeah, that's what you heard. So just clean out your ears and just
Over
check
here,
the
over
word.
here.
Check the rhymes, y'all. 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 Check it out. Check it out. Check the rhymes, y'all. 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 Check it out. Check it out.
Come on.
Back in the days on the boulevard of Linden, we used to kick routines and the presence was fitting. It was I, the Viper.
And me, the abstract. My rhymes are so rumpin', the brothers roll the Zach.
Hey yo, Tip, do you recall when we used to rock those funky routines back on your cousin's block?
Let me see. Damn, I can't remember.
Word?
I received the message. You will play the
Then you on point, Tip?
all the time, Fife.
Hey yo, you on point, Tip?
Come on, all the time, Fife.
You on point, Tip?
Come on, all the time, Fife.
So yo, play the resurrector and give the dead some life.
Okay, if knowledge is the key, then just show me the lot. Not the stony legs, but I move just like Luke Brock. Me, I'm agile, plus
you work you out.
100% intelligent black child. My optic presentation sizzles the retina. How far must you go to gain respect? Well, it's kind of simple, just remain your own, or you'll be crazy sad and alone. Check it out. Industry rule number 4080. Record company people are
shady.
So kids, watch your back, cause I think they smoke crack. I don't doubt it.
Look at how they act.
Check it out. But up the better things like a hip-hop forum. Pass me the rock and I'll show with the core and proper. What you say, Hammer? Proper. Rap is not pop. If you call it that, then stop.
Come on.
Oh, he dissed Hammer.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Yeah. Check the rhyme, y'all. Here we go, y'all. Check the rhyme, y'all. Here we go, y'all. Check the rhyme, y'all. Check it out. Check it out. On the TV. Check the rhyme, y'all. All right. Yo, make sure you watch the.
Yeah. Tribe Called Quest. The late, the great. I mean, you know, I think they broke up a while ago, but. We'll come back to music after we finish the exciting conclusion of the Cody Shody.
Just a little bit. Aruba! Hey, wow! We're back! We've been counting down all the hip panics of yesteryear. By now, you're hopefully seeing a pattern emerge. Some new change is proposed, or a problem is explained. Then this revelation triggers a round of spicy takes. And then before the public even has a chance to wrap their heads around the story and its deeper implications, the press begins reporting on the controversy rather than the story itself. This isn't just a US trend either, just a global media obsession. Damn globalists! In fact, let's take a break from laughing at America's embarrassing politics and laugh about someone else's embarrassing politics in it. Wasn't Brexit a thing? That's right, you adorable lobsterbacks. I see you over there across the pond. Look at you, doing politics in between playing King Lear and eating beans on toast. Adorable. Back in June 2016, the British people narrowly voted to leave the European Union following the historic and hotly debated Brexit referendum. Prime Minister David Cameron, who had opposed the move, resigned from his post and was replaced by Conservative Party leader Theresa May, who immediately named fellow Leave proponent and Pit of Despair employee Boris Johnson as the country's top diplomat. The Brexit vote came at a time when right-wing populist movements were gaining traction across Europe, and based on the messaging around the Leave campaign and initial exit polling, it certainly seems that concerns about immigration into the UK were motivating a lot of the voters.
UKIP's last poster, which depicted refugees crossing the Croatia-Slovenia border, was widely criticised, with some comparing it to 1930s Nazi propaganda. All eyes were on the revealing of today's poster.
Basically, this was the European version of the scary Central American migrant caravans that somehow only approached the United States in election years. That's interesting. That photo behind right-wing disruptor Nigel Farage, by the way, doesn't depict the UK. Those are migrants crossing the Croatia-Slovenia border. Aside from xenophobia, the marketing campaigns promoting the Leave option also helped to convince many members of the British public that the transition would be relatively straightforward. Voters were told Brexit would boost the UK's economy and make it more globally competitive by untangling it from the wider European market. In actuality, it was an incredibly intricate and involved process for which the Leave proponents had not even started to prepare. In a 2020 policy paper, authors Darren Baines, Sharon Brewer, and Adrian Kay refer to the entire Leave movement as an empty vessel, and voters who believed this alternative was a real, viable policy pathway were misled. As for our perception back across the pond again, by 2020, when the EU withdrawal bill was finally passed by Parliament after years of complex, interconnected deals, overhauls, and negotiations, Brexit had functionally disappeared from American discourse. An insider poll from 2019 revealed that only 11% of Americans felt confident they could explain Brexit, even while it was still going on and before the formal split had taken place. Meanwhile, Brexit, by all accounts, sucks. A 2024 report by Cambridge Econometrics and commissioned by London City Hall suggests that Brexit shrank the UK's economy by £140 billion and London's economy by £30 billion. Earlier this year, the UK's Office for Budget Responsibility projected that Brexit would reduce the country's long-run productivity by around 4% versus staying in the EU, and significantly contributed to high levels of inflation by making European imports more expensive. A study by the London School of Economics suggests that from December 2019 to March 2023, the nation's grocery bills increased by around £7 billion due to Brexit. The actual amount is even higher than that. But still, I mean, come on, look at these migrants entering Slovenia. Oh gosh. Except sadly, for the forces of evil, even the racism part didn't come to pass. Post-pandemic, the UK was facing a pretty serious labor shortage, so the Conservative government opened up the country to additional immigrants to replenish its workforce. So immigration into the UK actually increased post-Brexit, hitting a new record of 750,000 arrivals in 2022. Even as former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak warned that migrants are threatening to overwhelm the country and vowed to stop the boats, actual real-world immigrants are, right this moment, keeping British hospitals and nursing homes operational. 1/5 of full-time National Health Service employees in the UK are non-British. Oh great, the title monkey finally saw Hamilton. Even just visiting the EU is more expensive now for a British citizen than it was pre-Brexit, and they can't stay anywhere there for more than 3 months within a 180-day period without permission. Accordingly, polling from YouGov now indicates that a majority of British citizens would vote to rejoin the EU if they could, while 57% think the original 2016 Brexit vote was misguided. Last year, members of Parliament and the press started seriously entertaining proposals about undoing Brexit, though current Prime Minister Keir Starmer, whose left-wing party would be most likely to lead the charge, suggests that's not really in the works. And importantly to our story, the American media only really reported the first half of everything I just said. Britain opted to leave the EU, and after 4 years of negotiation and complicated legal wrangling, it happened. And then, well, those murder hornets were found. Soon, something else. And it's kind of a shame we didn't pay attention, since immigration is kind of a hot topic here. And perhaps we'd learn a thing or two about what happens when politicians are allowed to harness racist fears to make everything much, much worse. Because if you didn't notice, a lot of these media panics are very obviously driven by a fear of scary foreign things. Even when they're domestic news stories, there's still often a xenophobic or foreign invasion angle. They aren't just murder hornets, they're Asian murder hornets. It's not just Democrats who want to take your gas stove away. It's an international globalist conspiracy to make you eat bugs. So just imagine what the press would do if some kind of mysterious Chinese surveillance balloon floated over the entire country, at times low enough to be visible to the naked eye. Wait a second, we don't have to imagine. Did that Chinese spy balloon kill us all? Great question. I certainly feel dead. This, of course, happened back in February 2023, while you were too busy smooching your Valentine sweetie to defend yourself from the communist invasion.
There's a photo last night. You can see it there. I mean, it's visible to the naked eye. You can see right there from a photo taken at ground level in Kansas City.
Surveillance equipment here, and we'll talk about the size of this balloon in just a moment, because it's not small.
It's not small, folks. You can totally see it right there in that photo where you can't actually see it at all. But imagine if you could.
It was spotted over Montana and other northern states. Montana, of course, home to several sensitive nuclear sites.
Obviously, this has raised tensions at a time when they're pretty much already sky high.
We are literally just learning in the last few seconds. The Pentagon is confirming there's actually a second Chinese surveillance balloon. This one is transiting over Latin America.
Not two balloons? Oh, the humanity! I mean, look, I'm not saying we shouldn't be a bit concerned about another country invading our airspace, but it's a balloon. China claimed it was just a weather balloon that blew off course. But no matter if you believe that or not, it's not very helpful to start stoking a lot of irrational fears. So I'm sure the media played it really cool.
My concern is that the federal government obviously doesn't know what's in that balloon. Is that bioweapons in that balloon? Did that balloon take off from Wuhan?
Hello,
we don't know
Aunt.
anything about that balloon.
The balloon's just sucking up all our secrets. Watching your wife change.
Is the Chinese spy balloon secretly gooning over your family? Find out tonight at 6. Right after you look up what gooning means. So while the pervert spy balloon was capturing the hearts and minds of some of the worst news goblins imaginable, a lot of pressing, urgent, hyper-relevant debate centered on whether or not President Biden should order the military to shoot it down. The Pentagon suggested that the unpredictability of its flight path, potential landing sites, and unknown payload made it unsafe to shoot down over land. Calling it a balloon makes it sound harmless, like it would just float away cartoon style if you popped it. But this thing was built out of metal frames and contained bulky solar panels.
Well, my best friend is right beside me. And I'm wearing cat ears, so pretty good.
Weighed thousands of pounds. Still, this perfectly reasonable explanation didn't satisfy everyone, especially if they were on the afternoon's 8th Pinot Grigio.
Republicans say Biden looks weak with each second he keeps this communist balloon in the air.
Come on, Carlos. Guys, it's not hard to understand this. Have you never tried to knock something off of a high shelf only to have it smack you in the face? Things that are above us tend to fall on us. It's not communism to acknowledge what gravity is, yet. Anyway, a U.S. fighter jet finally did shoot the balloon down off the coast of South Carolina because Biden had naturally ordered the military to simply wait until it had safely reached water and presented no danger to people. China still condemned the strike, continuing to insist that this was a meteorological device, and they had sort of hoped we'd return it. And that was basically that. Was it just a weather balloon? Absolutely not. Of course it wasn't. It was, in fact, a really, really embarrassing spy balloon. NBC reported in April of 2023 that the balloon had made multiple passes over sensitive American military bases and other sites, and was able to gather some intelligence about weapons and communication systems. But in June, the Pentagon claimed it had been incapable of transmitting anything it was picking up back to China, though it had apparently been designed for spying and even included some commercially available technology purchased from the United States.
Wait, so we were embarrassed? So we were like, no, they didn't totally get one over on us. No. It didn't really even work.
It had either malfunctioned or been prevented from transmitting information by American military countermeasures. We're still not 100% on it. It's even possible the balloon wasn't meant to fly over the continental United States at all. Speaking to CBS News, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, said he thought the balloon was destined for Hawaii, but had been blown off course by unpredictably high winds. The Pentagon now believes that this was, in fact, part of a global surveillance program by China, albeit an ineffective one. Additional balloons were detected over Latin America, Europe, and Asia, and there had likely been a few others that went undetected or unreported. Of course, America has been sending spy planes over the Chinese coast and monitoring the country from orbit for quite some time, so I guess turnabout is fair play. Balloons do have a few advantages as surveillance tech too. They're much cheaper than satellites, they're closer to the surface so they can capture better, higher quality images, and their relatively slow speed makes them trickier to spot on radar. Scholar Steve Tsang suggests it may have even been a symbolic move, an attempt by the Chinese to simply demonstrate that they're still in the game and coming up with new ways to scope out the opposition. The benefit of hindsight also demonstrated that the Biden administration was almost certainly right to wait until the balloon was over the water to shoot it down, despite Jesse Waters' repeated insistence that Montana doesn't matter and you might as well fling debris at it.
And so Biden was against the bin Laden raid, and now he's against the balloon pop. He missed his shot over Montana. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? He hits a guy's barn?
F those ranchers, who we love and respect, by the way. God, all these guys have such obvious disdain for their audience. It's wild. This guy specifically, Someone should throw up on him. And as an additional aside, if your career demands that you have to say, quote, Biden was against the bin Laden raid, and now he's against the balloon pop with a straight face, it's probably time to turn it in, buddy. And that's coming from someone who made a gooning joke earlier. NASA estimated that shooting down the balloon over land could have created a 70-mile wide debris field, sending thousands of pounds of debris falling 65,000 feet down onto hopefully just the ground, but maybe people in buildings, right? I mean, those buildings would be barns, so who cares? I don't live near one of those. But most of this is an afterthought anyway. That NBC report containing NASA's advice to President Biden, which completely and rationally explains his administration's real-time response to the balloon situation, didn't come out until December 2023. By that time, the whole Chinese spy balloon incident was long gone from the
Most fun you ever had with balloons was filling some party balloons with water and running them over with a bicycle. On one hand, I want to say, like, are you 12? But on the other hand, that does sound fun. That sounds really fun, honestly. I can't front. I'd be down to do that.
The media. Most Americans probably never heard any of the real updates and explanations around the whole balloon thing. And
Okay, so
likely,
both
whatever they
then,
chose
yeah.
to believe when it first happened is what they still believe now.
So, yeah. It sounds fun. It sounds like something you should do when you're 12. But honestly, if, like, the opportunity was here to, like, go do that, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'd probably, like, do it on, I'd probably, like, video it so I could be like, oh, I'm just doing it for content. Just for, like, content, man. I wouldn't, like, do this normally. I mean, just a goof,
Including, but not limited to, barn hater propaganda. Why do you hate barns so much, Jesse Waters? Seems
also, I don't have a bicycle, though, but I do have a skateboard. I don't think that would work as well.
like somebody who's trying to get thrown up on. I'm not saying that people are ferrets with zero attention span. There's just a lot going on. We gotta clear out the garage this weekend, So it's sort of up to the media to put things into context, even when that thing has left the spotlight. Otherwise, people are going to just assume whatever they assumed when the story first broke. But alas, we're talking about the media, so, tail.
Oops, I forgot to turn off that GIF of Xi Jinping. This coffee.
As old as a bookworm, a castle monster. Tale as old as that. And while this obviously speaks to issues in the media that have only gotten worse with the internet, the less evident damage of this cycle of seemingly existential threats that suddenly vanish is that it not only numbs us to actual problems, but it often omits the solutions that did happen. And that's probably why it's so easy to ignore current threats. We just assume they're not real or they will go away somehow. Take Y2K, now a hip new movie from A24. It's often discredited as a hoax or a media panic, but that's because the press didn't do a good job following up on the story. For example, in order to praise all of the computer programmers and developers behind the scenes who actually fixed our computer systems in time and prevented a crash. From the public's perspective, it was months of worry about planes falling out of the sky and then nothing happened. Fake news.
Do you guys remember Y2K with all that thing with the... I don't remember it because, 1999, I was like 8, obviously. So, yeah, but I heard about it. I kind of remember it because I was like 8, but
But that's not the reality. Or like how sometimes doofuses, including but not limited to professional doofus Matt Walsh, will post things like, whatever happened to the ozone layer hole? I bet scientists just made it up. That one guy brought a snowball inside and it didn't melt right away. Ipso facto. But in fact, that situation only...
Yeah, people were waiting for the world to end, and it didn't. It didn't.
Only improved after unified international action. In 1987, 24 countries signed the Montreal Protocol, limiting the use of harmful chlorofluorocarbons, and thus actually fixed the problem. See how easy that was?
Wait, what about Mouse Walsh?
You can even glance immediately under your stupid tweet that's still stupidly up to see everybody,
that
including
guy,
the website itself, patiently correct your wildly ignorant misinformation. You incurious dolt.
He's the worst.
Learning is fun, Matt. You should try it.
He is, I don't know. He's one of the worst. It's like it's so hard, you know, to choose between like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and what's the other guy? Crowder. They're like all so terrible.
Sometime, because that's how we grow, actually. And if a politician or a pundit or news outlet seems completely uninterested in actually explaining these things, then we probably should ignore them, because it means that the full story doesn't benefit them. That actual context is like poison to their success.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's very, like, yeah, zero charisma, zero personality, nothing. Yeah. I mean, he's almost like AI or something. Like you just go, what's up with this guy? Like the rest of those guys, they all have a personality, a bad personality, you know, like, but they're giving off something. And you know, Tim Pool is hilarious to laugh at. So I mean, there's that.
And they'd rather.
But Matt Walsh seems like if you had to go out to dinner with him, you would just like not. Like if you had to go out to dinner with him to like, you know, get a job or something, or like win $1,000, you'd be like, I don't know. I don't know if I can do it.
Ride that wave of media panic to get by. Like 9/11, everyone was really upset at that, but that turned out.
Yeah, good call.
What? We did what? In 2 countries, and they changed the name to Freedom Fries? Freedom Fries. Wait. So the camera pulls back, and it's revealed that it's Robert Pattinson, like on 9/11 in the building. The whole, like, what? He's Batman now? That could actually work. 9/11.
That kind of ended abruptly.
Put glue in my ear? Warbo, do you put glue in my ear? You're back for 1 week and oh my God, I'm panicking now. I'm panicking. Oh my God, it's stuck to my ear. This is panic. This is what panic is like. Oh my God, I finally get it. Oh my God, oh no. We're all gonna have glue in our ears. Look it up online, help! Hey everybody, false alarm. I was just being silly. Thanks for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe.
I knew it, Cody. I knew you were being silly.
Some more news you can check out. We've also got a podcast called Even More News. You can listen at the podcast place, or you can watch it on this channel. We're there on camera talking on the podcast. We've also got this show, Some More News, you can listen to as a podcast on the podcast place. So it's just full on synergy. We love it. We've got a merch store with merch like look at this. Oh, look at him. We got merch from that. Or this is just one of my shirts. So check that out. And oh no, it happened again. It didn't happen again. Bye. Oh, Katie says hi. I'm so sorry. Katie is on the Zoom. She says hi. Hi. Mm-hmm.
All right, Johnny Harris. I can't, Johnny Harris. All right, I think we could play a song, maybe, and then maybe raid out. But what song? I'll tell you what song. Well, I won't tell you what song. I'll show you what song. Hold on. Get your dance icon, your icons and emotes ready. All right, hold on. All right. Are you guys ready? Kate, are you still here? It's classic hip hop. Care to guess? Hurry up. Nope. Yep, that's right. It's ODB.
Me dirty and then lift up your skirt and you want some of this dirty. God made dirt and dirt bust your ass. Stop annoying me, yeah, play my music loud. And take the back to no dirty to move the crowd. You say he had his dick in his mouth. Eddie Murphy taught me that back of the house. But give me my money.
Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey,
It's hard to dance and do computer stuff too.
Around, man, and cutting the fucking carpet. Where you going with the money, man?
baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money.
You're not doing praxis by typing in a fucking Twitch chat.
Love you guys. Thank you. See you Friday.
to my job. Wanna be side dick in a one-stop shop. Let me know. Let me know. Cause I do well. Nothing you do is extraordinary.
No worries. I remember those days before I got my upgrade. How was your stream?
You wish you could swear my attention. I'm working, bitch. Ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't swear my attention. I love my day job. Fuck a blow job. What's the point? It's all deja vu. They don't give me what I want. Money makes some. Making money better than the dick. Pussy Play-Doh. Pussy like her pocket stick. Now he looks stressed cause he know that I don't need him. Mouth open, baby bird, I'm not gonna feed him. Yeah, I'm big, I'm boss. I'm working, bitch. Ain't got no time for dick. You wish you could swear my attention. I'm working, bitch. Ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't sway my attention. I do well for myself.
Nice.
Nothing you do is extraordinary. Texting on my mental health, and my last boyfriend was cautionary. I'm working, bitch. I'm working, bitch.
Oh yeah, there was a new one out today.
You swear my attention. I'm working, bitch.
I had so much like tech problems earlier today. I could not. I like had a lot of problems streaming.
Working, bitch. Working, bitch. I'm working, bitch.
Frustrating as hell.
Working, bitch. I'm working, bitch.
Dear goddess, give me patience, tired of trying to explain. I've got zero tolerance when they fuck with my sacred space. Bar the trolls, hit the corners for escape. Build the platforms, take up space. Code the scripts and infiltrate. Cause you're never not fighting a racist system that keeps place and that fails to acknowledge the root of your pain. Took it too personal, over emotional. Where are you from? Are you beauty or brains? Over the top, I'm too little or too much. Damn if I do, and I'm damned if I do not. Talking class, race, and the sex intersections. My feelings are valid and I won't dismiss them. I was taught not to trust my own mind and decisions. My body is.
Yeah, I had to contact Twitch support. Like I disconnected my internet. Like I disconnected everything. It froze on me. So I was like, all I could do was like end stream and restart. But like it wouldn't end stream. It was the weirdest thing. And then I kept having tech problems. That wasn't the last time.
You are enough. Welcome to the Sad Fam Club, baby. You are enough.
So
Toxic masculinity is killing all the poetry. Hold my brothers back from free flowing with the sea. Our tears like the holy ink to sink a patriarchy. Popping egos like balloons, cause we don't exist for you. Burn your eyes with tiger bombs. Don't try to tell her to be calm. Colonial repercussions. Any questions? CC the boss. She's the boss. Expert of self. They pray to moon. She raps and spells. I'm attuned to what you're numb to. Check my mood ring. Did I ask you? No. I prefer my make-believe to their bullshit. I work within it, but at the end of shift, I build spectrums on the internet. I art attack cause I'm an empath. Foundations, Filipinx. No limits on how I choose to express with my pixels and my queerness. You can't hold me back. If I lose my shit right now, will I just be dismissed right now? Will I just be dismissed right now? Will I just be dismissed?
I mean, I'm a lot calmer about it than I was in the old days, so it's not as stressful. It's like, well, whatever.
To the sad fan club, baby, you are enough. Hey.
Oh no.
It's my life. I can cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. It's my art. I can rage if I want to, rage if I want to, cry. Sad fan club, baby, you are enough. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome to the sad fan club, baby, you are enough. Hey.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta get off the phone. Bust this verse right quick. Alright, okay. I'm anti-imperial, anti-trust, anti-gun if the shit won't bust, anti-corporate date, anti-my essence, anti-snorting them, anti-depressants, but I'm not pro-popping them. I'm provocative and pro-stopping them FBI operatives who professional at black man pounds and hand you a sentence that you can't pronounce. I'm also anti-narco, anti-vice, 911 marks the anti-Christ. They anti-social for M16 cause I'm anti the anti-nigga machine, proletariat.